The Ynw Melly trial continues. The judge John Murphy denied the motion for a mistrial, and then a juror had to go to the ER over the weekend, so it was delayed a bunch today. But then court resumes and the chess match between the prosecution and the defense began. A few experts that work for T-Mobile and all the phone records came in, and Melly's team has been trying to avoid these phone records to come in court for years, like since I think literally like 2020. But it's finally here, and the cross-examinations are pretty funny. So let's get right into it. If you're new to my channel, subscribe. Follow me on Twitter and Instagram right here. What just happened here with this exchange with the pen? Do they not want me to use pens anymore or something?
Emergency room on Friday. She thinks she had food poisoning, is what I'm told. And she's back in the ER now as we speak.
Two in addition to her?
Yes.
Okay.
2 more jurors missing? There's 3 total? He seems so happy for the situation he's in. Like, I don't understand. Like, this man is cheesing everywhere. You're in a trial fighting for your damn life, and you giggling like this in between breaks.
I think the defense is happy that the motion was denied.
I mean, overall, it's definitely swaying towards the defense, and they've looked pretty good so far, compared to the prosecution that's looked pretty sloppy.
The defense, in closing argument, has incredible fodder and ammunition, no pun intended, to go after the integrity of this prosecution. It is absolutely painful for me to watch this direct examination of Ms. Holmes. It's painful.
The Felicia Holmes direct examination was terrible. That did not benefit the prosecution whatsoever.
Going forward, it was a bad prosecutorial move. Last point, Anjanette, when I was the county prosecutor, if one of my assistant prosecutors circumvented a ruling like that, they would not have a job.
It's more context to show you that the prosecutor really made a big mistake here.
When we broke this morning, one of our jurors, Gary, was escorting the jurors out. He was approached, and one of the jurors had asked him a question. Gary, go ahead, you want to tell us exactly what we said?
Right. She more or less asked me if she could ask me a question. I said, well, it depends. So the question was, she said, well, what's the status of this trial?
We have her name on the record and find out how she's got any knowledge of that, because that was never stated in front of them.
I think it was.
Wait, the prosecutor's wrong. A juror asked, what's the status of the mistrial? Because in front of them, both lawyers asked for a mistrial right in front of them. Of course they're aware that there's a mistrial that could happen.
You're not being so inquired if she said anything in the media or covered with that.
The prosecutor's explaining that she wants to make sure this jury isn't looking at the media, because they're obviously not supposed to do that at all.
The defense attorney said it dealt with the same.
So that's what you heard from?
Yes.
Anything other than that? No. Was there any other research that you may have done or looked at newspapers or any kind of article about the motion for mistrial, anything like that?
It looks like the lady from the ER has arrived, and they're starting now. So this lady has worked for T-Mobile for 26 years. We're about to get into the phone records, which is probably the biggest piece of evidence that the prosecution has against Melly.
That means that we respond to subpoenas and other legal demands from various agencies across the United States. Call detail records.
Do you keep information regarding the network?
Yes.
Do you keep information regarding subscribers?
Yes. So call detail reports will show incoming and outgoing phone calls or text messages made or received by the cellular telephone. So what happens is the phone reaches out to the tower with the strongest signal, which is not necessarily the closest tower. So for example, we can have a tower on top of the building, or we can have one down the street. However, the one down the street might be the stronger signal, and we pick up that call. At that point, it's transferred to our switch, and our switch is what records all the information that you will see on the call detail records.
I didn't know that calls go to the strongest tower, not the closest one. That's an interesting fact right there.
We'll show where the phone is connected to when it's not in use, as long as it's turned on.
Is it in the regular practice to keep such records?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would offer a state's 000, a state 63.
Any objection? Yes, Judge. Objections?
She just submitted that evidence of the phone records, and Melly's team is going to object to it, obviously, because for months on end, they've been trying to get this evidence not to go in court. So they don't want this phone evidence in court. Melly's team does not want this.
Relevance? Sure.
Relevance is the objection.
Objection overruled, it will be admitted. What's the next number?
Overruled. Objection overruled. It will be admitted.
The technology that you
Melly's lawyer is going to try to shit on the technology.
for identifying location, how is that verified by T-Mobile itself?
That you would have to ask an engineer for.
So you don't know how that's done?
How it's verified?
Yeah.
As to what tower connected to? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
So it's done with a radio frequency, is how the towers work. It's a signal.
Okay, so but you were telling us earlier that the phone does not necessarily connect to the nearest tower.
Correct.
It connects to the tower with the strongest signal.
Correct.
How do you know how far the phone is from the actual tower?
I don't.
Is there no way to tell that?
No. Not for me.
Not for you?
Correct.
And how do you know
if the tower that the phone connected to is the closest tower or the one with the stronger signal?
That would not be a question for me. You would have to ask an engineer.
He's putting the question out there. How do you know how close the person was to this tower? You really can't even say.
How would you know at what point the signal disparity is strong enough for it to default to the one that's further away as opposed to the one that's closer?
Again, that's a question from an engineer, not for me.
So you have no way of helping us understand any of this information that you just described.
Correct.
You just collect it when you're subpoenaed and you provide.
Correct.
And you're not familiar with the technology of it.
Not the questions that you're asking, correct.
It's not used for identifying the locations of customers' phones beyond the purpose of just. Purpose of just billing.
Correct.
He's hesitating. He hesitated a little bit then. He wanted to ask one more question. I couldn't think of what it was.
With regards to these records, are they accurate?
Objection.
Suggestion.
Lack of foundation, Chief.
What's your second?
He said, are they accurate? And he said objection. He said, let's go sidebar.
What is contained in the records that have been provided?
Calls and text messages that have happened.
Is this from the network's perspective?
Yes.
She did admit that engineers would know more than her, but I think her only job is just to explain the cell towers and the phone numbers that were put in the evidence. This guy works for the homicide unit in Miramar Police Department.
And so what I do is I will just clear the cell phone for cellular phones or devices of that nature. I do the extraction and analysis for software and hardware, the company called Cellular.
Did you do any analysis of the device?
I don't know.
In terms of the extraction of the device, were you provided an iPhone?
Yes, yes,
Prior to coming to court today, did you have the opportunity to review the digital copy of that extraction?
I did. This is the generated report the generated report of the cellular device that was extracted.
Imagine he breaks it right there.
Yes, sir.
They objected it and go sidebar again. They're going to object to anything with the phone records, boys. Over the past year, there was like 3 or 4 different hearings held just for the phone records. Like they were really fighting these phone records for a while, but.
And you have not analyzed it? No. You don't know if there's any relevant evidence on it at all?
That's correct.
Who it belongs to you?
I do know who it belongs to. As far as the contents of it, I don't know.
You don't know who uses it?
I do not.
You don't know who it's registered to?
I do not.
Still putting up to fight that it's not Melly's phone. That's a group phone, maybe. Definitely not a group phone.
To account for the number of steps that someone takes. In addition to these cases, I have several articles. There have been lawsuits about the accuracy of the data that is compiled by this type of app, assessing reverberation. And every time she goes to church and comes back, she's taking 20,000 steps because she's going like that. Whether or not this information is reliable is yet to be determined.
Melly apparently took like 1,300 steps when he got out of the car and walked through the woods, and his phone tracked him stepping 1,300 times. This team's trying to show that it could be not accurate.
The technology has advanced to the point of being reliable is yet to be determined. But this court cannot admit it until the state first meets its burden of establishing the reliability of the data. Walks 70 steps. Says who? Says an app. What app? The one in his phone. Is it reliable? We don't know. Why? Because she has not established.
Melly's lawyer is really good. I believe his name's David Howard. He puts doubt in every little thing.
Date versus Maximum, which is a 1967 case. It was the earliest time in which I could find a pedometer being mentioned. And at that point, it's important to note this is a well-established technology that's been in use for hundreds of years.
The prosecutor came back with other cases and other facts about the pedometer.
Wearable devices as admissible evidence. Technology is killing our opportunity to lie. Then 2019, the iPhone held that from a forensic perspective, and steps and distances registered during all handwriting being used as digital evidence.
May I just ask if the state is making the representation that all the cases she's citing to do not require that a witness establish the reliability of the technology it's just put in?
They didn't have, so they'll send everything that I'm giving to Connor copy to you as well.
What a chess game right there, boys. That was a hell of a chess game. Both citing sources and both trying to put forth their argument to the judge.
However, the motive seems to be missing. And I think the prosecution really needs to be focusing on that. I know you don't necessarily need that to convict, but again, I think it will bode a long way with jurors if they want to be successful in obtaining a conviction here.
Once again, I'd like to point out as much as I can, my condolences to the families of the victims that have to go through this. This is like such a shitty situation.
Because even though the predicate wasn't made, the objection wasn't made at the time the evidence was sought to be introduced. The state sought to introduce evidence without laying a foundation. Our objection is objection foundation. We're not making a downward objection to an expert who's testifying. And the fact that that foundation needs to be presented by somebody with expertise and knowledge doesn't make it a downward question. It's a foundation that there is a wholesale dump of information coming in through a witness who said, I haven't even looked at it. How do we know that the information in there is relevant? How do we know that the information that has been introduced is not more prejudicial than probative, even if relevant, on a 404?
If the prosecutor brought that guy up and he has no idea what the big dump on the phone is, it could be prejudicial to Melly.
That phone is used interchangeably so much that when you dial with it, it comes up with one of the decedents named as the identifier. It's in the name of Jamie King, not JAMELL Gimmons. It was retrieved from Jameson Francois, not JAMELL Gimmons.
3 decent points, but I truly believe it's Melly's phone. If there was a bunch of pictures on it of him using it, like on FaceTime with people calling him Melly in the text messages and him calling his mom Ma in the text messages, I believe that happened. So
it was being used after the defendant was arrested. We have information here that indicates that. It shows the phone being used to call. It shows the same step data from that very unit after he is incarcerated. It's obvious that it's being used by several other people.
Or Melly's manager just had Melly's phone when he just got locked up and was like walking around with it.
I just want to say something real quick here. Do you see how hard the defense is arguing to keep this cell phone data out? If you really pay attention, just really pay attention, let's get a juror some credit here. If he innocent, what are they talking about? Like, if I'm a juror, I'm thinking to myself, this guy's innocent, right? Then what are they talking about? Why are they trying to get the cell phone evidence and all thrown out and all this and all that? If you really pay attention, once you get past the smoke in the mirrors and the magic and the parlor tricks that this black guy's doing, because he's very good, don't get it twisted, he earned his money. You got to ask yourself, if he innocent, why is they trying to keep the cell phone data and all of this, and they trying to go to the sidebar and they trying to do all this and that there and all this and that there? What is the point? He's innocent, right? He's innocent. He did not do this. So who cares what's in the cell phone? He on trial for double murder. He ain't on the trial for selling no work. He ain't on the trial for doing no fraud. So he ain't on the trial for nothing else. He on trial for double murder. So why do they even care what's in the cell phone? Let's get a juror some credit. Hope they can figure that part out.
Like figuring shit out, posting on Melly's social media and shit, like using Melly's phone.
Not only is it being used by others to text, being carried by others to somebody else's name, retrieved from someone else, and this witness has not analyzed a single letter, all the information that's even put in. And a lot of it is going to be prejudicial.
Thank you. The relevancy issue is relatively low, counsel. My understanding, where's the phone located at, counsel?
Relevancy issue is low. Judge is basically saying that it is relevant.
The phone was located, it was taken from the defendant's manager on February 2019. The defendant was providing the passcode and information via jail calls to his manager to use it on that. And the phone also authenticates itself.
He said there was jail calls of Melly telling his manager the password.
Every single photo that is on it.
That's damning too. That's a damning statement right there. They got actual jail calls of Melly giving Track the passcode to get into the phone. Case closed.
Whether it be a selfie, a screenshot of a FaceTime conversation, or anything of that goes back to this defendant.
And they have to establish it before they put it in, not after the fact. The Instagram account is being used days after his arrest, up to and including pictures of this very trial last week. This Instagram account is being used and accessible to a number of people.
Seems good, dude. They're really trying to point that other people are on his accounts. Every rapper has like a manager or label on their fucking Instagram account. It's a good point, but I'm trying to think of like a jury that doesn't understand rappers like that. Like they could be swaying, yeah.
A public account that several people have access to.
I'm sure you're going to be able to ask those type of questions, counsel. I haven't seen it. You haven't made me aware of it. You're just saying it's something more prejudicial than appropriate. If it is, I'm more than happy to go through one at a time with you and find out. But as far as who used the phone, what was it being done, counsel saying it's relevant to establish this phone. So I made my ruling. You made your objection. So everybody knows where they stand on it.
Your decision whether or not to do that kind of verification? Yes. Okay, and you elected not to?
Correct, I did not.
Did you have an engineer review any of the data that you retrieved? No. How did you verify that the machine, the Cellular software that you used, downloaded the contents of the phone in its entirety? How did you go about verifying?
That is not something I can verify. That is whatever the data that comes from that phone and appears on the software. That's what I have. That's what I can do.
Okay, so you can't verify.
I cannot.
Is there another software that you can use to download the information?
Sure, there's other software.
And you only use the Cellular?
Correct.
And if you use another software and compare the downloads, that would be one way for you to test it, whether or not the download was complete, right?
In theory, yes. So.
Oh, so you did test it on another software?
No, I did not. But this is the only software that I have.
The witness is clearly getting a little agitated. these questions, but it's good questions from a defense attorney. He's trying to put doubt in the jury's mind right now about the cell towers and the system Cellbrite that this guy used to get it. So
it's not that you had another software available to you that could help to verify the completeness and accuracy of your results. It's that you can do it, but you didn't have that software available.
Well, correct, I did not do it.
he's
Do
annoyed.
you know anything about the testing of the technology of Cellbrite, its efficiency and operability?
No, I don't. I'm not an engineer.
So you, pardon me?
I'm not an engineer.
Okay, if that Cellbrite did not give you a complete and accurate download, you would have no way of knowing.
That's correct.
Okay, so you're just trusting in the faith. You're just having faith that the Cellbrite,
Just like,
the accuracy and completeness of the Cellbrite technology, right?
That's correct.
Even though you don't know anything about whether or not it works properly.
Correct.
That was a good sentence right there. God, this lawyer, man, he's pretty good.
So it is your testimony, sir, that you didn't do an extraction from this phone in June and then another at a later date?
I don't know.
At an earlier date?
I don't.
Any of your reports that indicate that?
I wanted this to do on February 28th.
February 20. Nothing further. Thank you.
Do you whether or not Cellbrite is accurate?
Correct.
In your training and experience, can you speak on that particular subject?
Objection?
just a good,
This witness is already testified that he can't speak.
just like,
She just tried to ask him if Cellbrite is accurate when he already admitted to the defense team that he doesn't know if it's accurate 3 minutes ago.
Added data to a forensic down.
Recordings just got better.
Forensic download or done, that wasn't on the phone itself.
Objection?
it's a good,
You would have no way of knowing.
over.
You asked one more time, sorry.
Have you ever had an instance in which Cellbrite has added data to the forensic extraction or data done that was not on the phone itself?
I was not on the phone. Not aware. I'm an FBI agent, so employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
This man a Fed. I've never had more people call me a Fed in my life in the past 2 weeks, just because I point out both sides. I point out sides from the prosecutor and the defense.
So task for the Cellular Analysis Survey Team is a group of specially trained and equipped agents and task force officers who do cellular analysis or mobile device location analysis.
And so when you say that, what types of records are you working with?
Usually records from phone companies or other service providers
So what's the purpose of historical cell site analysis?
to help with investigations. Sort of mapping software and plots it, and then we give you a general area where the device was at the time.
Key word right there. He said general area. The defense can really pick apart this guy for sure.
Specify a specific person within a specific area.
No.
Why not?
So the records I have are just about devices.
So there are limitations to your testimony.
Yeah, absolutely.
You make the objection. So this is an order on the admissibility of expert witness testimony by Federal Bureau of Investigation, Special Agent Brennan.
I think Melly's team is objecting any FBI agent coming up. I think that's what I heard.
Testimony regarding the cellular analysis survey team.
Who pouring up right by the damn microphone, bro?
So I believe counsel is trying to say that we are going to object to the admissibility of the counts report.
Anthony Williams' cell phone, as well as Mr. Demon's, cell phone. That one's
Some
done.
other reports are out there.
The other ones were generated in May of 2022 and immediately turned over to defense counsel. And I have a very different recollection of that. This was listed at the same time.
Right now, Melly's team is fighting for this agent's information not to come up. Are they zooming in on the family members? Come on now. Is that Whoa Vicky? Why the fuck is Whoa Vicky there?
Counts report would be used. She didn't give us a definitive answer. We finally rested on the fact that she was not going to be using Mr. Crenshaw's phone. So it is a little bit of surprise that it's now being introduced at trial.
I think she just said she's unaware that Melly's manager's phone and Wither's phones are going to be used.
It's the same one. It was all done at the same time. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there was a typo that had to be finished on spelling of the defendant's name, which is why it was generated a second time.
So she just said there was a typo. That's why it was delayed.
So he's going to testify. I wouldn't normally admit a cast report. I don't see why here. I don't see this specifically saying it's admissible. I see it as saying Special Agent Collins' expert testimony in the area of the cellular phone forensics, so he can testify. He's here. You can ask him questions that you want, but I don't believe I'd be letting this into evidence. It's just, he's here. His testimony is his testimony. And it's not clear for me from this order that that's what Judge Siegel anticipated that the report was coming.
He's basically saying that she fucked up submitting her report, but he's going to let the guy testify.
So that would be.
I'm not concerned about the mapping. I'm concerned about the report per se.
All right, here we go, baby. I'm pausing this shit. The Melly and Sack Chaser's phones go all the way up together, all the way down over here, and then all the way over here to at 3:57 a.m. towards the Everglades, where they say, where there's no witnesses and shit went down. You know what I'm saying?
I just want to point that out too. Look at the red dots. That's the path that they took in order to get where they ended up at, right? Do you see the green, the big green on the far left? That's the Everglades. And we all know that ain't nothing but swamp and alligators and snakes and shit like that there. Do you see where they ended up at? Do you see where they took them at to do what they did? That lets you know it's premeditated. Look where they at. They went all the red dots. Look at the red dots. Those red dots are the path. Go from the right to the left. They went from the right, went up, then they went down, then they went to the left. They knew where they was going. This is premeditated. That you see how dead end right there to that big green that's on the edge of the screen, on the edge of the map. That is the floor of the fucking Everglades. Ain't nothing else past that shit there. Ain't nothing but swampland down there. That's where people go to dump bodies and shit like that there because they know the alligators gonna eat them up and shit like that there. They knew what they was doing. This was definitely premeditated. Portland drove them there. And I want to say something too before, because I'm gonna put the trial on right after this. I had just wanted to go over this video because I saw it last night. It's very interesting. I want to say something too. Let me tell you what's going to happen here, right? I've been hitting on that they're gonna have to. When I mean they, I mean the defense is going to have to pin this on Portland. All the other shit we heard in the opening statements, it was good. I get a defense team credit. But it was all smoke and mirrors. It was all shit thrown against the wall to see what stick. It was all confusion. What's really finna happen here is they finna have to pin this on Portland because the jurors gonna have common sense and they're gonna, when they see that shell casing that's in the back of that goddamn car, inside the car, they already know it ain't a drive-by. They know that already. They're gonna know that by the time the coroner talk and the medical examiner talk and they find out that Chris and all of them, if they ain't already know it, got shot from left to right, sack chest, got shot in the back of the head, all that type of shit there, right? Then they got the shell casing inside. So they're going to be whittled down to is either Melly did it or Portland did it. Now, let me tell you what's going to happen. I was watching Bruce Rivers. Bruce Rivers said he'd be shocked if Portland don't get on the stand. He said Portland going to have to get on the stand, right? Let me tell you the plot twist with that. I was thinking about that. If Portland get on that stand, he gonna be cross-examined by both the prosecution and the defense. Let me tell you why. The prosecutor gonna definitely try to get Portland to point out that it was Melly, right? But the bad part about it is the defense they gonna grill Portland and try to get Portland to look like he did it. So if I'm Portland and I'm up there on that goddamn stand and Melly's lawyer is on my ass trying to make it sound like I did this shit, I'm getting hot. I'm getting hot. Because that's what he got to do. See, they beating around the bush now. All he trying to do is he trying to discredit every witness that the state pull up there. But when it really boiled down to it, you watch this black dude when it come time to get down to the nitty gritty. He gonna definitely be trying to paint Portland as the murderer because that's the only other logical, which it ain't really logical, but that's the only other choice he got. They in the fucking Everglades. Look where they at. Ain't no fucking drive-by out there. Who did the drive-by? Alligators? Ninja Turtles? You know what I'm saying? He gonna have to paint Portland as the murderer. And if I'm Portland, that should be a wake-up call. Even though this shit should have been a wake-up call for you, you should have already know you was been sucked off and hung out to dry and set up and all that because you were just a damn fool. You know what I'm saying? But if you ain't caught on now, you definitely should catch on when you get on that goddamn stand and that black dude go to saying, didn't you murder Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas? That's, I promise you, that black dude, if Portland get on that stand, that black dude gonna ask him that. That black dude gonna turn into a prosecutor on Portland ass on that stand because he trying to save Melly. And then that defense attorney the state attorney gonna turn into somebody that's trying to get Portland to tell that Melly did it. It's gonna get real sticky for Portland up there on that goddamn stand. Bruce Rivers say he'd be shocked if Portland don't snitch. I've been said I believe he was gonna snitch, but I'm just laying that out there for y'all can pay attention and watch. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but I know it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And even if he don't touch the stand, that black dude still gonna throw him out there as the murderer. All that other shit he was talking about by people with an Instagram account and other leads and all that, that was bullshit. That was bullshit. That was shit just to throw it out there so people can be confused. Like smoke. You know how the magician throw up smoke and then the smoke clear and he disappeared? That's all that shit was. When it all boiled down to it, he only got one person to blame, and that's Bortman. Watch what I tell you now.
Pembroke Road, I believe.
Specific locations, but rather the towers that are used. I think it's important for the jurors to understand that and have.
My understanding is that the defense is objecting to that exhibit. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge, that is irrelevant. I would also object to the fact that
That it's not relevant?
it's not relevant. It's also referring to Mr. Demond's phone. Nobody established that number 6. It's referring to Mr. Williams' phone. We've got no testimony that establishes that it's Mr. Williams' phone. Records and phone numbers assigning them to people. We have had no testimony or evidence before the court that those actual phone numbers belong to those individuals.
This is the extraction.
That's correct.
Well, he's telling his lawyer something, but can't read lips, man. Both sides battling to get these phone evidence in there.
ynwbooking@gmail.com. You have Ynw Melly, a Twitter account. You have Ynw Melly, an Instagram account. You have
His Twitter, Instagram account, Ynw Melly booking email on there.
Melly.Montana, the Snapchat account, which the Snapchat is already in evidence, showing that one.
Ooh, the Snapchat's already in evidence and it's logged in on there.
A Facebook account as well on that.
His Facebook? All right, if your Facebook is on the phone, is your phone, dude?
That's formally made by Mr. Demond.
Brings up a selfie.
It's the circumstantial evidence to that effect, but that's not, I'm not putting that in evidence that way. You show the portion that shows the maps, and you can talk about the maps and the other thing, but leave out the portion that has at the bottom or perhaps the bottom or top that identifies JAMELL Devon's phone.
So-
Is she by the phone?
Use by phone number. Okay, that's not a problem.
Ooh, that's actually kind of a W for Melly's team right there. He just said you can't say specifically on the paper that it's Melly's phone in front of the jury. You can just say the phone number, which might confuse the jury. But all right, that's a wrap on day 5. Chess match on battling for the phone evidence to be omitted as evidence. Still, they're putting up fight that it's not Melly's phone with tons of selfies in there. It's kind of funny, but they're doing what any lawyer would do in this situation. It's most likely Melly's phone. I'd say 90% chance. I'll keep covering this.
Never know what tomorrow will bring. Your job. Whatever you need.
Brendan Collins. He got on the stand yesterday. He's from the CAST unit, which stands for the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, and he just talked about his background information. He's going to get back up on that stand today. I will tell you that yesterday it was fairly intense. The jury was paying very close attention to these forensic analysis experts, although they did not do much analysis. They did mostly just the collection and extraction. So we'll see what happens today with the FBI agent.
That's a little surprising to me. I thought that when you hear this kind of data, the jury might zone out a little bit, but it's good to hear that they're paying attention to it, because if you talk about yesterday, we talked about this before, excuse me, we heard a lot of the cell phone data evidence. And at one point, the defense argued that that certain data shouldn't be permitted into evidence because one of the reasons was that multiple people had access to the iPhone even after the defendant, Mr. Demons, was incarcerated. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I know that there were 2 experts who were on the stand. Susan Johnson, she extracted the cellular data. And I do think that the defense was objecting because there were people who had custody and control of those cell phones, and it wasn't easy to authenticate that information. Plus the fact that she didn't analyze it at all. And on cross-examination, we did hear her say all she did was collect the data. And the exact same thing happened, Jesse, to the second witness who collected information. He collected that health data, and the objection from the defense as far as that was concerned is this information is not trustworthy.
We all ready to proceed?
If we could just approach briefly, Your Honor,
I'll double check. I don't.
So, I don't think council is suspicious that the attorneys had. That was what you asked me to do, so I appreciate it. I certainly would. Seeing Gary. Make sure that it's concerned about this need for range. I'll call the third.
Well, while they doing all that, I want to give a shout out to my moderator, Dream Dog, Sophisticated Nunu, Battalion Bully, Tanel Bowens, Flyboy Michael Foe, the Chick 1000, aka the Chick 1K, Nephew for Real. Also, shout out to my guy, Audio Crack 22. Also, shout out to my guy, Spoon. Go subscribe to his channel if you ain't already subscribed to his channel, Spoon for the Game. That's YW Juvis Father. That's his channel on YouTube. Also, shout out to Unspoken Crime Mysteries, the Unspoken Crime Murders. My boy got 2 channels. That's my guy. Also shout out to DJ Academic. He been throwing us an alley-oop lately using our content on his platform. I appreciate that. All publicity is good publicity. 48 Laws of Power, we'll take it. Also, shout out to my man, Trigger Man. Tell him, goddamn me. So if you hear me saying, goddamn me, I want y'all to know I got that from Trigger Man. Tell him, go subscribe to his channel, man. Text in the motherfucking building. What we got going on here? So if you ask me, I think the day gonna be had a lot to do around that cell phone data. And I'm gonna say this too. They were trying to get the judge. Let me tell you something. Even though that black guy he does a good job of poking holes in every situation. I'm gonna tell you something. One thing I knew he was gonna catch hell with is the judge is not, and the jury, they're not fin to overlook this cell phone data. Do you know how many people have been convicted on just cell phone data? There was a guy, I can't remember what his name was, but he got convicted of murdering his wife. They never found her body. It was the same situation. He took out to the Everglades. That's what allegedly, and they think he got rid of her body out in the Everglades. How they knew he was out in the Everglades? They pinged his cell phone, right? Never found the body. His ass doing life right now. Never found without a body. You know what I'm saying? And all they knew is he drove out to the Everglades. You know, there's a lot of circumstantial stuff. His ass is doing life right now for the murder of his wife. Never found the lady. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to explain to you. This cell phone data is going to be gold. It's going to stand firm. Do you know how many people done got convicted on cell phone data? If they don't allow this cell phone, data, that goes into case law, which means other people on trial will be able to use this in order to not be convicted. No judge wants to be the judge to do that. You feel what I'm saying? That might even make people come back and overturn convictions and all that type of stuff too. And cell phone data is very reliable. I know that black dudes do a good job of making people think, it ain't what it is, but it is what it is, man. That shit is very reliable. You feel me? Hey, Kenny, good morning. Shout out to Nikki Baby. Nikki Baby, I went on your page, Nikki Baby.
She finishes her direct.
You got a nice dog. I like that dog you got, Nikki,
After
baby.
she finishes the direct, we can have a brief break so I can set up with the computer. All right, okay, thanks, Judge.
From this juror, be able to see comes back to just one issue. I want to raise.
And if you ain't subscribed to the channel, I appreciate it if you go ahead and subscribe to the channel, man. We've been at the forefront of this Ynw Melly case for a long time now. This is the place other than Spoon, along with Spoon Schools the Game, which is Ynw Julie's father's channel. This is where you're gonna get all the good information at. This is where you're gonna get all the truth at. This is where you're gonna get all the stuff that don't nobody know at. Other people watch our channel, use our content, and go and put it on their platform. I don't have no problem with that. I just be wanting to give me a shout out. I have yet to strike anybody's channel on YouTube, and I won't strike nobody's channel as long as y'all give me a shout out. That's all I care about. But when you hear a lot of stuff on other channels, man, a lot of that shit comes straight from here, man. Everybody know it. We the ones who gave Miss Jamie a heart attack, a fake heart attack. Between us and Spoon.
The state just advised. If the court recalls yesterday, I was inquiring with the witness whether or not he had, Miramar Police Department had any other software to test the results of their Cellular download. He said no, wasn't done. The state advised me that there was another one done on another software in June of this year, which the state did not disclose, purportedly because we asked for discovery to be closed, even though the state opposed the closing of the discovery and the court denied closing discovery. Nonetheless, the state indicates that it failed to meet that discovery obligation because we were asking to close discovery, but wants now to introduce through another witness the fact that another analysis was done in June of this year. We would object to that admission based upon the discovery violation and the ambush that would ensue.
So you're alleging there's a discovery violation, so you allege that. I need to move Rich in here and just find out whether what you're saying is true and not true, and inadvertent or intentional, and make some decisions. What the counsel suggested, so what are you telling me?
So Your Honor, in terms of there was an additional evaluation that was done, and the only reason why it's coming up is because of counsel's questioning. So based on counsel's questioning and asking if there was additional or other ways to prove it, a different witness, Detective Moretti, did a second analysis of the cell phone. Because at the time when Cellular had it and did this, they did not have an additional software program called Breaky. Miramar Police then subsequently obtained the license for Breaky. So the state's position is that based on questioning by defense, the state will instruct the witness to go and do an additional download of the phone on that. So that was done in June of 2023. On that, the phone, everything is the same. The only difference is there's additional location data that is on the new download that was not on the prior download. So there's any more information on that. None of that is exculpatory, which is anything to say that the defendant was not at the scene of the homicide and not there on that. The state doesn't have it in my possession yet. My understanding is it will be dropped off later this afternoon.
So, is it fair to say then that defense requested whatever downloads there were, and a download, the Cellular download was turned over to them?
Yes.
The first one?
Yes.
But there had been a second download done, and that download was not sent to them?
It's not yet even been turned over to the state. I'm waiting for it from the detective. He's going to be bringing it later this afternoon.
Okay. When this second?
That would have been about a week or 2 weeks ago. I'd have to double check on the date. I haven't seen it the exact
So
time.
subsequent to the trial starting, you still were having downloads done.
In terms of if there was any other information, anything that was exculpatory, and I'd have to make sure that that was fully explored and turn that over to the defense.
And so that has been turned over to them, so the defense doesn't know anything about it. And then defense counsel asks questions about other possible programs that they might have had, because he doesn't know if there are any or not. And witness Zellman
Yes.
answers that they don't have it. And so something that he doesn't know, that Pride is testifying, he's already run a second program through a different detective already on a different system.
Yes, so the defense didn't depose Detective Zeller, because then they could ask questions such as, does Merlin now have additional software that this could be done on? So they chose not to do so on that.
Question comes back to this: when this second download was done on different software, that was just 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
When did you found out about it?
I still don't have a copy of it. I was talking with the detective last night on it. In terms of the download being done, I have to look and see exactly on the date and what he communicated to me about the results.
Who asked for the download to be done?
It was discussed with the detective in pre-trials as to if there was any other information, if there was any updates to the Celebrate program, as Detective Zeller testified to, that sometimes downloads are redone once there is updates to the software.
So this is new information that Detective Zeller doesn't know about.
Correct.
And Detective already hasn't been closed.
Correct.
And it's something that's new to you that you just came up with in your pre-trial. How long ago was that?
I have to look on the exact date on when that was.
Yeah, tell me when
Sometime
the date
the week, I believe, of May 21st or 23rd, sometime at that, during the course of that week. As to when the actual analysis was done, I couldn't put it right now, so I don't have it yet. But, this is analogous to, for example, if defense were to cross-examine a witness about evidence that was tested or not tested. If they open that door, then the state would be able to go forth and send additional items for testing on that.
And to your knowledge, there's no cutoff on the script.
Correct.
Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. There were 2 questions that the court just asked. The statement I noticed were not answered. First was, who asked for it to be done? Second was, when did you, Ms. Bradley, find out that it was done? Either question was directly answered. Both answers were evasive. If I asked a question that precipitated the state going and doing further investigation, one, we again keep arguing that that is an ambush that affects the fairness of the trial, and that's why there needs to be a discovery cutoff. But also, that's not what occurred here. The state's discovery obligation is triggered by the rules, not by questions I put to a witness during trial. So if the state was aware of the existence of the fact that another download was done, whether the report was not, and that we are in trial, and then puts a witness on the stand to say, well, we're going to turn it over to you now because you asked a question. I don't think is a good faith response. One, we need a discovery cutoff. And we need one to be put in place now so that this propensity for ambush is not innate. Also, that's not the case in this instance. There was an analysis done. Ms. Bradley knew about it. She knew of her obligation to turn it over. She didn't turn over the fact that it was done, nor did she turn over the report. Apparently, the report she is now claiming has not yet been finalized. If the analysis was done, it's a download. If the download was done, then the material from that download exists. This isn't a test that's done. It's a download. So if this download was done a few weeks ago, that is the material that should be turned over. And it was not. And we would object to any reference to it. And the defense team is going to discuss what other, also for the court to inquire to say if there's any other discovery out there about which they know to exist and have not turned over. And we're going to discuss whether or not we're going to seek any further relief, but we would ask that it be prohibited from engaging in this. Had it for over a month now?
No. So I think I have to look at the notes on that and answer on, so if Your Honor wants me to respond on those, I can go and check exact dates on emails.
That's fine. You can check the dates and that type of thing. Right now, I'm referring to my Detective Moretti's not anticipating to testify today, is he?
No.
So we'll talk about that later.
Sure.
Okay.
They also moved for discovery.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please.
If we can have the witness resume his seat.
Sure. Bring the jury in.
It's no family.
Don't take care.
I ain't gonna count. After I watched that full interrogation video on Melly yesterday, and that weird ass shit he was doing in that interrogation room, that nigga, that look crazy than a motherfucker.
Jury entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. The record will give the question of presence of the defendants, evidence of the counsel, and assistant attorney, ladies and gentlemen, jury. Our witness, Special Agent Collins, will be on the stand. For more sir, please have a seat. I want to remind you, you remain under oath. Please, Collins. Ladies and gentlemen, if you did a question, just discussing with the attorneys regarding the scheduling, and my understanding from speaking with the attorneys is that they anticipate the trial will conclude before the end of July. Trial, the fluid process, you don't always know exactly what the next witness is or who witness is going to be. Can you hear me? I apologize. So let me start over. I received a question about when the schedule of the trial, what's anticipated to conclude. I spoke with the attorneys. They advised me they believe the trial will be be over before the end of July. I want to remind you also that when, because the attorney reminded me, I forgot, that there's the week of July 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, that week we're not going to be in session. It's, we'll finish out the end of June and then pick it up again on July 10th. The week commencing Monday, July 3rd, we're not going to be in session. But the attorneys think the trial will conclude by the end of February. All right? So video last year, Special Agent Collins was on the stand as a witness. He remains under oath, and counsel, you want to finish with your direct examination?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may.
You may.
Okay, Detective Collins, we had just discussed about your training and experience, so remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in what field do you work?
I'm testifying here today in my role as a CAS asset, so Cellular survey team, a group that specializes in historical cell site analysis and device location analysis.
And have you used historical records to locate fugitives and missing persons before?
Yes.
Did you conduct historical cell site analysis in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Did you prepare demonstratives to help show and explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your analysis is and how it is completed?
Yes.
Okay. I want to start with and go over the cell site records. Are those records provided to you?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's been previously admitted into evidence as states 63 and 64. Okay, starting with state 63. I'm going to open up some of the records and if you would be so kind to follow along. So starting with what is in state 63, going to the tracking number 2058127. And so it's clear. I'm going to also publish state 28. This phone number 772-713-9807. Is that one of the phone records that you analyzed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And states 28 is a pawn slip. Have you ever seen that one before?
No, I haven't.
So going back to the same phone number, 772-713-9807. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at in these phone records?
Sure. So this is a report from JAMELL. It's an engineering report, and you can also hear it as referred to as true caller quantum data or time in advance data. But essentially, what this is it's records of from the network's perspective, location where the phone likely was during particular times. So you'll see a series of columns on here. At the top, it explains what is contained in each column, and then you'll have a series of entries. All of that is associated with a particular time. So column A in this case is and latitude, and column B is and longitude. It says what the confidence level is, the IMSI, column E, and the IMEI. Those are numbers that are assigned to the device. of the IMSI, sort of like your SIM card is a subscriber number that authenticates on the network, so that when you have a cell phone communicating with the network knows if your customer is paying network resources. The IMEI is about the device that you have in your hand.
It's been a little while since geography, so could you please explain what latitude and longitude are?
Yeah, those are coordinates on the Earth. So if you wanted to know where a particular person was at a certain point in time or whatever, like those latitude, longitude coordinates correspond to a specific spot on here. We could plot those in any mapping software that we could copy and paste this in Google Maps right now, and it would drop it in Google Maps, for instance, and say, okay, that's where latitude 25.984685, longitude -80.375979 is here.
And is that what you use to do your analysis, just those latitude and longitude?
No, I use other information on this sheet.
So you talked about the IMSI, IMEI, and so I can go scroll over. And just if you could explain. So the next column is, so we said roaming group, I think model and make would be the next columns that for you to explain.
Yeah, so the roaming group is T-Mobile records, the phone that is applied to, you can see the model, maybe it's an Apple phone, it's an iPhone, and we'll skip to column. You can see in column K, it will say what type of record this is for, so data, which would be whether some sort of internet connection, whether you use email or social media, or we'll say voice and data. Voice is obviously for making like a voice call.
Okay, so going down to row 91, is that an example of the voice and data?
Yes.
Make it a little bit bigger. Zoom in, so it's easier to see for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Okay, continuing up at the top again so that you can explain the columns. Which specific column are you looking at when you are analyzing these records and the data in them?
So usually one of the most important ones is the time and the date, and that's column F, because often when you're doing a case, in this specific case, I was asked, are the records consistent with certain things that the detectives had wanted to know based on the investigation that they had done separately. So you need this time and date.
And it's when you're looking at this time and date, what is that telling you?
The time of the record. Okay. So when like column, row 2, when you see October 26, 2018 at midnight 000, you will know that the latitude and longitude points attributed to that in columns A and B, or a little further down the spreadsheet, we'll see that a distance measurement from the tower that is associated with that particular date and time.
So with regards to the date and time, do you have to take into account if the records are kept in Eastern time or UTC?
These are in local time, so Eastern time.
So the time that's on here is the time that the event happens here in whatever location it's plotted in?
Yes.
Okay. So going forward, continuing across, and then which column, you talked about distance from the tower, which column are we looking at for there?
So you'll see if you scroll over for S&T, you'll see cell site and so start cell, start Ynw is another name for cell site, like 4G technology for cellular providers. So depending on what technology it is, 3G, 4G, et cetera, 5G, they call the hardware different things. It performs the same function. So that's a tower. And we will know that that tower is at a certain spot in the real world. So if I know that at a certain time, column 2 where that time was at midnight, the phone connected to a tower named 76963 and antenna 23, I can go find where tower 76963 is, plot that on the map and say, okay, this tower is here, and the antenna is pointed in a particular direction, and at midnight, the phone was in that direction, and then we'll see if you scroll further to the right. You'll see a distance there. So in column AO, it'll say 2.96 miles. So at that time, midnight, on October 26th, that phone was 2.96 miles from that phone.
So we've gone through a lot and I'm gonna go and break it down a little bit in some of the things you talked about. You talked about 3G, 4G, 5G.
Yeah.
What is 3G, 4G?
Different technologies for, I guess, evolutions of the phone. Generally, there's improvements in how well the phones work, the cellular networks work.
Okay, with regards to 3G, what type of information does that limit you to? In terms of distance from the tower, if it's a 3G tower, what type of range are you working on?
Okay, well, so that does play a factor in like the certainty or see in the reports later, but this timing advance is an estimated distance from the tower, right? But there's a margin of error, a margin of uncertainty associated with it. And so in 3G, for instance, the network can only say within, depending on the type of 3G, 234 or 244 meters, what that distance is. If it's 4G, they can tell within 78 meters. They'll say, okay, this is the time advance inquiry.
And in the case that we have before us today with the 772-713-9807 phone number, what types of towers and service was being used?
During the period that I reviewed, analyzed and plotted, it was exclusively 4G.
4G. So in terms of how wide is going to be your margin of error on the 4G towers?
78 meters.
78 meters. So can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to how that data, that distance, how that is computed?
Sure. So essentially this is it's sort of like if you think about throwing, if I had a ball and I catch it myself, throw it off the garage and it comes back to me. So the cell tower will send out a burst of signal to the phone, and then the phone sends it back to the tower because the network knows when it sent the signal and when it received it back, it has an amount of time. And we know the speed that cell signal travels at, it's the speed of light, so by multiplying distance by time, which is speed by time, the distance.
Is the speed of light constant?
Yes.
It's been a while since physics. So you just kind of explain that a little bit so that you can jump into the jury as to how that works.
Yeah, so it's the speed of light doesn't change. Cell signal, the speed of light anywhere in time, it's going to be the same.
And is the speed of light affected by foliage or trees or leaves or anything like that?
No, speed of light's the same.
Are cell signals or service affected by changes in environmental conditions?
Can be slight changes, but generally, if there's a change, we're talking about like minuscule amounts, meters, not miles.
Meters, not miles. And what types of environmental conditions would be required to have a change of those meters, not miles?
Well, if your phone is in a lot of buildings down here are built for hurricanes, so if there's lots of concrete walls, that could affect it. If the path that the signal takes to the phone is not a direct line, but say it bounces off something, like it, we call that multipath, so if it's a glass building that came to the phone back, obviously those things would increase the time that it took for the signal to go there and come back, so that would then increase the distance.
Okay. With regards to hurricanes, is that something that affects?
I mean, the way that would affect this would be if that had a catastrophic effect on the network and the network wasn't functioning properly.
If there are records that you are analyzing, what does that tell you about that specific tower?
That it was working.
Going on again, so you've explained a little bit about cell tower or cell phone, how it works, and you mentioned cell towers. What are cell towers or antennas?
Yeah, so obviously our cell phones don't have wires coming out of them to make a call or send a text or do whatever we want on our phones. We have to connect to the cellular network. We do that through cell signal, which connects to an antenna, which is on the tower, and then through the network's infrastructure, the call, the data transactions are through its core and handle however we need to handle them. So the tower it's just it could be anything that has intention on
Have you created a demonstrative exhibit to show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a cell tower is?
Yes.
Would it help in explaining and the understanding of the testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, we're gonna object before she publishes it to the jury, maybe go sidebar.
Yes. Assist the witness in explaining or illustrating this testimony. The testimony of the witness is the evidence. These demonstratives are not to be considered as evidence in the case unless they are later received in evidence, and they should not be a substitute for evidence. Only items that are actually received in evidence will go back to the jury room for your consideration during your deliberations. This is to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating his testimony, these demonstratives. All right, counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Special Agent Collins, could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at in this photo right now?
So this is just a generic example of what a cellular tower can be. Here you see it antenna arrays mounted on a monopole, so just a big pole that you see driven by these. So you'll see that there's on the image on the right, there's two triangular shapes. Each of those on each side, of each triangle shape, there's multiple pieces of equipment mounted on them. So that would be a cell tower example that has three sectors or antennas pointed in three directions. So each of the sides that has multiple pieces of equipment, those are transmitters and receivers. Can I?
I was just about to tell you that it's a touch screen, so if you touch it, and you can draw on it as well.
Fantastic. So all of these would be part of one sector, one side. All of these are part of one sector, and all of these. So this would have three sides. And if you think about what these are doing, if you wanted to imagine that it's like a flashlight, because the light cell signal, all part of the electromagnetic spectrum, have the same characteristics and properties, right? So this would be like somebody standing on top of the pole with a flashlight pointed in one direction, sending light that way. And this side is a flashlight pointed in another direction. This side is light going in another direction. That way, there's light or cell signal going in all directions to service, in this case, phones that are within the coverage area of the tower.
So you mentioned a little bit about the coverage area and the three-sided. Going on to what's on page 4 of the demonstrative exhibit at this point. You explained the flashlights and things like that. Can you demonstrate again on this particular image, the sector 1, sector 2, sector 3, and why that's important?
So this would be, as we were discussing further, further drilling down into what this example of tower could be. So here again, the three-sided tower, and you'll see that each side has a particular direction that that flashlight is pointing. The antenna sends signal. That will be recorded in the tower list by something called an azimuth. So in the records that we'll have for the phone we were just talking about from T-Mobile, we'll say the azimuth is 0. What that means is that the flashlight is pointing 0 degrees, like out of a compass. And that would be when the coverage is the strongest, like that's the center of the beam, but it creeps out. So it would be 300 to 60 for 120 degrees on that side. Each side, if we have 3, would be divided up like an eye to cover 120 degrees. That way we'll have 360 degrees of coverage for the tower. Towers don't have to be 3-sided, they can be 6-sided. They can be one side that covers 360. It's up to the network engineers who build out and optimize the network, what they want to create based on what they need to. But the most common type is 3-sided tower.
Is the information as to how many sides on any given tower something the FBI captures and takes note of?
The providers provide that to towers.
And is that provided to the FBI?
Yes.
Is that done and updated so it is at the time of whatever the records were created?
Correct. Yes.
Could you take those same records that you were given and look at the towers that are working today and make an analysis?
Yeah, so whenever you do the analysis, you have to make sure you're using the tower list that corresponds to the time of the records because networks change over time.
And are the azimuths, is that always part of the records that are given to you on each tower?
Yes.
When you pick up your phone and you make a call, what determines what cell tower the phone uses?
So the phone picks the tower that it's going to connect you for its initial connection. The way that does that is even as Bennett's got their phone with them right now, as we're sitting here not using them, the phone is still scanning the environment. It's constantly looking for signal strength and signal quality. The phone's going to identify the tower, the sector. When I say sector, I mean the tower and the antenna that offers the clearest, strongest signal. When the phone wants to make a call or send text, that is the antenna, the tower that the phone is going to reach out to. So that's very important. What I do is that means that when the call is initiated, it's not based on the network or something. It's based on what the phone sees. It's based on what the phone sees as the tower that is the clearest and strongest signal.
Does the phone always use the closest tower?
No. The phone always uses the tower with the clearest, strongest signal. Usually, or often, that is the closest tower. However, there's other things that can determine what the clearest, strongest signal is. For instance, line of sight. If the closest tower is doesn't have a clear line of sight of the device, then you may use the phone may use a tower that's slightly further away because the signal strength and signal quality are better from the antenna to the direct line of sight, for instance.
Are all the antennas and cell towers, do they look like the ones that we showed in the previous slide?
Yeah.
What does a cell tower look like?
Whatever the companies want them to look like, right? That's a good one because that I use in this because I identify that as a cell tower, but I'm sure everyone's seen antennas that look like, or flagpoles, antennas that are mounted on the sides of buildings, up here on the roofs of buildings. They can be small antennas that are just on top, so street lights or can look like anything.
In terms of the general direction that the cell tower antennas are pointed, are they at 90 degrees out, or are they angled downwards towards the majority of the phone?
Usually they are tilted down.
If you saw an example of it picking a cell tower that's further away, would you look at the records and try to determine why that's happening?
So yeah, I see a red flag or something to me that stands out and it's being atypical. When I'm doing my analysis, usually I'll look further into it and say, okay, why is this not connecting to one of the towers that I expected it?
So we've described the CDRs and the information that's used on those. Is that the same you did for each and every phone in this case?
So we were looking at the time of advance report, the engineering data, the CDRs, the call detail records are different data sets.
And just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between the timing advance, the engineering reports, and the CDRs.
So the CDRs, or the call detail records, are records of the phone's communications, like calls and outgoing, certain types of text messages, etc. That will say date and time, the numbers involved in the call, the tower, the azimuth, etc. But it doesn't have the extra information that the engineering report does. So with the call detail records, it looks like billing records that you usually see with your phone if people actually look at their billing records. But they say tower and sector in addition to it, but it won't say distance from tower. It won't have longitude coordinates or all the extra information in the advance report. The other really important thing to delineate between those two is, I just said that the phone picks the tower that it uses based on its measurements. And so all decal records, the tower that is used is picked by the phone. It's that first connection. In the time in advance report, the engineering data, that's the network's perspective. So that's what the network is seeing behind it. And the tower that's listed in the engineering report may not be the serving cell. It may not be the tower that delivers the strongest signal. It could be, but it could also just be another tower within the network that saw that phone and say, hey, I see you, or I see devices this far away. So it's important to keep in mind what type of report you're looking at, because it obviously can affect the conclusions that you're giving.
So in terms of the way you illustrate the difference between a tower being used or a sector and a time in advance, or the distance button on that, I want to make sure it's very clear. What we're looking at right now, what does this illustrate when we see just a round circle in your report?
So this will illustrate the tower that I'm used, or if it's from a data report, the engineering report, the tower that is registered listed as seen. All the green dots in the middle of this graphic, those are all cell towers. And you'll see that there's one tower in the center of the map that has a blue circle around it. So that would be the tower that the phone connected to. That's not, it's not like if you were using Google Maps and it's just seeing a blue dot. When you pull that up, this is not the location device, this is the tower.
Okay, and can you just, so it's clear, point out a couple of the towers that are on this map and just highlight them so it's clear what you're talking about. Because sometimes the color doesn't come across great on the screen.
So these green dots would be other towers that weren't used or weren't, didn't see the phone. This one here in the center, the blue circle, would be the tower that was listed at the report. And then this big blue circle, that's not a coverage area, that's not saying that, hey, the phone has to be somewhere in here. I'm just flagging that as that is the tower that is listed for the report. That's the tower that was used over a cell phone.
Is that your testimony that the phone is definitely within that circle somewhere?
No, definitely not.
Why not?
That's not what this is intended to do. This is just intended to show this is the tower.
No. So now we're going to go into the cell site. How would you indicate that in your report?
So cell site, tower and sector, tower antenna. This is showing the direction that the flashlight is pointed. So this wedge or slice of pie, or however people like to think about it, that will show the direction of the flashlight's beam. So the azimuth, the center line would be, in this case, like 180 degrees due south, and the illustrated shows the estimated ends of the coverage area. But what's really important about this is that this is just showing the direction that the antenna is pointing, the direction of the beam. So this is, again, not showing where the phone is. In other words, I'm not saying that the phone has to be within this blue shaded area. I'm not saying that the phone has to be within the arms of this black wedge. I'm saying this is the direction that the antenna is pointing.
Are you able to tell anything about the strength of a signal from a tower at any given time?
No.
Why not?
It's not reflective of records that I have.
In terms of the average signal strength, is that something you have training and experience on from the various cellular telephone providers?
No.
So is there any determination or anything that can be made about distance from a tower just based on what cell site the phone or device is using?
No, from your call detail records, you cannot tell distance.
So I want to go on to this type of illustration. If this type of illustration is used in the report, what are we looking at?
So this would be an example of the engineering data from the time of advance report. So now we see, again, the blue wedge saying, okay, this is the sector that reported the phone. Here's the direction that it's pointed. And then we have that distance from the sector. So the distance, whatever we can say this is, for instance, 1 mile. So the particular example would be 1 mile here. And we see that it's a certain thickness of the band because the timing of bands, margin of error or size, depending on the technology, can only get down to a certain distance. So for 4G, it's 78 meters. For 3G, it's about 234 meters. So the size of the band will depend on the technology that you use.
So in the records in this case, what is the width of the band in your report?
78 meters.
Okay.
So in this case, what I'm expecting based on the information on the phone, engineering report is that the phone would be somewhere within this band. This is like the curve band shape, whatever. That's based on the data from the engineering reports saying, okay, the phone is 1 mile from this sector, this antenna points in this direction. Here's 1 mile. The phone should be somewhere within that band.
With just one data point, can you narrow down where in that band it could be?
No.
With multiple data points, can you draw conclusions as to the location of the phone because of multiple records?
Yeah, potentially. So one way we could do that is read intersecting bands. If we had another tower, could you zoom out a little bit, please?
Sure.
Like let's suppose that this tower down here also recorded a measurement. Maybe that it was a certain direction and distance, and so we had bands that intersected, and we could say, okay, I might make the conclusion the phone is in that smaller coverage area where it's where the intersections of bands are kind of triangulated. You could also use other information that's not related to cellular technology if there's other facts from the investigation.
Is that type of information provided to you when you're doing your analysis?
Yes.
And do you identify areas potentially of interest?
Yes.
Okay. Going on to this next slide here, what are you illustrating in this particular map?
So this shows the green dots are T-Mobile towers in the South Florida area at the time of 2018, at the time relevant to this analysis or case. And the takeaways there is just there. You see in densely populated areas, there's a much higher concentration of towers, right? Because there's more people who have devices, there's more demand and network resources. So you need, the providers need to have more towers in smaller coverage areas to provide service to those devices. When you get to more rural areas, where there's fewer people, fewer devices, the networks will usually have fewer towers that will have bigger coverage areas. So.
Is this map fairly accurately depict the towers that were in South Florida in October of 2018?
Yes.
So going on to the areas of interest. If we can identify the ones that are listed here, I'm going to start with 805 Northeast 4th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale.
So that's shown in the upper right portion of the map with an orange flag and white letters and E on it. That was a location, all these locations that provided by the detective who requested that analysis. But that was one of the locations identified.
And how do you plot or map these locations?
With mapping software, mapping software school maps.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the locations of the items of interest that provided to you?
Yes.
So moving on, so you have a crime scene with coordinates on it.
Yes.
Is that again provided to you by the detective?
Yes.
Next, reported shooting. How would you identify that on the map and point it out, please?
So the reported shooting location is a blue flag with a little eye in it, shown here on the map, sort of, I guess, projected in the lower left.
Okay. After that, there's Memorial Hospital is your next. How is that identified on the map?
Yeah, Memorial Hospital, 1901 Southwest 172nd Avenue, North Florida. It's shown on the map with a red square and a white H.
Okay. Next location is labeled as McDonald's. Where is that on the map?
McDonald's is 17001 Miramar Parkway, Miramar, Florida. That's shown with a red circle and a yellow M on it.
Okay, and Sunset Lakes is the next one. If you could point that out.
Sunset Lakes is located at 18513 Southwest 40th Street, Miramar, Florida. That's shown on the map with an orange flag that has the white letters SNL.
And so last but not least, the Montessori Academy.
Yes, the Montessori Academy, 19200 Pines Boulevard, Pembroke Pines, Florida. It's shown on the map with an orange flag that has the letters M&A in white.
Are those locations that we just discussed consistently plotted throughout the rest of the mapping that you do in this case?
Yes.
So I want to go to the phone number 772-713-9807. And then the phone number 954-248-9081. Do you know who either of those phone numbers belong to?
Objection, outside of scope of knowledge.
Two.
And hearsay.
Yes, yes.
You may answer the question. Do you know who any of these phone numbers belong to?
I don't know. I know Detective treated that.
So,
Yes, I'm sorry.
we'll stop it right there. All you know is that somebody told you.
Right.
Okay, so I don't want to get into any of that. I just want to know what your personal knowledge. You don't have any personal investigation or knowledge as to who these phone numbers belong to. Okay. And you just know that the phone numbers that were provided to you.
Yes.
Okay, and the 772-713-9807, that's the same one that we discussed in States 28 that I published earlier.
Objection, Your Honor. He also testified that he never saw the document before, so it's outside of scope of knowledge.
Sustained.
Thank you.
So with regards to the 772-713.
Objection, Your Honor. She cannot leave it up there
Speaking
published.
objection,
She's
Your Honor.
People are in a frenzy to get their hands.
Uh-oh.
3:57 a.m. Did you analyze the data for both of those zones?
Yes.
And if you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this data is showing and explain it to them.
Sure. So the several slides like this in the report. So I'll talk a little bit more about this first one. So everyone understands which the slide says. At the top, it says the analysis of the two phone numbers that conducting analysis for. It says the time period that I'm analyzing. So October 26th, 2018 through 20 a.m. to 3:57 a.m. And then the bulk of the slide is the graphic, is the map. See all the green dots all over the place. Those are T-Mobile towers, like we talked about before. And then you'll see that certain towers are highlighted with a circle showing that those are the towers that saw the phone. Some circles are red, some circles are blue, some circles are red with blue perimeter around them.
So I'm going to kind of zoom in up here on this top section, the 3:20 a.m. If you could just show some of the red with blue circles and then the blue and red on that.
Yeah, so there's an example of a red circle. What that means is that we call it, since it's hard sometimes to remember numbers, it's called the red phone and the blue phone. So the red phone was seen by that tower. And that's why there's a red circle there. Here, the network saw the blue phone on that tower. Here's an example of a tower that saw both
Judge, may we approach that bar, please?
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped down. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Witnesses also present, the state's present. All right. So I don't understand. You're saying you didn't have this report?
So we got this report this morning while I was sitting in the courtroom. We don't have a printer here. So I asked the state to do the professional courtesy and give me a copy of the documents that she'd be using for this testimony. I'm trying to refer to it. She gave me 7 pages, by the way, which we started, and I was objecting to it being published because it still had the names in. She said, I'm not using that first page that I handed you, I'm using every other page. So I'm looking at the pages to try to go along with what she's showing. And I'm noticing she gave me a report of a whole other phone. All I'm asking is to give us the actual documents that she's showing the witness. And to say I emailed it to you while we were sitting in the courtroom is a little disingenuous because they don't have the printer to be able to print it out. So I just asked.
So you have the report, all 3 reports, but the reports that you have that were generated to you have the phone number as well as a name. It's identified that the phone is associated with. Is that correct?
She redacted that.
No. But you have the 3 reports.
Yes.
Discussing the phone, you was given those reports some time ago, and yesterday your objection was made that it's it's conclusory as to whose phone it was, and I sustained that objection and told her to redact the name.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And you're telling me you don't have the form of the reports with that redaction of these maps or whatever they are. With the names being redacted. Is that correct?
So I have it in email, but I'm asking for paper form so I can follow along.
Understood.
Yes, that's exactly.
Thank you. So can you make copies of those?
I printed, I found all of them. If there's one that she's missing, I'm happy to do so. Pull them up again. I printed them all this morning.
Counselor suggesting she doesn't have them, so I just want to make sure she has them.
Of course, that's no problem. So they've all been turned over via email. This is all in there, the original copies as well that were provided.
Counsel does not have the ability to print something out in the court now. She's asking counsel for Raven, whoever's asking for a copy of it, let's provide her a copy.
I'm happy to do so. I just need to know exactly which one she says she's missing and which one she says she has. I don't want to have to duplicate them if possible. none of the documents she's published
So
says
just do
testimony
a courtesy, print all of them. All right,
Should we take a break while the jury's out?
we can, but can we finish this first?
Oh, yes, I thought you
So
were
you're gonna make copies of all the documents.
So she has in her hand some of them already. So I just want to make sure I don't double print them
Just double.
on that. So
I know
she,
Counsel's suggesting she doesn't have them, so let's just print them all.
okay, well, she does have some of them, just want to make sure. For the record, on the document.
I don't know, you're saying they're sent, Counsel's suggesting she hasn't received those things. I just want her to get copies of them. I don't want your constant back and forth. Well, she has it, just get her the copies, that's it, it's easy, just get her the copies. All right, Mr. Devich, you need a rush break? All right, we're recessed, thank you.
You gave me, so you're going up the time, you know, 7 and you
little bit of the relationship between the prosecutor and the defense attorney and the judge and how they're all kind of interplaying with each other. It seems that the defense attorney and the prosecutor in this case are really not getting along. There's not a lot of professional civility going on. And I think that you saw that kind of play out when the judge is just telling the prosecutor, she says she doesn't have the documents, just print a copy of all the documents and give them to her. That should have been it. That should have been the whole thing. But the back and forth just kind of shows that the prosecutor is just trying to show the defense attorney is not being completely honest with the court, and it's unnecessary. It doesn't help the case at all. She should have just said, okay, judge, no problem.
Now, let me ask you this, Sonny. I want to go back to ballistics for a second. There are no murder weapons in this case. Prosecution doesn't have them. And we're not entirely sure if it was one weapon or multiple weapons. How is that something that could help the defense?
Because it says that the prosecution says this happens, but they don't have the evidence that these individuals had weapons. So that is questionable. Just like you said earlier, the other thing that's questionable is how did these two individuals who are accused of this particular crime not sustain any significant or no injuries at all if this was a drive-by shooting with random gunfire? I think this is going to say, well, there's no weapons, they can't prove it. How do they tie together those particular knots? This is a very interesting case.
All right. Well, it is an interesting case. More to cover. They'll be back after that recess, but we have more to cover. Stay with us here on Law and Crime. We'll be right back. crime. The Broward County jurors are in a morning break in the trial of Florida versus JAMELL. This is the rapper better known as Ynw Melly. He's accused of double murder for the 2018 shooting deaths of his two friends. And as we wait and want to go back to a little bit of what happened yesterday, where a detective with the Miramar Police Department took the stand. This is Jonathan Zeller. If you haven't seen this testimony, let's take a look.
Detective, how are you today? Good. Where do you work?
I work at the Miramar Police Department.
Oh, you work for the Miramar Police Department.
For 23 years.
What do you do for the Miramar Police Department?
I'm a detective in the homicide unit
And how long have you been in the homicide unit?
since 2009.
Prior to going into the homicide unit, what other hats have you worn for the Miramar Police Department?
Several. One in particular is a digital forensic examiner.
Okay, what is a digital forensic examiner?
So what I do is we'll stick with the cell phones or cellular phones or devices of that nature. I do the extraction and analysis for it.
And when you're doing an extraction, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what types of software or tools you use to do an extraction on a cellular telephone?
So what we use is a software and hardware company called Cellular. And this is specific for conducting extractions of cellular devices.
And approximately how many different trainings have you taken in the use of Cellular systems?
Taking each of the system for 40 hours of class training and exercises, obviously exam as well.
What about you taken training with the task team of the FBI?
I have.
Have you taken, you said you also do analysis of the cellular forensics or digital forensics. What do you mean by that?
So, depending on what type of cases, I will actually do the extraction and I'll also do the examination of it to do the analysis for it and go through it and look for items that potentially could be considered evidence.
And in terms of to do the analysis part, what information do you need?
I need to know the case.
In this case that we're here on today, Miramar Police Department Investigation 18-10.
Focus. I don't think we have color printed besides my office. So it's not something I can do regardless. Let's get back on the record. I understand, well, first of all, the record reflect the presence of the defendant as counsel, assistant state attorneys. We're still waiting for the state to provide certain documents to defense counsel, i.e. some maps that were being used as demonstratives. Counsel sidebar suggested she didn't have them. They were emailed to her, but she doesn't have large copies, and Raven literally wants the hard copies. I have instructed state attorney to go ahead and do that, provide those hard copies, and that's in the works. So while we're waiting on that, let's go back and talk about the discovery cutoff that counsel suggested. What's the state position on the discovery cutoff?
That if there is anything that counsel brings up with regards to the witness that suggests additional analysis or anything that can be done, that the state would do it on that.
So you're opposing.
Yes, sir.
Anything else that you want to be heard on regarding this discovery cutoff?
Mayor.
Anything the defense wants to be heard?
Yes, sir. I just started to do some research, and quite frankly, I've only candidly found a case. It's in the 4th DCA, but it concerns a civil matter, and it speaks of the need for a discovery cutoff to avoid the very term I use, ambush and surprise, and that when a party conducts itself in a way as to ambush there not to get the benefit of that. These trials, we understand, life goes on beyond trials. So the evidence that can be introduced into a trial should have some finite and determinable parameters. The notion that the state comes here and asks jurors to put somebody to death suggests that they have completed an investigation that warrants that co-signing, co-signature. To suggest that, okay, there are a lot of things that we could have done and we didn't do, and if you ask about it, we're going to go do it and introduce it while the proceedings ensue. It's not only an ambush, but it's an insult to the process. They're saying that they have the evidence. Now, the state can get up there and say, hey, the defense is making some ridiculous cross-examination and we don't have everything because what we have is enough, which is when they bring an indictment of this nature, or any indictment, they're saying we have enough now beyond a reasonable doubt. But what they cannot do is, as these proceedings go forward, continue to investigate and plug holes that we reveal to exist as the process goes on until this case goes to verdict. I'm not quite sure when this would end or how there is even a gatekeeping function of the court if there is no gate and there is no fence and there are no lines and no parameters of propriety. The state is making a representation by bringing this indictment that they are ready and they have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And if that proof beyond a reasonable doubt also includes areas of investigation that were not pursued, then they should explain to a jury why it was not pursued and why the failure to pursue it does not undermine their case. They don't get to keep plugging holes as the proceedings go forward. And so, as the Fourth Circuit said, that is ambush. And the purpose of, the Fourth DCA said that is ambush. And the purpose of a discovery deadline is to avoid surprise, avoid ambush, and a party that engages in that ought not to get the benefit of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Just briefly, I mentioned that defense hasn't yet to provide any reciprocal discovery, but alluded to some yesterday that they were looking at Instagram posts and everything that had happened as recently as this week, but yet they have provided nothing to the state. So if there's any deadline of any sort that needs to be imposed on both parties.
Council, my understanding is that's the way it works, is that it's not emergency violations apply to both sides, it doesn't apply to just one side. It's, deadlines apply to both sides.
We apologize, I'm going to say work on it. Sorry.
I apologize. What I'm saying is that whatever obligations that are imposed would be applicable to both sides of the discovery cutoff. My thought is that the discovery cutoff, you can keep investigating the case, whatever, how you feel good. You're more than welcome to do that. However, that doesn't mean that anything you find can be used at trial as in evidence. This thing with Mr. Moretti, where when I'm out of town on vacation, you're asking the detective what he's offering. I'm not really sure how it happened to continue run this through another process, and the defense doesn't know about it. The defense cross-examines Mr. Zellner, Officer Zellner, and is not aware that he's asking questions about other programs. His understanding is there isn't any other program. But if you know there's another program, they have access to it and they've done it. You just don't have the results. That seems to me to be what the council's talking about. And that seems to me to be a Richardson violation. There's a discovery that's ongoing. You know about it. You're not telling them about it until we're here in court. So as far as I'm ready is concerned, I think that's a discovery violation. And I'm finding it to be a discovery violation. I think the only way that can be cured is he's not going to testify about this second procedure that happened. That's not coming in. Same thing, if you want to keep investigating the case, you can do it. Find exculpatory information. You may change your mind as to how you proceed with the case, and I don't have a problem. You can investigate whatever you want to investigate. But as far as using new discovery that you're coming in, I think a cutoff needs to be happening because this is what's going on. We're going to have this. If you find something new, there's a whole, as counsel describes it, that and you try to find evidence to plug up the hole. That's new discovery. The defense doesn't have an opportunity to depose the witness. The defense doesn't have an opportunity to do X, Y, and Z. And that's just not the way it should be. It shouldn't be done by surprise. So
it's clear, this was not a new item. This was just this, all of the information was supposed to be identical.
You found it, you had a meeting with the detective in May when we're in hiatus because I'm on vacation. All right, we had a meeting with him in May after we picked a jury, and when we're ready to, we're in the middle of jury selection. We picked it, you did it, and you said, well, we did. He tells you, or you ask him, do you have more programs to go ahead and provide the information? And you find out there's another program, and he runs the program, does a different download with something other than Cellbrite, and therefore, you have more information. Don't make the defense aware of it. You hold that to yourself. You go ahead and put on a couple of weeks of trial testimony, and then when it comes up after he in cross-examination points something out, you bring it up and say, well, by the way, I told him, detective in our pre-trial meeting, it came up and he has the program and we can use it and we're doing it. All right. And, but you don't tell them about it. You just go ahead and hold it, keep it close to the vest yourself. Don't explain it to them. Then you say, when it comes up at trial, I say, what was it? I don't have the report yet. That's why I didn't turn it over to him. It didn't disclose it's coming. It seems to me that's not what's supposed to happen. Not supposed to happen, period. That's a discovery violation. Okay, so as far as the detective Moretti, whatever other form he used, that's not coming.
Okay.
All right, that's the sanction. If you have other information, other discovery that's in the works, you better share it with me. Because right now, if you don't have it, they're not aware of it now. It's not coming in unless there's something extraordinary that pops up. And just because you find out they have additional capabilities and you want to go retest something, that's not extraordinary on my way of thinking. I'm not familiar with what the case law says. It just seems to me that this is a fundamental fairness thing. You have evidence, you need to turn it over to them. If you didn't turn it over to them, you can't use it. That's really the basic.
Understood, and so everything has been turned over. That was the only item of which there was additional investigation done on to see if there was any other information or anything else that came out. It was reported to me that it was identical in terms of the information that was done through Grey Key versus Cellular on that. So defense counsel is attacking the veracity of the Celebrate program on that. So with regards to that, that's the only reason why that would even be brought up. But I understand there, so we can move forward on that. But I do want to address one other issue while we're outside the to the jury. Counsel keeps objecting to publishing of items that are already in evidence and making speaking objections. So just ask if Your Honor could address that specific issue. Is the state can publish the items that are in evidence in the presentation of their case, and the defense can object if there's something that has not been admitted or something to that effect. But in terms of the speaking objections and things like that, those are proper in front of the jury.
Thank you. All right, no speaking objections. When do you expect this documentation to come over?
I think the printer just started working, and I provided it to the solicitor.
Do you have those, Ms. Liberty?
Yes, confirmed, Judge.
All right, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Bring the jury in.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the jury as well as the defendant, this counsel, state attorneys. Our witness remains up standing. Counsel, continue with your direct examination.
Okay, so we had left off, we were talking about the red phone and the blue phone. And just to remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the red phone number?
So it is, was at the top of the slide, it's 772-713-9807.
And then the blue phone number?
The blue phone number is 954-248-9081.
Okay, so going back, you have a little green box with the numbers 154129-11. What is that?
That is the name of the tower and the sector.
Okay. And the times that are listed below, what are those indicative of?
So there's a time that's it says 3:28 a.m. in blue, and it says 3:20 a.m. in red. And that is the time from the records that the blue phone and the red phone each respectively connected to that tower.
So based on what you're showing here, what can you tell us about where the blue phone and the red phone were at 3:20?
So generally in the area around New Era Studios.
Okay. As you're moving across the slide, what are we looking at?
So we see a series of towers that the red phone and the blue phone were observed by as they move from east to west. So you see there's a line of towers generally in this area, kind of 1595, 75, and then the last ones at the end of this line are the northwest, kind of by the intersection of the tower that's near the intersection of Pines and US 27. The tower is 63035, sector 15 at 3:57 a.m. That tower saw each of these phones.
So I want to make sure it's clear when you're the 3:20 a.m. is on the right side of the screen. Can you kind of go show in order the way the towers are plotted?
Yeah, so I didn't know the time for each tower because then it would be just a mess of boxes on the slide. But generally, these towers in the northeast, and then sequentially, or chronologically, as time went on, these towers were used. This tower was used later than that tower, and this tower, and that tower. So as time went on, from 320 closer to 357, these towers were used.
And based on your training and experience, what does that tell you about how the phones are moving in relation to one another between 3:20 and 3:57 a.m.?
Yeah, so in my opinion, that's consistent with devices moving generally together.
So you mentioned that there are some in which there is red and blue together. So I want to focus in. There's one here. It looks like at the intersection of Flamingo Road and I-75, and 595 rather. The red with the blue. What does that mean when you have them overlaid like that?
So that tower saw both the red phone and
Okay. Is that at the same time or are they at separate times?
could be either.
So going on to the phone of the 772-713-9807, what are we looking at this slide titled 3:47 a.m.?
So this is a plot of timing advanced data, and it shows that two data points basically from the engineering report. The tower 64337, sector 2, pointed south, recorded the red phone, the two data points, one at 3:47:13 a.m., one at 3:47:24 a.m. And the measurement that was the that phone at those times was 0.24 miles from town.
So you said it's two different times, but it's the same measurement. How do you explain that to the ladies and the jury?
That's just what the records recorded.
Okay. And in terms of by having two data points along, are they going to be in the same exact spot?
Well, it could be or it could not be. So the 0.24 miles from the tower is this red arc here. And I guess your question is the phone in the same spot or not? I don't know. Those are two data points close in time. They're separated by 11 seconds, so the phone certainly could be stationary. The phone could also be moving. For instance, at one point it could be here, and the other point could be there. There are both possibilities, and you can't determine for this thing.
And in terms of you don't have any cameras if it's stuck at a red light or anything like that?
I didn't.
So that was the 772-713-9807 at 3:47 a.m. Okay. Moving on to the 772-713-9807 from 3:52 to 3:53 a.m. Could you explain what you're illustrating and the data shows on this slide?
Okay, so this shows two data points, both using the same tower and sector, tower 151, 685, sector 13. And the first data point is at 3:52:58.
Okay.
That's this arc here. That's 0.58 miles from the tower. And then 50 seconds later, at 3:53:48 a.m., the arc is 1.16 miles from the tower. This other arc.
And in terms of the distance between the two arcs, what is that amount?
It's a little bit over half a mile.
And the time frame in between those two arcs is how long?
About 50 seconds.
Based on the records and that you have, can you give information as to where that phone was along those arcs?
Based on the records that I have.
Yes. Based on other additional information that was provided to you, can you make a determination as to where it's more likely than not the phone was?
Yes.
And where is that?
So The phone's moved, or the phone moved half a mile, 50 seconds. That's consistent with vehicle traffic. It's too fast for a phone to move. That's 30 miles an hour. So there's a couple places that the phone could be logically. For instance, it could be going east to west on Pines. It could be going north to south on 184th. Those both options. There's a data point that was provided to me. For this analysis was I was asked, hey, the detective recovered some video footage from Montessori Academy that he believed these devices might be in a vehicle that was seen driving by around this time. The detective asked, is the cell data consistent with these devices being in the vehicle? And I think yes.
The data points that we're looking at, are those the only data points that exist in this case?
No, but these are the data points that are 352 and 353.
No. So going on to now the 772, 713, 9807, and 954, 248, 9081. That 4 a.m. to 4:03 a.m. Can you describe what information is contained here?
So both phones are seen in the same tower and sector, tower 63035, sector 15. At 4 o'clock and 36 seconds, the phone was 1.45 miles from the tower. We have two data points on the red phone, one at 4 a.m. 54 seconds, one at 4:14 seconds. The red phone was reported being 1.5 miles from the tower, 1.45 miles from the tower.
So when we're looking at here, this purple area, why is that?
Because the red and blue phones are both, they are red, blue, and purple. So
Just in case anyone's colorblind. So, with regards to the locations along this arc, can you narrow down in any way where the phones are along that arc?
now from the cell records, all you can tell is that there's something that is, yeah.
And in terms of if you're looking at it in the totality of the circumstances based on the
Les Mills is
The detectives told me about and asked, is it possible for these devices to have been in the crime scene? In my opinion, yes. The data is consistent. These devices being in the crime scene at this time.
Okay. So going on to the 772, 713, 9807 phone at 4:06 a.m. What information or data are you showing here?
So this shows the bed phone at 4:06:22. There's a data point where it's at tower 63047, sector 3. It's 1.02 miles from the tower. So this band here.
Okay, and in terms of where it is along that band, can you give a more definitive answer?
From the cell phone records alone, no. The reason for this slide, or this analysis, was because the detective had video footage from Montessori Academy again at a certain time.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sorry, repeat your question.
So based on these records, can you say where the phone was along that band?
Your objection is a call for hearsay?
That wasn't the same question, Judge.
Thank you. Proceed. You can answer the question.
So based on these records, can you say where along the band it was?
No.
Was other physical evidence provided for you to
I don't think I saw physical evidence. No.
So going on to the next slide, the 772, 713, 9807, and 954, 248, 9081. If you can explain what we're looking at on this particular slide.
So this is a series of data points on 3 different hours for both the red and blue phone between 4:17 and 4:23. They're starting back on the 1.21 miles from this tower. Shortly after that, at 4:18:02 a.m., the red phone is 0.87 miles from the tower. Shortly after that, 4:20:50 a.m., the blue phone is 1.02 miles from this tower. Then after that, at 4:23:22, 4:23:55 a.m., the red phone is 0.29 miles, and then 0.68 miles from this tower.
Okay, and in terms of what can you tell about how the phones are related in distance from one another based on this slide?
Distance from one another. Well, both phones move north and then east. We know that the blue phone and the red phone are both over here, and now they're over here. Period.
Can you have an opinion as to whether or not they separated during this time frame?
During this time frame?
Yes, 4:17 to 4:23.
I don't know. To me, I don't think there's enough data here for.
So going on to the blue phone, 954-248-9081, 4:40 a.m. to 5:52 a.m. What data points and what information do you have on that phone?
So there's a lot of data points, or many data points for the blue phone during this time period. All the timing advance bands were 0.82 to 0.87 miles from the tower, tower 62492, sector 3. Each of those bands, the 0.82 miles and 0.87 miles are shown here.
Okay. Does that phone then, that's all the data that you have for that particular blue phone?
Right.
Okay. Now to go to the 4:40 a.m. for the 772-713-9807, where does your data show that phone to be in the area of?
So at 4:40 a.m. at this point, the phones are clearly separate. At 4:40 a.m. we have two different types of data points that apply here. At 4:40:31, we have timing advance data, which shows that the phone is 0.5 to 8 miles from this tower. And then at 4:40:34 a.m., the red phone makes an outgoing call using that cell site to that tower in sector 62407, sector 12.
Okay, and the outgoing phone call that is made, is that identified from the records?
Yes.
And what is that? Sorry.
That is a phone call to phone number 954-376-9115.
Okay. Does the red phone ever coincide again with the blue phone on the same arc that covers the hospital?
No.
So that was the first analysis that you did. Did you do additional ones?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to move on to the sprint and records and analysis that you did. Counselor, your favorite one? So when with the sprint records that you were given, did you have the same measurement or distance data for those phones?
No, we had a similar report, which is the time in advance. Brett calls it for call measurement data report. It's formatted differently. It's different network, it's a different company, but it has generally the same types of information in the report.
If there was going to be a distance in this report, where would it be shown?
Did you show the column I?
Column I?
Yeah, just title distance miles.
Distance miles there. Okay. And to be clear, we're looking at the records here for 954-371-7895. Did Sprint provide the distance for column I at any point between 3 a.m. and 3:57 a.m.? Sorry, that's phone 163. Was there any distance provided?
No.
The 164 column, or row 164, row 60, 166, 167, and 169 was distance provided by Sprint at that point.
Yes.
Are they from a different manufacturer or vendor of cell tower?
Yes.
Okay. So based on, and so on this, the state would also publish what's been previously admitted as state 63. And for the record, that is the 2018-221418-6155597 customer service management screen of Chris Thomas. And the second one to be published is the customer service management screen of Dontavius Rogers.
May we approach? Sure.
Say goodbye.
Yes.
Why don't you put these all on one giant map together?
All the phones.
Yes.
Well, one, it would be a lot of phones. It could be like confusing to look at to see all the different data points. And then, so that was one of the reasons why.
Okay. So going on to the phone number, the 772-713-2341, the green phone. on this, and 954-371-7895. Can you explain what we're looking at of this October 26th, 3:22 to 3:43 a.m.?
So, much like the President Blue phone, this shows that the green and the purple phone both use towers, or seen by towers, in the Fort Lauderdale area near the flag with the N unit represents the Rare Studios. At 3:22 a.m., the purple tower seen by Sprint Tower 168845, and then at 3:23 a.m., the green phone by a different tower, 32591.
Okay. And in terms of, to go back to the 772-713-9807 and 248-9081, you're showing the same or similar time frames.
Yes.
Okay. Do the phones, the green and the purple phone, move consistently together during this time frame?
During this time frame, yes.
Okay. And how can you say that?
The towers, again, advancing chronology, consistent with the phones moving together in the west and then south again. They were hitting the same towers, similar times.
Moving on to now 3:43 to 3:57 a.m.
So this is only the purple phone. And you'll see that there are several towers that saw the purple phone during this time period. Unfortunately, because we didn't get distance information in the report, we can't tell where, in relation to those towers, this device is. So you'll see that there's overlap between the towers, right? Like for instance, between 3:43 and 3:52, there were multiple times that this tower saw the phone. But during that time period, this tower also saw the phone, 3:48, during that time period. So you have multiple times. The antennas are generally pointing that direction that saw the phone, but we don't have distance information.
Are there any phone calls or anything that would indicate that the phone used one of those towers as the clearest, strongest signal and make a phone call?
No.
Then going on to the 772-713-2341. Is this using some of the same towers?
Some of them.
Okay, and if we can just kind of go back and forth a little bit to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, which ones are the same and which ones are different?
Sure. So, the purple phone had multiple other towers that were used.
Okay. So look at tower 336-234-3. Try and overlay them as. Are they using the same antenna on that tower?
No.
Okay. Is this consistent with the phones being together?
No, in my opinion, this shows that the phones were separated.
So, and then in terms of the final analysis at 3:49 a.m., you could, for the 772-713-2341 tower, if you could identify that on this exhibit, which is page 9.
The phone at 3:49.
Yes.
It's this one in the center, tower 336-0972.
Okay. And then in terms of the final tower, the 3:57 a.m., if you could identify that one.
That's the western edge of the map area, tower 336-234, sector 3.
So going on to the third analysis you did in this case. Did you do an analysis again for the phone number 772-713-9807, the red phone, and 954-376-9158?
Yes.
And in terms of the 954-376-9158, Is that the same phone number you testified to was the phone call at 4:40 a.m. and on the?
Yes.
Okay. Going on to those, you again use the same information to depict time in advance and cell sites and everything of that nature.
Yes.
The two phones, is it important to know? Were both of these phones on the same network?
Yes.
On this particular one, what network were both phones on?
T-Mobile.
Okay, so back to the red. These again fairly accurately depict the location of the T-Mobile towers of October of 2018.
Yes.
Same locations of interest, or is there an additional one on this particular item?
There's an additional one.
And what item or additional location is on this map that is different from the others?
The Toscana Apartments, 5700 Toscana Lane, Margate, Florida. It's shown with the map with an orange flag with a white letter T on it.
And if you could just circle it so it's clear to the general jury where that's at.
Here's on the map. Here's the actual location.
Everything else remains the same?
Yes.
Okay. So on the 954-376-9158, the kind of turquoise phone, what information are you showing from 1:08 a.m. to 8:23 a.m.?
So this is information from the call detail records, not engineering data. This is calls and texts. And it shows that between 1:08 a.m. and 8:23 a.m., there are several calls and texts at the phone, to and from the phone, using two different sectors of the same tower, shown here with two different wedges.
And so based on your training experience, do you have an opinion as to where that phone was from 1:08 to 8:23 a.m.?
Yeah, so generally in the area, just kind of apartments.
Moving on to October 26, 2019, from 12:01 p.m. to 12:12 p.m. on this turquoise phone, the 954-376-9158. What information are you mapping here?
So here we're showing both the engineering data, the time in advance information, as well as information from the call detail records. So first, 12:01 and 12:02, the phone, turquoise phone, is in these two bands here. First, this one is a little closer to the tower, it's 0.63 miles away, and then the second band is 0.73 miles from the tower. During that time period, also at 12:01:39, the turquoise phone places an outgoing call to the red phone, 9807.
So then the next time frame that you're mapping on this location is what?
It's 12:05. The time in advance measurement that's recorded is 1.02 miles from this tower, south of it.
Okay. Going on to 12:06:07 to 12:12:37.
So during that time frame, there's measurements from two different sectors in the same tower. So we see on the one hand that there's arcs here that are either 1.45 and 1.5 miles from the tower. But also during that time period, we have measurements from a different side of that tower. They're 1.5 and 1.55 miles from the tower.
Okay, and in terms of the location, is there anything you can say with specificity as to where that phone was at 12:07?
No, I mean, I think that I would generally look for the phone to be someplace where the arcs are overlaid, or an area where it would be seen by both sectors, but you can't in isolation.
Do the cell phone towers overlap in their sectors?
Yes, they do.
No. Going on to October 26, 12:14 to 12:20 a.m., the 954-376-9158 phone number, the turquoise phone? What are we looking at in this image?
So, starting down here, south on US 27, or tower near the area of Pines and US 27, pointed south. At 14 p.m., the band is 1.45 miles from the tower. Then a few seconds later, it's 1.21 miles from the tower. It's getting closer. A few seconds later, it's 0.97 miles from the tower. And then 0.48 miles from the tower. Then it's in this band on a different sector, but perhaps still close to the tower, traveling in the same direction, 0.60 miles. And then to the north, miles from the tower.
And so in terms of the north to south distance of each of these bands, how wide are they? If we're looking at the north to south, aspect between here and here, what type of, remind Lacey and Jerry, what, is this still on a 4G phone?
Yes, yeah, so each of those arcs is still 78 meters.
Based on the multiple locations that you have, do you have an opinion as to how that phone or handset is traveling?
Yeah, I think the data is consistent with the phone traveling south and north during that time.
The 772-713-9807 between 12:01 and 12:12 p.m. on October 26, 2018. What are you illustrating with this particular image?
So at 12:01, first there's an incoming call from the turquoise phone 9158. And then at 12:01, the red phone is this band, 92 miles from the tower. At 12:03, 0.68 miles from the tower. At 12:05, it's 0.92 miles from the tower. At 12:07 to 12:12, 1.55 miles from the tower.
Okay, and just to flip back again to the 12:01 to 12:12 for the 954-376-9158. In terms of, can you make any opinions as to where these two phones were located?
So they're in the same general geographic area for sure. They're both on the same hour, at the same time. Here, Pines is US 27. There's areas where there's times when their bands are approximately the same, and there's times where they're different as well.
Can you make any sort of opinion that they were in the same? On to the 772-713-9807 phone from October 26, 2018, from 12:14 p.m. to 12.
The data point 12:14:47 is this band here. 1.6. Here, 0.92 miles from the tower. Then continuing on at time at 12:18:08 p.m. Phones in this band, 92 miles from the tower. And then at 12:18:28, 0.68 miles from the tower. And then finally at 12:21:17, it's 0.29 miles.
And in terms of that was the end of the mapping and cellular analysis that you were asked to do in this case.
Yes.
Do all of the maps fairly and accurately represent your testimony that you just gave?
Yes.
In terms of, we talked a little bit about cell phone signal and things like that. Does being in a parking garage or your analysis of where the phones could be?
Change. I mean, I don't think so.
In the data, what do you do to catch that?
If I see a red flag I'm gonna look at it much more closely. I'm trying to figure out, okay, what what is the issue? Is there an issue? And, yeah.
Was there any such information or issues that in the records that you looked at in this case?
No.
Can you ever say why a phone picks a particular tower or doesn't pick a different one?
Yes. So if we're talking about making a call or sending a text, and the call detail records, the phone picks the tower based on its readings of signal strength and signal quality. The phone always picks the tower with very strong signal. If we're talking about the engineering data, what's the network? And then from one tower instead of another, no, I don't know why.
In terms of, can you tell whether or not a specific tower was working on the evening in question?
If there's a record associated with that tower, it was working on the evening.
There's where that's available. Does the FBI use a specific mapping software in doing this?
Yeah, we have a couple different programs. I used one program.
Okay, and what is that?
ESPA.
What is that specifically?
ESPA is a program for cell site.
Why do you use that specific program?
It's one of the tools that we have. They meet our needs or requirements as an agency.
In terms of just plugging the latitude and longitude into Google Maps, is that something you can testify to based on those records?
Yes.
And do you use that and those latitude and longitude that are in that timing advance data to determine where the phone was?
So, I didn't use the latitude and longitude to produce that report. Could I use them? Could I plot them in ESPA or Google Maps and look at them? Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Why don't you rely on them?
I don't rely on them when I'm doing expert testimony because I don't understand all the factors that go into.
City,
local time. Do you take that into account in all the records when you're looking at those?
Yes.
Does the power of the antenna or cell site the tower for each cell phone?
No.
Okay. Can you explain what is tower loading?
Tower loading. Towers have, finite capacity. There's, not unlimited network resources for a phone company. So generally, you're able to make calls or text whenever you want, right? Like towers generally don't get overloaded, but it is possible for towers to get overloaded. So the way you see that, I guess, if you're trying to make a call, if you ever experienced the phenomenon where you're looking at something, like say because you have to be some people, like say the Super Bowl or something like that, and there's just incredible demand for network resources. Everyone's trying to Facebook Live, calls, take video, everything. So if you've ever been in a situation where you're looking at your phone and you see, man, I have like great service, I have full bars, and I try and place a call, and the call just won't go through. Just can't handle your call.
Okay, and in terms of, would that be something that the phone would be able to see in the phone records?
So if the tower is overloaded, the phone won't know that it's overloaded, right? The phone can't see what is handling, which is why your phone has identified a particular antenna as the one that offers the clearest, strongest signal. It says you've got 4 bars from this this is the one connected, it doesn't know that it's overloaded. So that's why when you have 4 bars, instead of trying to call, the call just doesn't go through. If the phone doesn't know, oh, I should be looking for an extra antenna someplace, all it knows is that's my antenna.
And if there's no records or no entry in the records, can you analyze any of that data?
No, obviously I only am able to analyze the data that I have data for.
In terms of the mapping and everything that you've created, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the cell phone data and records that you just specified?
Yes.
Does it in terms of as you're creating it, are you creating it as an expert in cell phone data and mapping?
Yes.
Do you do validation and verification of the data and the information that you're relying on?
So, experience. I know the time in advance data is very accurate. And we talked about that earlier. This is validated by finding the phone in a place where I expect it to be or see video.
Alright, if we may approach Jennifer.
Yo, I told y'all, listen, we ain't lied on these people yet, man. If y'all ain't subscribed to Spoonful of Game, man, go subscribe to this channel. That's YNW Jewish Father channel, man, on YouTube. He just posted a screen recording of Jamie offering to pay someone off and threatening them. You see what I'm saying? I told y'all about these people. Listen, that's why I try to tell you, man. I know this platform ain't big as others, but when it comes to this information on this case right here, between this channel and Spoonfuls of Game, we second to none. We got all the information. Trust me.
Step down. Councilor May. All of it. Yes, Council, I'm sorry.
Jury vote.
Understood,
Makes sense. Your Honor, may we have this discussion just in case there needs to be some supplementation testimony outside the presence?
Sure. I can step outside.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Special Agent Collins has left the court. Yes, sir. He wants an issue yet?
Well, he's got to use the restroom.
Who does? Sure. Take a we'll be in recess.
I provide
Arrange for a restroom break for Mr. Dennis.
and I provide a case officer report and counsel on the disability of demonstrative exhibit that is upstairs. These dates.
Thank you. I'll take a look at it.
So, if you ever was second guessing and was wondering or wavering as to was we on the side of right or who's on the side of right or was Melly innocent or whatever that or what is he whatever you was wavering, I'm telling you, that go to proof. All we keep doing between this channel and Spoon's channel, Spoonfuls of Game. If you ain't subscribed to Spoonfuls of Game, go subscribe to Spoonfuls of Game. And I want to say this to y'all too. Those of you who asking me what channel, Spoon's channel is, that means y'all ain't been listening to me. I say it every live, every video. Go subscribe to the man channel. You should already be subscribed. You should already know this thing. I say it every day. What y'all think I be telling y'all that just to tell y'all that? I'm telling y'all that because I'm telling y'all who got the information. I be noticing there be people that be on my channel who ain't subscribed to my channel yet. What's the point? What's the point? Damn, you want to come over every day. You want to get all the information. You want to get all the tea, but you don't want to subscribe. Like, what's the point? Subscribe to the channels. You'll get the shit soon as they come out hot off the presses. You ain't got to ask nobody. It'll come straight to your phone. But anyway, Spoon just dropped the screen recording of JAMELL Melly mama offering to pay somebody off and threaten them at the same time. Now, I've been telling y'all this for months, years, and he been telling you this for months and years, what's been going on. I told y'all, man, listen, we not lying on these people. You have yet to hear Spoon say one time that Bortland murdered his son, have you? You know why? Because he don't believe Bortland murdered his son, and I don't either. Melly is the one who did this crime. If I tell you it's Easter tomorrow, don't question me. Just color the eggs. I told you about the horizontal mambo. Now you got Al Prophet posting, Melly was in a homeboy love triangle. See what I'm saying? Told you about they was paying people off behind closed doors. Then you see Mariah Hamilton's mama, Felicia Holmes, get up there and what she was talking about. And now Spoon just dropped the video or screen recording where JAMELL is offering to pay somebody and threatening them. I told you what's going on here. I understand that a lot of people don't know what's going on behind closed doors, but we do. And we telling you, subscribe to the channel. Listen to what we saying. This man is not innocent worth a motherfucker. So for the lady blessed and messy who wanted to fight for his civil rights or whatever she said she was fighting for, this ain't the guy to do it for. Go find you somebody that's legitimately being railroaded by the justice system, by the judicial system, and then fight for that dude, not for this dude. Did you see that interrogation video that we posted yesterday? Where that Law and Crime posted, they posted the full interrogation video. Did you see what he was doing as soon as he left out, the police left out the room with his ass? Shooting at the air and doing all this wild ass shit. This nigga is a menace to society. He is Melly the menace for real. Take it for somebody that used to break laws and used to be a full-time criminal. That nigga is on a whole nother level, trust me. He was doing shit that I would have looked at as crazy as fucking weird. I'm telling you, I know what the fuck he is when I look at him and when I see the things that he did. Listen to me. Go subscribe to Spoon's channel.
On this particular one, what network were both phones on? Okay, so back to the red phone. And these, again, fairly accurately depict the location of the T-Mobile towers of October of 2018.
Yes.
Same locations of interest, or is there an additional one on this particular item?
There's an additional one.
And what item or additional location is on this map is different from the others?
The Toscana Apartments, 5700 Toscana Lane, Margate, Florida. It's shown with the map. With an orange flag with a white letter T on it.
And if you could just circle it so it's clear to the general jury where that's at.
Here's on the map. Here's the actual location.
Everything else remains the same?
Yes.
Okay. So on the 954-376-9158, the kind of turquoise phone, what information are you showing from 1:08 a.m. to 8:23 a.m.?
So this is information from the call detail records, not near data. This is calls and texts, and it shows that between 1:08 a.m. and 8:23 a.m. there are several calls and texts that the phone to and from the phone. You can
two different sectors of the same tower, shown here with two different wedges.
And so based on your training experience, do you have an opinion as to where that phone was from 1:08 to 8:23 a.m.?
Yeah, so generally in the area, just kind of apartments.
Moving on to October 26, 19, from 12:01 p.m. to 12:12 p.m. on this turquoise phone, the 954-376-9158. What information are you mapping here?
So here we're showing both the engineering data, the time in advance information, as well as information from the call detail records. So first, 12:01 and 12:02, the phone, turquoise phone, is in these two bands here. First, this one that's more closer to the tower, it's 0.63 miles away, and then the second band is 0.73 miles from the tower. During that time period, also at 12:01:39, the turquoise phone places an outgoing call to the red phone, 9807.
So then the next time frame that you're mapping on this location is what?
It's 12:05, when the time in advance measurement that's recorded is 1.02 miles from this tower, south of it.
Okay. Going on to 12:06:07 to 12:12:37.
So during that time frame, there's measurements from two different sectors in the same tower. So we see on the one hand that there's arcs here that are either 1.45 and 1.5 miles from the tower. But also during that time period, we have measurements from a different side of that tower. They're 1.5 and 1.55 miles from the tower.
Okay, and in terms of the location, is there anything you can say with specificity as to where that phone was at 12:07?
No, I mean, I think that I would generally look for the phone to be someplace where the arcs are overlaid, or an area where it would be seen by both sectors, but in isolation.
Do the cell phone towers overlap in their sectors?
Okay, let's talk about this a little bit more. So, Paul, you had brought up an interesting question to me in the break about what the defense will do if you had the opportunity to cross-examine this FBI special agent. What would you do?
Is there an objection?
There is no objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
The objection is that although those diagrams might accurately that what he testified to, his testimony alone talks about those diagrams are inaccurate, imprecise, excuse me. Specifically, he stated in his testimony that there is a margin of error. If you look at those diagrams, it appears that the phones are traveling together. It looks like they're at the same location. But if you listen to what his testimony says, one, there's a margin of error. He also goes on to say that specifically, the precision is limited and cannot precisely determine the location of the phones when the mapping tends to show a precise location. The maps alone contradict his testimony. Furthermore, these charts tend to place the phones together. As you heard the testimony, it looks like they're overlapping. However, he also testified that even though it shows that the phones are together, there's this band that the phone could be on this end of the band, or the other phone could be on this end of the band. I believe that precision is over miles. I would state that it's misleading and highly prejudicial to a jury to be admitted. And I would also remind the court, I thought we had addressed this yesterday, and you stated that his reports were not going to be found again. And she does bring up the 403 on the test. If I look at this case law that she goes through, prong 4 is not met, stating pursuant to section 90.403 Florida statutes, the evidence, although technically relevant, must not present a substantial danger of unfair prejudice that outweighs its probative value. And that's exactly what these demonstrative charts are doing.
Thank you. Anything else from the defense?
No, Judge.
Anything else from the state?
Just relying on the case law.
Counsel, it appears to me that, we talked the other day about the report per se, not coming into evidence. Counsel just wanted, my understanding, to minute wholesale, and I said, I didn't think that was appropriate, and I sustained the objection to put that in there. But that's different from the maps and things like that. It appears to me that it meets all the criteria stated in the case that counsel provided here, and the witness identified it, he spoke about it, he explained it, and I don't disagree.
You missed out, man.
There are some variances in it, and that's been brought out in direct examination. I'm sure you're going to bring it out in cross-examination as well. I don't believe there's any 403 analysis that's not some type of unfair prejudice, substantial chance of unfair prejudice or anything along those lines. This is exactly what he testified to. So I didn't objection on so these are items QQQ, RRR, that's going to be admitted. You ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Bring this back in. Let's get the
What happened? What happened, A?
Man, they was so scared, man. They was
What did happen?
they draws. With the evidence of the phone.
What happened? I was typing.
Man, well, it showed that it was together. And they was trying to stop it from coming into evidence. She was like, "Oh, I didn't get the paperwork," and that she didn't get the paper to print out, but she got it by email, but not print out. But she did get the paperwork, but through email. She wanted to print it out in hand. So she was saying, she was trying to like get it, thrown out.
But they let it in.
They let it in.
And it showed that they were together.
Oh yeah. So she don't have the names on the phone numbers. But she have a separate paper, I think, that shows some Sprint bill. But his bill was in Jamie's name, so
Right.
But I think the lead detective, the key point on this, because he can say who name it is, So they was scared. Melly, the mom and the son was up talking to the lawyer, like they was out of their seat. Talking to his lawyer. That was so funny, man. They looked so guilty. Girl, you missed out.
Yeah, I dozed off.
No, that's cool. I'm at work, so I could be on for a few minutes.
Yeah.
But that's it. He's still on the stand, the FBI agent.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it there.
He really missed out too much, but you were short it.
ROB 66.
Did they cross-examine him yet?
Huh?
Did they cross-examine him yet?
No, it's still state.
Okay.
Go through on some of the timing advance records, and just so for the purposes of what we're talking about, it's row 139, 140, 141, 142, and 143 of the 772-713-9807 phone records. The latitude and
Hey, Dream Dog, go to Spoon page and check out that last short that he just posted. He got Jamie threatening somebody and offering to pay them off on the screen recording. Go check it out.
All right, I'm about to look now.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm jumping off, but I'm gonna look at that short.
Okay, all right. Go check it out.
low, high,
Yeah.
medium data entries in column C, the confidence.
So confidence refers to that's key locals determination based on the number of data points that they have used to derive or estimate the device's location with that latitude and longitude refers to, or gives us confidence of what low, medium, or high based on number of data points.
And in terms of, do you use that in any way, shape, or form to testify to where you are placing the phone in your analysis?
No.
Okay. The question as to the difference between accuracy and precision. Can you explain that?
Sure. So precise, I guess, would be much more narrow. In other words, the latitude and longitude that we were talking about, like that is incredibly precise. That refers to like a but it may not be completely accurate. Like there could be a margin of error. So, for instance, if there's a margin of error that says, okay, like I'm giving you
wow.
a particular
When was this?
coordinates.
I think it was 2018.
Oh no, so he been holding on. He got bombs over here.
Yeah, he got a bunch of shit.
I guess precise would be very accurate, whether it's reliable or not. In other words, like a cell site used by the phone to make a call, for instance, that's not a very precise area. We're talking about a general coverage area of an antenna, but it's completely accurate. There's no denying that is the cell site that the phone saw is the cell sector that gave it the clearest, strongest signal. So it's very, very accurate. It's not very precise. It's the size of the coverage area.
Okay. And so last but not least, from the state would just be publishing for state 64. The top number, the 954-376-9158, is that the cell phone that you did the analysis on? One of them?
It's what?
One of the phone numbers.
Yes.
For the record, publishing part of state 64, contact list for the phone number 954-376-9158 from the phone extraction 772-713-9807. No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. You have any cross-examination?
I do have a cross-examination, Judge. If you remember before court, I had asked that we take a break before.
Oh, yes. That's it. Motion comes back.
I was telling them I've been told them, man, listen. I've been told them the type of people that we've been dealing with behind closed doors, man. I've been telling them about these folks, man. And there it is. Spoon just dropped another bombshell on them.
What happened? What is that?
I'm talking about that screen recording of Jamie. That's clearly her on there.
Oh yeah, she said this is Melly's mom.
Mm-hmm.
And what I missed this morning so far? Anything new happen?
No, I kind of dozed off. I ain't gonna cap. The A was on here just filling me in, but I do know the cell phone. When I woke back up, I was looking at the comments, and the people in the comments, they was kind of talking a little shit about the prosecutor, saying that she needs to be more professional. I guess she must be going kind of back and forth with the judge or whatever, a little bit or whatever. But we did get the cell phone stuff in, so I think Melly's attorney and they look a little bit worried. Excuse me. About
I was just about to say that he looking worried right now.
Yeah, so I think the cell phone data did come in. Look, A gonna pop back up in a little bit and fill us in on what was going on. But I think I dozed off about 20 minutes.
That'd be nice. Okay, that's good. But yeah, he looking not so smiley and giggly today.
Right. Tanel, where you at? You want to come up, Tanel, and fill us in? Because we've been
Yeah.
We've
I
been
was about to say, I was just about to ask where
off a
Janelle
little
at.
bit. Yeah, Tanel, you want to come fill us in a little bit, Tanel? You can jump back off if you want to.
Come tell us what happened and put it in articulates for us.
Right, for real. Somebody just text me. Let me see what it is. Uh-oh. There go my baby mama trying to hoover me. Look, now I'm gonna show y'all something.
They're trying to Google you.
Hoover me. Yeah, but look, I told y'all I ain't talked to my baby mama or my child in 4 months. Now I just get text messages from them. Just now. Let's see what this is. I go to shenanigans. That's why I be telling y'all so y'all be knowing what the shit be going on. That's what this is. Let me see. What is this shit? Oh, she sent me some videos of him.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah. He got 2 little teeth at the bottom.
Oh. How old he is now?
9 months. See, 9 months. It'll be 9 months on the 23rd, so 2 more days.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, dang, he got his teeth already. My baby took forever to get her teeth. She didn't get her first 2 teeth till after she was 1.
She sent me a lot of videos. She sent me like 5 or 6 of them.
That's so sweet.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'll take it. That make me happy. I ain't seen them so much.
Dang, Tanel said she backstage. I gotta get ready to get up out of here.
Where you going? Where you going?
I gotta go on base today.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning
Hey,
to you.
Janelle.
Hey, babe.
Good morning.
Man,
What we missing?
this has been a trip this morning. When I tell you they fought tooth and nail to keep everything out. That damn defense is awesome. But the prosecutor be on some bullshit too. Because the judge be telling her, like, okay, this is my ruling. But she always got to argue back. Like, shut up and just say, yes, Your Honor, and go sit down. She be doing too much. And you could tell he frustrated as fuck with her, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's unprofessional and it's unnecessary. Like, if he don't allow something in or whatever, take it. You know, she mad because she claims that, you know, she emailed the evidence to, it was a piece of paper showing some type of map or whatever. She said she had emailed everything to the defense, but the defense said, well, I don't have that on a piece of paper in front of me. I want a hard copy of it. And she didn't provide it. So the judge told her to make some copies. And here she go, well, the same rules of evidence that apply to the prosecution should apply to the defense too. It's just like, bitch, just say, yes, sir, let's take a recess so I can make the copies and go sit your ass down somewhere. You know, you're doing too much. But yeah, I'm glad they finally get into something that can prove that the phones were together up until a certain point in time. And then that's when Bortland went to the hospital and Melly disappeared in the woods. And you could clearly see that on his presentation. So he did good. I want to see what the defense is getting ready to question him about, because it's really not anything that she left too many holes in to me. If he couldn't, you know, analyze something or whatever, he admitted that. If he wasn't able to give specific, you know, information about something, if she asked a question about it, he admitted to it. So I really don't think she left a whole lot of space for the defense to come fighting.
So, and all in all, she did great today.
I ain't gonna say she did great. She did good.
She did good.
She did good.
She gaining ground a little bit.
She's gaining a little ground. She's clawing her way out of this damn hole that she didn't put herself in unnecessarily, in my opinion. No, I would never say she did great until she come slapping Bortland on the stand. Then she did great.
I want to see what the experts say real quick, y'all.
Go ahead.
A so-called expert.
Ynw Melly. He, of course, is on trial for the murders of his two friends, Ynw Juvie, Ynw Sack Chaser, back in October of 2018. Keep your questions coming to us on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, all the platforms on social media, YouTube, of course, and we'll get to as many of them as we can during this lunch break. And this morning, it's all been about cell phone testimony. First off, let's check in with Terry Austin, who is at the courthouse in Broward County. She is covering the case for us with the very latest on what's gone on in court today. Terry, bring us up to speed.
Well, it's been a very interesting morning for certain. Judge Murphy has been at times a little irate at the prosecution, and he actually ordered the prosecution to make copies of reports that the defense had not received to date. Technically, the discovery should be over by now, but these reports were not completely given to the defense. And so the judge said, you must do that. We took a long break and those copies were given. We have on the stand still FBI Special Agent Collins, and he is testifying about the cell phone data and the information that was downloaded. So he's talking about all of the various different phones, where they were located. He did put several of those phones at the scene of the crime. So his testimony is going to continue for probably the rest of this afternoon. I would say that the jury is extremely attentive. They want to know what is going on with this data. He actually is the first witness who is analyzing the data. So I think it's very interesting for that jury to see what is going on in the crime scene.
I don't often hear, Terry, I feel like sometimes judges are pretty lenient during trial, but he said this is a discovery violation. You don't hear that a lot during trial. You hear a lot about disputes during the pretrial phase over discovery, the defense claiming, you know, a lot of times in these discovery they are entitled to in a timely manner. So what did you make of the judge basically saying this is a discovery violation?
You know, I couldn't agree more. You don't hear judges saying that this is a violation. And not only that, he actually sanctioned the prosecution. As it turns out, the lead investigator in this case, Moretti, had a report and then a follow-up report, but the defense did not know about that follow-up report until the defense cross-examined actually another officer, Zeller. So because of that, the defense is at a, they basically were not able to look at that report and determine what they wanted to use for that report. So the judge said, look, you can't get that report in now, and you can't call any of the officers to talk about that report. So it was a win for the defense, and it was a sanction for the prosecution. And it is very rare that you see something like that. It's definitely a slap on the wrist. And it's something I think the prosecutor will have to think about when she goes back to the office. It's, obviously very difficult when you're on trial, what to do, what not to do, but you never want to be sanctioned. You never want to have the state to actually be hurt or the defense to actually be hurt. And here, the state has been hurt. They cannot bring in that evidence to this trial.
And it's really an unforced error because they could have just turned over the information. It's as simple as that. We're going to be taking your questions this hour, as I mentioned. So let's get right to it. As I said, keep them coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can over this next hour. Linda Kenny Bodden is here with us as well. Famed defense attorney, has done her fair share of high-profile trials over the years, and of course, a Law and Crime Network host. So Linda, this first question will go to you. At Harry Low Keys 7144 asks, what do you think about all the love Melly is getting? I've been watching our YouTube chat a little bit today, Linda, and I can tell you, Melly is getting a lot of love. So it makes you wonder, are these a lot of his fans in there? Is this PR going on?
Well, first of all, good morning, good afternoon, and Jeanette and Terry. It's always wonderful to be on with you. But yes, I've noticed that. I noticed that his followers have increased on all of his social media accounts. But I think part of it also is looking a little bit, shall we say, problematic. So they're giving love because they feel now that perhaps he's been in jail at 24 years old for 4 years on a case that he shouldn't have been charged with in the first place because he became the suspect because of who he was. So I think the love follows that, Anjanette.
Yeah, it seems like his followers, he's got a fair share, a lot of people going on in there, a lot of fans, a lot of supporters. I guess I'm wondering from you right off the bat, we kind of touched on this earlier with the jury looking engaged and everything, but among the victims' families and Melly's family, does there seem to be any tension right now?
Well, I would say that most of the tension right now is coming from the defense and the prosecutorial teams. They are really bickering about the evidence. And right now, as I mentioned before, I think the defense has the upper hand. The audience is basically just paying a lot of attention. There are more people who are on the side of the courtroom for Melly. As you mentioned, there are some Melly fans, obviously a lot of the family members. And on the other side of the courtroom, we do have some of the family members for the victims as well. I would say that most people are just listening intently to the witness on the stand. They are watching, obviously, Melly as he sits there. One thing I'll add, Anjanette, he is paying, Melly is, close attention to this FBI agent. He is looking at the witnesses and he is actually taking some notes. So I would say the whole courtroom is paying very close attention to this particular witness.
And you know that this cell phone data information, cell site location data is very important to the state's case. That means it's also important to the defense's case. Comes from Melly Lover. My question is the evidence against Ynw Melly irrelevant, like Ynw Melly's lawyer says it is, Linda? And this question is coming to us on TikTok.
Well, there are only two people in the car who survived the shooting. And one of them is Melly, and the other one is his co-defendant. So just as we had in the Aaron Hernandez case, which I tried, the prosecution always goes, in my opinion, for the person who is more famous. And Ynw Melly is more famous. And that's what the defense is saying. You targeted him. You absolutely targeted him. Now, does that mean the evidence doesn't prove it was him? Well, if there's any little bit of doubt that it could have been Henry, that he's the one who could have been the shooter and not Melly, that Melly could have gotten out of the car, that it wasn't Melly's phone that we're hearing about. Sure, the prosecution's case could be very weak when it goes to the jury, especially in a death penalty case.
Y'all.
Remember, that jury is watching everything there. So every time the defense objects, they go to the sidebar, and there's a ruling which seems to favor the defense. The jurors also see what our viewer sees.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely. All right, we are going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're...
I'm sorry, y'all. I had to go wipe PJ nose, man. Bullshit.
Oh, I'm not even looking at the comments.
I went on YouTube and got that this time. I went and reported it there.
Yeah, I did too. I have. And I'm gonna start reporting every channel I see that he come over here for harassment, because that's all he doing.
Hey, he mentioned you in the video too.
Yeah, but I mean, if that's the best he could come up with, that I stink, okay.
Right.
Like, I'm a grown ass woman. That shit don't hurt my feelings.
Right.
Because I know it's not true.
Right. I'm just saying.
Like I said in the chat, nigga, I'm from the rack. Come up with something better than that shit.
Right. I'm just saying he expanding is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm more upset he called me a bitch than said I stink. Shit.
Right. I really don't give a fuck about none of that shit he be saying. I just get tired of his ass sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, damn, get a life, dude.
Right.
Like, he mad we covering the case. And it's just like, how many channels are doing this shit?
Right.
How many channels are covering this damn case? So why do you keep on coming over here harassing us? I don't see you over on no other platforms or making no videos about no other platforms covering the case. Why us? Because he really want to be a part of the squiddy, honestly. But he fucked up. And you know, first impressions are lasting, so he ain't get a second chance. And now he just figured he's gonna harass the shit out of us until we let him in. No.
Right.
You know, you are known as the resident troll.
Right. He like Melly when the police went out that interrogation room.
Yeah. You know, just a fucking menace for real. Man. But did you have a good nap, love?
I was snoring.
No, you weren't.
Oh.
But I could tell by your breathing pattern you were asleep.
Yeah, I was snoring. I dozed off.
But all of us was like, let him sleep. Shit, we know you do a lot.
Yeah.
You know, these live streams and shit going for 12 hours and 16 hours and shit, and you still working, you know?
Yeah, I ain't gonna cap. I'm a little happy now that I finally got to see my son after like 4 months. My baby mom just sent me some videos and some pictures of him. She sent me like 8 of them.
Well, look at God. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna be good now for the rest of the day. I'm happy now.
That's a blessing.
Yeah.
That's a blessing. Like it truly is. I'm glad you got to see your baby.
Yeah, I'm happy now.
Yeah.
He got teeth at the bottom and everything now.
Oh wow. Cause how old is he?
9 months.
Oh. Yeah. I'm glad you got to see him.
Yeah,
That's brought a smile to my face this morning.
Yeah, I'm happy now. Hey, so Melvin can't get around his goddamn cell phone shit either, huh?
Nope. He was looking worried as hell. Jamie and B Slime up there talking to the lawyers while they was on a recess, or were they on a sidebar? I think they were doing a sidebar and everything. Like they worried about this damn cell phone information. Now I haven't seen Melly worried the whole trial, but he worried about the cell phone information.
Right.
He actually paying attention to the shit. Yeah, he worried about this shit because he know.
Right.
That's the nail in his coffin right there.
Right. I'm finna play this video with Spoon posted.
Yeah, because I didn't look at it.
Oh, you didn't look at it, T?
No, I didn't.
This is Melly's mom. You need to call me back. I know you probably blocked my phone number or whatever, but you need to call me immediately so we can get this straightened out. I don't know what is going on or what you are doing, but you got the record label locked out. You got the managers locked out. You got everybody locked out. If it's money, you should have came to me and asked for money. You don't do shit like that. That's childish, and you would really get hurt doing stuff like that. That's not okay.
Ooh. Okay, Jamie. She be acting like she really would, don't she?
Back. I know you probably blocked my phone number or whatever, but you need to call me immediately so we can get this straightened out. I don't know what is going on or what you are doing, but you got the record label locked out. You got the managers locked out. You got everybody locked out. If it's money, you should have came to me and asked for money. You don't do shit like that. That's childish, and you would really get hurt doing stuff like that. That's not okay.
I told y'all.
Okay, Jamie.
I told y'all.
She on her bullshit, ain't she?
Call me back. I know you probably blocked my phone number or whatever, but you need to call me immediately so we can get this straightened out. I don't know what is going on or what you are doing, but you got the record label locked out. You got the managers locked out. You got everybody locked out. If it's money, you should have came to me and asked for money. You don't do shit like that. That's childish, and you would really get hurt doing stuff like that. That's not okay.
I told y'all. Let me stop it.
Now, who's this going to?
It says on the thing. It says YNW Andre is. Who's YNW Andreas, y'all?
I've never heard of him. Anybody in the chat know?
Anybody?
Can y'all look him up for us, please?
Yeah, who is YNW Andreas, y'all? I told y'all. She say it's Emerald say that's a threat. Emerald, I saw you over there on school last night. Emerald, appreciate you. Yeah.
My short review said dun dun dun. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm telling y'all. I told y'all what these people be doing. I told y'all.
I don't know who that is, Tavares Johnson. Can y'all look him up for us, please?
Yeah, I don't know who he is either. Who's YNW Andreas? Because Jamie Shaw was threatening him and telling
Yeah, that's who that was addressed to, and I don't know who that is.
And I told y'all they've been facilitating money through Jamie to get to other people. So you heard her. She said, if you needed money, you should have came to me because that'll get you hurt. You like, what are you doing? Now I don't know what she meant by lockdown. I don't understand what that meant. I don't know. But I know whatever YNW Andreas did, she ain't like it. She ain't like it. I told y'all, but it's the same lady that talking about she gonna pray for us and keep getting heart attacks. And she a good person, man. This lady ain't shit.
Why did shit? I got tongue tied. Why do you think I said I didn't want her prayers for me to go no higher than the ceiling? Because of that shit right there. Don't get me wrong, I'm not perfect, but I swear to God, I ain't never talked to nobody like that threatening their life and shit.
Yeah, Nikki Baby. Who is YNW Andreas?
Yeah, I knew Nikki Baby would find out for us. Thank you. And Nikki Baby, guess what? People used to call me Nikki when I was growing up. That's my middle name, Nicole. And so I got a fondness for you for that. PJ, what do you want? I'm tempted to bring your ass up just so you can come and apologize, my nigga.
That nigga ain't gonna apologize. That nigga.
No, remember that's the first thing he did the last time was apologize.
Also, YNW Andreas is Melly's homeboy.
Well, okay.
Okay. Y'all see what Jamie did then.
He said Melly's YouTube account is his originally, and they never paid him for it. That's on IG. Oh. It's on that IG. Oh, okay. Thank you, Moonlight Star.
What do you mean? So that clip we just saw is on his IG?
Well, you know, it's on I guess that IG post that we couldn't see, you know, the rest of it, what it was saying at the bottom versus just the recording of what Jamie was saying.
Oh, and he wanted to get paid for his goddamn. He wanted to get paid for his account.
Yeah, his YouTube account.
Right, and they hadn't paid him for it. Oh, so they had him locked out of the goddamn YouTube account. He had all of them locked out the YouTube account.
Mm-hmm.
He had the record label, Melly, the mama, everybody. Okay. I get it now.
Yeah, that's what I take from it. If I'm wrong, somebody correct me.
I get it now. Man,
but
fuck you, PJ. Fuck nigga. Nigga, you ain't finna get no more clout off me, pussy nigga.
Yeah. Chicks, if you on there, can you take PJ and wipe his nose again?
What the fuck I look like? Nigga want to come up here and talk shit and all this shit, man. Bro, listen, you better go ahead and find you somebody to play with, dog. Cause I'm really getting mad now. Boy, look, you'll see the real me come out, where the old me come out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? For real.
Right. I ain't always been saved and sanctified.
Right. Find you something to play with, kid.
For real.
You're a kid to me now.
Yeah, I'm old enough to be your mama.
Right.
Sit your ass down somewhere before I take you in the corner and put belt to ass like you need
right.
to.
Find you somebody to play with, little boy.
Whoever banned them. Thank you, chicks.
It's a real chick.
That's why you 1,000. You real, my girl.
Right. But boy, if y'all ain't subscribed to Spoon's channel, go subscribe to Spoon's channel. Listen, Spoon got more shit than this. Like he got more shit than this. He just, he just don't put it all out here. Whenever they piss him off, he'll drop some shit.
Right.
But he
slowly but surely.
Right. He got text messages. He got all types of, you know what I'm saying? You know. So if y'all would go subscribe to his channel.
And you can be in the know.
Right. In the know.
Damn.
Green Dog, what you doing, girl?
I think she said she has to get dressed because she got to get out of there.
Oh, okay,
She
okay.
got shit to do today. She can't be fucking around with us all day today.
Oh, okay, okay. I feel her. I feel her. That's why I went to sleep last night. I was like, man, I know I'm gonna be tired tomorrow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't mad. I went took my ass to bed too.
Mm-hmm.
And so wasn't no big deal.
Open the door to
We can't be on there all night, every night. Shit. We still human. You gotta take care of yourself in the process of all this shit too.
Bridget, this next question I'll send over to you, also from Instagram. 543 Ina asks, hi, tuning in from Australia. Thank you, Australia. We always love it when we get questions from different countries, and we do get a lot of Australian viewers. My question is, will the jury look at Ynw Melly behavior, happy, giggling, goofing around, etc., and take it as there is no remorse, therefore he is innocent? Or will it backfire on him and the jury? Will the jury take it in a negative way, Bridget?
Well, we never know what jurors are thinking. However, as a defense counsel, it's our job really to let the defendant know before a trial, before a hearing, before any matters before the court, to take it seriously and to make sure that they are on their best behavior. Melly has been quite the character throughout this entire trial. He mouths words to people in the audience. He says prayers. He gives kisses in the air. I believe he was said on his social media that he was giving kisses to angels, is what he said on his social media. And so if I was his defense counsel, I would have nudged him at that very moment to stop it right at that time. I also would have had a conversation with him prior to trial to make sure that he is being in a serious manner, that he's also showing that he's taking this seriously. You just don't want the jurors to think anything differently. You want them to make sure that they think that this is serious to him. I mean, he's being tried for a double murder case and, could be sent to death here. And so it's a very serious offense.
It's as serious as you can get in our criminal justice system in the United States, and really in any country for that matter. Our next question comes from Alex A. from YouTube. What does hung jury mean, Terry Austin?
A hung jury is a mistrial. It means that they can't all come to a unanimous decision. We're in the guilt phase here, and they do have to come to a unanimous decision on both of these murder counts that we have first degree for Melly. And so if you don't have, all of them agreeing, and it can take time, these types of things, sometimes the judge has to go back and say, look, it may seem as though you have lots of questions. It may seem as though you can't come to a decision, and he might give a charge saying, go back and see if you can come to one kind of conclusion. So right now we are nowhere near the, deliberation phase, but if they actually do start deliberating, and if they do become hung and that charge doesn't address the situation, then that could mean that there is a mistrial. And a mistrial simply means that they could start all over again. The prosecution would have the ability to make the decision as to whether or not they want to bring the charges against Melly again. So hopefully there won't be a hung jury, which would mean a mistrial, because with all of the effort that's been put in already, you want to see some sort of definitive conclusion to the trial.
Most certainly. Our next question, Dakota.G9, Linda Kenny-Bodden. This is coming from Instagram. If the defense is winning at this point in the trial, how do you think the prosecutors could sway the jury in their favor if they do not have any more hard evidence or witness testimonies to provide them with?
Well, this is a really interesting question, because remember the surprise witness issue the other day, or the other question we just had? There is one thing that prosecutors may decide to do. They may decide that the devil in this case is Melly, and then go back to the attorney for Henry and say, let's make a deal. Will you testify as a prosecution witness, and we will give you a deal of whatever time served or whatever, on the basis they feel they need to get Melly. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's always in the prosecution arsenal. And they can say to the judge, the deal was just made. The defense can then move it. They'll move for a mistrial, they'll move for all sorts of motions, but the judge will let it go through.
So even that late in the game, Linda, you think the judge would allow it if they said, hey, we made a deal with Bortland, he's going to come in here now?
Yeah, I think because the deal is dependent on the attorneys, right, to accept it in the first place. So I think he would. He may put a little delay. And remember, we have that delay built into the third week of July here. So that could happen. I don't think it's going to happen because I don't think Henry wants to be in jail or in prison being the proverbial, what we used to call snitched or now call incentivized informant. But it's there.
Yeah. In prison, though, they still.
I'd be in jail for 4-5 years to be a snitch, then to be in that bitch all my motherfucking life to be in forever. The fuck, man, it's crazy as hell.
Yeah, I'd rather be a snitch for about 4-5 than be a real nigga for life. That's for sure.
Shit, man. Hey, look, man, y'all put me in one of them little jails where all the snitches at.
For real. I need protective custody.
Yeah. Put me in one of them jails where all the snitches at.
Hell yeah.
Man,
sitting pretty for 3-4 years and take my ass home, change my identity, and go on about my goddamn business.
Right, man. Say, forget everybody, say fuck Melly and go and start me a whole nother life. Now,
for real.
Now, do y'all see this boy still got a chance to save himself? And he we already pretty much feel like he was definitely involved in this shit. You see what I'm saying? And he's dumbass still won't save himself when Melly definitely trying to save himself.
Yeah.
He's a damn fool. He's a damn fool.
Absolutely.
He's a damn fool. You know, you got.
I know you hear all kind of shit in my background. I'm sorry. I thought I was done with my hair, but I wanted to curl the ends, so you're gonna hear a lot of noise.
No, you're right. You know, you got fools and you got damn fools.
Oh yeah.
He's a damn fool. I'm telling you.
Yeah. And it's hard to have sympathy for somebody who just is a damn fool just because of some type of damn perceived loyalty that you have to this dude.
And the dude don't even got that loyalty to you. But go ahead now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you're more loyal to him than you are yourself, and I don't understand that.
I don't know either, man. I don't know.
Because I ain't gonna never choose nobody over me.
What? Because Melly ain't choosing you over him? Listen, I seen King AK-47 said last night if he was boiling, he'd tell. I told you, I know what the play is. It's only one play. Tell, nigga. Tell.
Yeah.
Nigga, listen. I'm gonna say this again. I never told on nobody ever in my life. But I never put myself in a situation where I couldn't do the time for the shit that I did either. But I'm gonna say this though. Do you see all these fucking snitches that's free and on YouTube making money? Terrence Gangster Williams a snitch. Brian Glaze Gibbs a snitch. Sammy the Bull is a snitch. All of these are murderers and who are snitches who are on YouTube making a decent living, all type of shit. Gunner a snitch. Goddamn, who else a snitch? Boston Richie a snitch. Goddamn, it's snitches everywhere. Everywhere. And they making a living. They done changed their lives. They making a living and they going on with their life.
Yeah.
Like, man, I don't know, man. Listen. And I'm gonna say this. I want Bortland to face some sort of consequence for what he did, but I'm saying that he does have an ability to save himself, and he don't even want to save his damn self. He's a damn fool.
Yeah. Like I said, he obviously has no family because my son, we would have been marching down to the prosecution's office after the opening statement.
Right.
You tell these people what they need to hear.
Right. I mean, but people rarely get the opportunity that he's getting. We know. Well, I don't know for sure, but I damn sure believe, and I would bet that he was in on this shit it was planned, premeditated. Nigga, you got the opportunity to be done planned and premeditated the murder of 2 people and still end up getting out the shit.
Yeah.
Man, you crazy the motherfucker. You crazy as hell.
Because honestly, they really don't want him. They want Melly.
Exactly. Man, that nigga crazy as hell. He already, and you don't want to be no snitch. Melly already done snitch. We just dropped the video. He snitched. You see what I'm saying? He snitched a long time ago. So shit, what? Track done snitched. We got him in the paperwork. So like, who you trying to hold this fake? What's the name up to? Track done snitched. Melly done snitched. Jacoby Mills done snitched. Like, who is you trying to what's this fake shit you trying to uphold, nigga? Like, all of them in the paperwork done snitched. All of them.
Yep.
What the fuck, man? Shit. Don't worry about it. God got it.
Yep.
Don't worry about it. When God show up and show out on his little stank feet ass.
Yeah. And he gonna be wishing he was singing like a canary after that.
I'm telling you. Nah, I bet you this. I bet you his ass don't be all smiley in the courtroom like Melly. I bet you that. I bet you when the put that gavel on his motherfucking ass. All right. And I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen with this too. Yes, might be looking this and that, there, this way, or whatever. But slowly but surely, the prosecutor, because let me tell you something I thought about too. The evidence is so strong against him it's hard not to win this case. Hard. It's hard not to win this case, man. I mean, even though she fucked up and she been fucking up and probably gonna fuck up some more. It's just the cell phone evidence, the way he did the crime, along with the way they carried on afterwards, all of that shit. I still think she gonna win this case. Now, when she win this case, that's definitely gonna put Bortland he definitely ain't gonna be able to win his case. If Melly beat this case, Bortland ass is definitely out of there. So,
yeah.
Okay. All right. Watch what happened to that. Watch what happened to that. I'm telling you. I'm so tired of these people. It's a scary world we living in now, Tanel, when you see how many people is on pro Melly. And I'm gonna tell you another thing I noticed too, what the lady said. She said that Melly's Instagram followers and all of that shit done went up. Okay, so y'all mean to tell me y'all started following Melly or liking Melly after he went on trial for double murder?
Right, because he's a murderer.
Right.
That just shows you how degenerate society truly is.
Right.
Like, come on.
These people, man, let me tell you something. These people don't be believing in God, and you can tell by the way they carry on and the way they act and the things that they do, and they done got so arrogant and so beside themselves, and so people don't think people forget this. The devil bless people too now. The devil bless his minions too. He make it look all good and all nice and all this and shit there and all like that there. But then he gonna come back and take every goddamn thing and that he gave you. But he doing that before he can get you to lure other people down there with his ass at too. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it wasn't truly a blessing at all. It was a curse.
Exactly.
But you don't see it that way.
But that's okay though. I can't wait till the motherfuckers keep getting them motherfuckers. I'm telling you, I believe in God. I don't give a damn. You know how I know it's a God? Because it's done been too many times where God done came through and showed up and showed out for me.
Who you telling?
It's done been too many times. And I said to myself, God, I would never doubt you ever again. Ever. I don't give a damn what I'm facing. Because I done seen it too many times. So hey man, trust me now. Trust me. And I'm gonna say this too. Sometimes you gotta have a little patience. Sometimes it don't just happen just like that. Sometimes it happens a little farther down the road. But it happens though.
Yep.
Trust me. God sees it all, boy. Let me see what's going on now.
BW, silly, free Portland shoes. He just got them boys back.
For real.
Man, because he was more pissed about them shoes being taken into evidence than he was Sack and Julie being dead.
Yes, he was.
Now,
man.
ain't that some shit?
Yes, he was.
I couldn't imagine just coming wheeling through the damn ER, talking about my best friends are dead or my friends are dead.
Right.
And then you worrying about some damn shoes.
Right.
When the police questioning you, like, for real? That let me know you ain't about shit right there.
Right. Spoon just dropped this video right here. I don't know what it is. Let me see.
Yeah, I saw that.
Let's see what this is.
Some motherfucking that last night. What? I ain't get to roll no weed. I ain't get to roll no sisters. I was locked up on Christmas. I ain't get to see my niggas. I ain't get to hug my mama. Couldn't even give her no kisses. Can't even post on my Instagram. Cause these pussy niggas be snitching. Everybody acting suspicious. Might probably say that I'm tripping. When I'm all alone in my jail cell, I tend to get in my feelings. And all I smoke is that loud. Don't pass me no energy. And I'ma smoke all of my pain.
That's Jay Green in the front. No, that's Cortland right there.
Understand these women who go around pretending as if they really fuck with me. So I love them all from a distance. Cause the same bitch say she down to ride, be the main one who trickin'. Got my limit with Premeditation. Cause every time I wake up in the morning, I got murder on my mind. AK-47, Mac 11, Glocks and 9s, and all these pussy niggas hating, trying to knock me off my grind. But I can't let them do it. I got murder on my mind, bitch. I got murder on my mind. I got murder on my mind.
You can't tell me he ain't crazy.
I got murder on my mind. I got murder on my mind. Yellow tape around his body. It's a fucking homicide. His face is on a t-shirt and his family's traumatized. I didn't even mean to shoot him. He just caught me by surprise. I reloaded my pistol, cocked it back and shot him twice. His body dropped down to the floor and he had teardrops in his eyes. He grabbed me by my hands and said he was afraid to die. I told him it's too late, my friend, it's time to say goodbye. And he died inside my heart, blood all on my shirt. Wake up in the morning, I got murder on my mind. AK-47, Mac 11, Glocks and 9s, and all these pussy niggas hating, trying to knock me off my grind. But I can't let them do it. I got murder on my mind, bitch. I got murder on my mind. Yeah, man, we about to go to man. I got murder on my mind. 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 What's the other nigga, man? Young nigga, man. Yeah. Young nigga, well, finally free. Finally started my queen. Yeah, I'm back, bitch. Y'all can start rapping now. Yeah. That shit done with y'all. That's it, bro.
I just can't believe I just don't like the fact that like that shit crazy as fuck. Like
You can't look at that and tell me that nigga don't look crazy as hell.
Yeah, I'm just saying like damn, like he really had to kill them boys though. You know what I'm saying? Like damn dog, like damn dog, like why you do that shit? Like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Damn dog, that shit's sad.
It is. It really, really is.
Damn, that shit's sad as fuck.
You know, and then now that he's gaining this extra popularity from being on trial and shit, how you think Sack Mama feel that shit is going around being popular again?
Right.
Where this little rat looking ass nigga is literally singing "Murder on My Mind," sitting next to the person he's accused of murdering.
Right. Both of them was in that car. The thing said Juvie too.
Oh.
So Juvie and what's name was in that car.
Well, Juvie must have been driving because that was Cortland in the front passenger seat.
Right.
But you know, that's crazy.
Damn.
Because I'm really trying to put myself in Sack and Juvie's shoes and how they had to have felt in that moment when they realized they were in the afterlife and how it happened.
Right. That's exactly, Tanel. Exactly. Like
you got took out by somebody who was supposedly your best friend.
Yeah, that is.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. That's sad, man. Damn. I bet that's like a bunch of like pain. Like, you know, just saying if if we hope his life as a devil, just think like if they are, knowing what happened to them, like I bet they like sad as fuck.
Really? For real?
Like you can't never get over that. Like, damn. Like I'm not here with my family. I'm not gonna be here with my family no more. Like behind this, like, they didn't even see it coming. Like
Exactly. You were comfortable enough around this man to take your shoes off and go to sleep. You know? I know I ain't never been comfortable around nobody where I feel like I can go to sleep around you and then have to worry about you doing something to me.
Right. I bet, especially Juvie, he probably like, man, what the fuck?
What the fuck did I do?
Right.
It's probably what's going through his head, not those words, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What did I do to deserve this?
All right. God gonna spin the block for them boys.
Oh yeah.
God gonna spin the block for them boys.
What?
Absolutely.
That shit got me pissed off.
Yeah, I'm not very happy after seeing that. But what have we been saying?
Somebody comments was like, somebody said some, I think it was a DJ Academic comments or whatever. He was talking about the Melly case. Somebody was like, you won't say that to Melly face. Man, man, let me tell you, like, I be getting tired of them punk ass people like that, man. That nigga 5'8", 120. I promise you, I will destroy that little boy if y'all got me in a room with him by my side. They would, I promise you, on everything. You would hear that little boy in there crying, bro. I'm telling you what I know. I done fought killers. I'm telling you, I've been to jail. Listen, I'm telling you, I done did the shit. Listen, I was in there for drug charges. I was in the juvenile side of the county, 33rd, and I was in that bitch fighting murderers, nigga. I swear to God, 15, 16, 17, we're fighting murderers. And some of them, and let me see, the ones that I was in there with, they never got, well, one of them did. But the other ones never got out. You feel what I'm saying? They still in that bitch right now. But I mean, well, in prison. But what I'm saying is like, that shit be meaning something to people who ain't growed up around that shit. Like, we don't be giving it. Man, I was just laughing with murderers at my brother's funeral. You know what I'm saying?
Right?
You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit don't be, when you come up around that shit, like, that shit don't be like what people be trying to make that shit like, we don't, in the hood, anybody's a potential murderer. Like, nobody cares. Like, it's only a mystique to people who ain't grew up around that shit. But when you grew up around that shit, you be so used to that shit, desensitized to that shit. Man, all right, man. So, back to Melly. I would thrash that little boy. And I'm pretty sure Spoon would too. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, Spoon would probably rip him apart.
Right. So, like, that's why people think, oh, you wouldn't say that to his face. That nigga had a gun. He probably couldn't have whooped. We know he couldn't have whooped Sack Chaser, and he probably couldn't have whooped Juvie neither. He just caught him slipping and had a gun. Know what I'm saying? Like it's a difference between we'll shoot a motherfucker. It's a difference between a killer with a gun and a killer without a gun. He ain't got no gun. He a regular motherfucker. He's a regular motherfucker. You feel what I'm saying? Like, man, shit. All right. Telling you, man, shit. All right. You see what happened to Jeffrey Dahmer? He did all that shit, went right in jail and got beat to death.
Exactly.
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Like, man, shit. Man, bitch don't be giving a fuck about that shit. I promise you don't. Because you be thinking like, boy, if I catch that motherfucker first, I got him. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like, shit, man. Man, all right. It's who get who first. That's all that shit be about. And if you mad enough, or the people done did something to you enough to where you go there, you don't be giving a damn about what somebody else did. Shit. What that dude name was? Alpo. He supposed to have been the killer, all these killers. Motherfucker killed his ass right.
Right on what was it? 125th in Harlem?
Yes. And I bet you the dude that killed him probably had never killed nobody in his life. Or maybe, you know what I'm saying? He definitely probably ain't had no many bodies as Alpo.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That shit don't be really meaning nothing. Like, you could kill 10,000, you could kill 10 people, and then you get killed by a little kid, 16 years old, who ain't never killed nobody. He just caught you. You know what I mean? Like, that's all that shit be about, man.
Welcome back, and thanks for being with us on the lunch hour during the trial of Ynw Melly. We've got a lot of great questions coming in, and we are answering them for you. So let's get right back to it. Aziella from YouTube, Bridget asks, why aren't they doing anything about Melly having multiple personality disorder? I don't know if he's been diagnosed with that, Bridget, but I know that he has said prior to all of this happening in interviews that he's got Melly and Melvin. And then he said in another interview I saw that he's got like 3 or 4, maybe 5 personalities.
Right. And so I don't know if that's something that has been brought up to the court, that he has a mental illness or has multiple personality disorder in any shape, form, or fashion. And if that should be taken into consideration if he could stand trial or anything of that nature. And so I don't know if that's something that's going to be brought in by the prosecution. If so, they should have notified the defense if they were going to be doing that by now. So I don't think that that's something that's going to be coming up.
Linda
he ain't got it.
Right.
Minx TV from YouTube asks, will the same evidence be used against the co-defendant, Bortland?
Absolutely. There's a lot of evidence that goes to Bortland also. That's where the shooting took place, according to the prosecution. The fact that they found the cartridge underneath the front seat of the car. So much of this is actually going to be the exact same people testifying. Maybe the prosecution will shorten some of them, such as the examiner, the firearms examiner, who talked about how firearms have patterns and all, to the nth degree, so much that the defense took advantage of it in cross-examination by giving or telling the jury they all had certificates now. But you will see much of the same evidence.
Tiara Williams from YouTube asks, did they do a psychological evaluation on Melly?
You know, to my knowledge, the answer to that is no. I don't think that there was any issue of competency. And actually what that means is that he's going to be able to assist with his defense. And there hasn't been any issue as far as that's concerned. There were no examinations. And, you know, we just talked about this, you know, multiple personalities. Again, there hasn't been any medical evidence put into trial, certainly. And I agree with Linda, I don't expect that we'll see that because we haven't had any witnesses on the list that would talk about any medical evidence. So far, nothing has come into trial to that effect. And I think we're just going to see him continuing. And, you know, he's competent, he's mentally sufficient to try the case and to be involved. And I think that's all we're going to see at this point.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it could be a totally different story, though, Linda, just really quickly. If he is convicted and they go on to the penalty phase, I mean, there could be some psychological information that comes in for mitigation, right?
Absolutely. When you get a death penalty case, you actually start with mitigation as a defense attorney. You find out everything about your client from pre-birth, before he was born. What was his life in utero like, as we saw with the Parkland shooter? So they will go into every single thing that he's had, every single psychological issue, and they will probably have somebody then diagnose him, or may have already had someone diagnose him, but haven't revealed it to the prosecution because they don't need to right now because there is no conviction.
Bridget, Nikki Burns from Twitter asked, do legal teams typically get feedback from their leadership on how the trial is coming across? That's the first part of the question. Second part is, and what types of strategy adjustments are?
Well, yes, I would say I was a former prosecutor. When I was a prosecutor, we definitely had some of the higher up prosecutors and the actual district attorney who would sometimes come down and even watch the trial while we were in the process of the trial. And then they would give their feedback and in an effort to improve the prosecution and give feedback on what questions should be asked of witnesses, if witnesses should go out of order of what was already planned. And so she would definitely be able to get some feedback from other prosecutors that are in the district attorney's office. And so and she can use that to her advantage as she sees fit.
Terry, this is from Julie Mart 26 on Instagram. She asks, what is the strongest evidence they have that he was involved?
Oh, Julie, that's a great question. I think that video of them coming out of the music studio and getting into the car and placing him in the back seat. So far, I think that's the strongest evidence. Because this is a circumstantial case, they're going to have to piece it together because they don't have much else. I think, frankly, they do have more evidence against Henry. He was the one who went into the hospital. He was the one who told the initial lies, at least according to the defense attorney. And so I think they have a stronger case against Henry, frankly, than they do against Melly, but we'll see how it pans out. They don't have any hard evidence. They don't have any witnesses. They actually just have the cell phone data so far. We might see additional data that places him at the scene of the crime, but right now we haven't seen all the evidence, and right now I don't think it's the strongest case.
Interesting. We'll have to wait until it's all been said and done, until the case is over, at least the state's case in chief. And then we move on to the defense case, of course, if they decide to put one on, which we believe they will. Crystal W. from YouTube. Should the prosecutor be fired for her actions and violations? Linda Kenny Bodden.
Prosecutors seldom get fired for actions in violation. Even when they have caused wrongful convictions, we seldom see any punishment meted out to prosecutors, although that may be changing a bit. But if indeed there is a discovery violation, she should be, the best practices for any office would be to redo the teaching that you have about what should be turned over. And usually in a big office, there is a Brady unit that says and reviews everything if it's even questionable about whether it should be turned over. So maybe the whole office has to look to see whether or not they're doing things properly if the basic discovery violation that was made by her has been made by others in the office.
Bridget, next question is from Lies Never Told 247 from Instagram. Why didn't Miss Holmes' daughter testify? That is Mariah Hamilton, the former girlfriend of Melly.
Well, I would say the only person who would know the reason why she didn't testify would be the prosecutor in this particular case. And so maybe the prosecutor doesn't think that the girlfriend testifying would be helpful to their case at this time. And so bringing up Ms. Holmes would be more helpful to their case in chief here. And so the prosecutor has the decision and has the power to decide on what witnesses she brings up. And so she just probably didn't think that it was helpful for her in this case, and maybe that Ms. Holmes was more helpful and laying out what was needed here.
Trap Man NYP from Instagram, Terry. Is he ever going to take the stand? What do you think? Do you think Melly's going to get up there and testify?
Hell no.
I don't think Melly is going to need to get up on that stand and testify, at least based on the evidence we've seen thus far. If the prosecution is putting on a case, and if right now it's not beyond a reasonable doubt, and I think there is a ton of doubt, much less reasonable doubt, in the jury's mind at this point with the evidence that's gone in, he will not take the stand. There is a lot of risk when a defendant gets on that stand. They have to be cross-examined. They could really talk about information that contradicts with other information that they've previously provided. And if you don't need to get up on that stand, obviously they have a right not to testify, and the jury cannot use that against the defendant, and the charges will be talking about that. The judge is actually going to make sure the jury's instructed to that effect. So if you don't have to, don't put the defendant on the stand. And in this case, based on what we've seen thus far, things could change. I doubt very seriously if Melly will get on that stand.
Well, Terry, I'm sorry to cut you off. We got to go to break. I'll be signing off. Linda Kenny Bodden will be taking over. We'll be right back.
Okay, so first thing first.
What's up?
First thing first, go one for Spoon again. That's what I be trying to tell y'all. This is the place to be when you want factual information. When it comes to this case, he said that he never heard nothing about no mixed personalities and none of that bullshit until after the goddamn murder. There go the people just told y'all that motherfucker ain't diagnosed with a motherfucking thing. But you know what I'm talking about? That nothing. He ain't diagnosed with shit. So there go the people that's buying into that mixed personalities, Melvin, Marvin, Martian, and all of them motherfucking shit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I'm telling you. That's bullshit. That Spoon said it. I ain't know the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know him. So I couldn't really too much tell you. But Spoon said he thought that shit was cappy. He ain't heard nothing about that shit before. And he said that he talking about he been to a mental institution. Spoon said he went to a behavioral school. If you listen to him in the interview yesterday, he say the boy went to alternative. I guess that's the same little alternative school. Chloe went to the same school. Juvie went to the same school. That's school where they go when you're being bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's bullshit. What else I want to hit on? What else they want to hit on in there? Something you heard in nothing there you want to hit on?
Nah, you covered it all, man.
Yeah, I was thinking about it was something else I wanted to get into when they were talking in there. I gotta think about it real quick.
Because I wasn't really listening to everything they were saying. I was going back and forth trying to finish it.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Oh, they were saying that the lady just said that she believed that they got a stronger case against Portland than they got against Melly.
Oh yeah. I heard that.
Now that's another thing that I said. I said it earlier this morning when I was first got on this video. Portland ass, I'm telling you, son, that defense attorney, he gonna turn on you. Trust when I tell you, you sitting there laughing on Instagram posting Melly this and that there, but that defense attorney, he looking down in your ass like you motherfucking Monterey Jack and you a piece of cheese. If you ever seen Chippendale's Rescue Ranger, you know who Monterey Jack. I'm telling you now, because he's going to have to crucify you in order to free his client.
Right.
He's gonna have to. So it's gonna come a time where, and they say, and Bruce Rivers say he think Portland gonna testify. Now,
I heard him say that too.
Yeah, so if he Portland get on that stand, the prosecutor gonna be trying to get Portland to tell on Melly, and the defense attorney gonna be trying to get Portland to say
it was all him.
Right. So he gonna be in for a rude motherfucking awakening.
Yep.
I think he's still gonna snitch though.
I hope he do. I hope he does. Like for real. That's the only way that I can see this not winning on appeal.
Mm-hmm.
Because the prosecutor, she done fucked up a lot. All right, let's be honest. You know, even that shit with the statement from Felicia, that's grounds for an appeal that he would probably win.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're not going to drop the charges if he did. I know they wouldn't. They would probably just give him a new trial, declare it a mistrial, or not declare it a mistrial, vacate the conviction, and send it back down to the court for a retrial. But why give them that opportunity if you can get Bort ass on the stand to start snitching?
Right.
And Bortland, man, if you ever hear this, you better get your ass up there.
Jelly.
Because that's the only way you're going to save yourself. Because trust me, Melly is saving himself.
Definitely.
Because where you think he got that damn defense strategy from? Hello.
Right.
The defense ain't coming up with that shit by themselves. Melly had to okay it.
Is charged with two counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YNW Juvie, and Anthony Williams, also known as YNW Sackchaser. All were a part of the YNW collaborative, along with the co-defendant, Cortland Henry, who will be tried separately. Right now, the court is on their lunch break and should be returning soon. But I want you to take a listen to some of the testimony that happened earlier of Special Agent Brendan Collins, who's with the FBI. His cross-examination is expected to begin once they return on lunch, but he was under direct examination all morning. So why don't we take a listen to the prosecution's case?
Marita.
I don't want to hear that shit, though.
Marita,
Yeah.
you got work?
Yeah, I got work today.
Oh, okay. Well, you gonna come back on afterwards?
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta get up out of here.
Okay. You have a good day.
You too. All of y'all have a good day.
All right.
Everybody be smooth.
Let me see what they were talking about. I did doze off on some of this. Let me see.
Resources you need, the providers need to have more towers in smaller coverage areas to provide service to those devices. When we get to more rural areas, where there's fewer people, fewer devices, the networks will usually have fewer towers that will have bigger coverage areas. So.
Is this map fairly and accurately depict the towers that were in South Florida in October of 2018?
Yes.
So going on to the phone of the 772-713-9807, what are we looking at this slide titled 347 again?
So this is a plot of timing advanced data, and it shows that two data points basically from the engineering report. The tower 64337, sector 2, the pointed south, recorded the red phone at two data points, one at 3:47:13 a.m., one at 3:47:24 a.m. And the measurement that went up was that phone at those times was 0.24 miles from the tower.
So you said it's two different times, but it's the same measurement. How do you explain that to the ladies and the jury?
That's what the records recorded.
Okay. And in terms of by having two data points, are they going to be in the same exact spot?
Well, it could be or it could not be. So the 0.24 miles from the tower is this red arc here. And I guess your question is the phone in the same spot or not? I don't know. Those are two data points close in time. They're separated by 11 seconds. So the phone certainly could be stationary. The phone could also be moving. For instance, at one point it could be here, and at the other point it could be there. There are both possibilities and can't determine for this thing.
And in terms of you don't have any cameras. Was other physical evidence provided for you to
I don't think I saw physical evidence, no.
Slide the 772-713-9807 and 954-248-9081. If you explain what we're looking at on this particular slide.
So this is a series of data points on 3 different hours for both the red and blue film between 4:17 and 4:23. We're starting back on the left side of the slide, where at 4:17:43 the blue film is 1.21 miles from this tower. Shortly after that, at 4:18:02 a.m., the red phone is 0.87 miles at the tower. Shortly after that, 4:20:50 a.m., the blue phone is 1.02 miles from this tower. And after that, at 4:23:22, 4:23:55, the red phone is 0.29 miles, and then 0.68 miles from this tower.
Okay, and in terms of what can you tell about how the phones are related in distance from one another based on this slide?
Distance from one another. Well, all phones move north and then east. We know that the blue phone and the red phone are both over here, and now they're over here. Period.
Can you have an opinion as to whether or not they separated during this time frame?
During this time frame?
Yes, 4:17 to 4:23.
I don't know. To me, I don't think there's enough data here to form.
Now going on to the 772-713-9807 between 12:01 and 12:12 p.m. on October 26, 2018. What are you illustrating with this particular image?
So at 12:01, first there's an incoming call from the turquoise phone 9158, and then at 12:01, the red phone is this band, 0.92 miles from the tower. At 12:03, it's 0.68 miles from the tower. At 12:05, it's 0.92 miles from the tower. At 12:07 to 12:12, it's 1.55 miles from the tower.
Okay, and just to flip back again to the 12:01 to 12:12 for the 954-376-9158. In terms of, can you make any opinions as to where these two phones were located in relation to one another during these time frames?
So they're in the same general geographic area for sure. They're both on the same hour, at the same time, near Pines and US 27. There's areas where there's times when their bands are approximately the same, and there's times where they're different. So,
can you make any sort of opinion that they were in the same vehicle?
Janelle, I'm confused. Janelle.
Right? How the hell am I on here twice?
Right, that's what I said. How the hell you on that 2 times?
Okay. I just closed out my other browser. There we go. Because it had kicked me off, so I had to come back on. But I'm like, why the hell? Nah.
Yeah, I'm confused like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I ain't got a twin, so I don't know who the fuck that was.
Right.
then continuing on at 12:18:08 p.m., the red phone's in this band, 0.92 miles from the tower. And then at 12:18:28, 0.68 miles from the tower. And then finally at 12:21:17, it's 0.29 miles from this tower.
And in terms of that was the end of that mapping and cellular analysis that you were asked to do in this case.
Yes.
Does being in a parking garage or being at elevation change your analysis of where the phones would be?
Change. I mean, I don't think so. No.
If there was something that was a red flag in the data, what do you do to catch that?
If I see a red flag for whatever reason, something that doesn't make sense, I'm gonna look at it much more closely. I'm trying to figure out, okay, what is the issue? Is there an issue? And Yeah.
Was there any such information or issues that in the records that you looked at in this case?
Yeah.
Can you ever say why a phone picks a particular tower or doesn't pick a different one?
Yes. So if we're talking about making a call or sending a text, and then from the call detail records, the phone picks the tower based on its readings, signal strength and signal quality. The phone always picks the tower with clear strong signal. If we're talking about the engineering data, what the network sees, why the network reports the distance measurement from one tower.
Well, as we have in this case, we've been getting an education, this time from an FBI agent at cell towers. And I need to bring my great guest in to discuss it. Obviously, a host here in all the programs we have on Law and Crime, the great Brian Buckmeyer, also a great criminal defense attorney in his own right. And of course, the former president of the New Jersey State Bar Association, another great, trial attorney and criminal defense attorney, Bob Hilla. But Brian, I want to start with you. How does this testimony advance the prosecution to a guilty verdict beyond a reasonable doubt? Or is it more beneficial for the defense being exploitative?
So I think it's more beneficial. And thank you for that amazing welcome to Linda. I think it's more beneficial for the defense, but let me walk through why I think that is. This testimony for the prosecution is giving the jury a general idea as to where these two cell phones were. I'm assuming at some point they're going to say the red cell phone, we believe, was Ynw Melly, and the blue cell phone was one of the other three people in the car. See them traveling together, see them separate. I think that separation and in between them traveling together is going to be where the shooting occurred, because we all know that Ynw Melly was not there when Cortland Henry reported that the shooting occurred. So they can kind of piece together the storyline, generally speaking. But the devil's in the details. And most defense attorneys will come up and say, okay, take this information and show me where the shooting occurred. So far, the prosecution hasn't been able to articulate that. So if the defense can say, well, this general information is great, but it wasn't specific enough for you, the investigation, the prosecution, to give us the ultimate answer that we're all looking for as to where the shooting occurred. Were you able to get video from where that shooting occurred? Did this information further investigation? And if it didn't help the law enforcement get to the right person, then why should the jury be able to use it for beyond a reasonable doubt? That's how I would argue as a defense. So I think at the end of the day, this helps the defense more than it does the prosecution.
And let me now turn to Bob Hilla. Bob, you were talking to me as this was going on, and you were saying, wait a second, is the cell phone in two separate locations? I mean, I could hand you my cell phone accidentally. You could walk out with it. Or maybe I have somebody else's cell phone here with me on the set. So tell me, how does this, when you're listening to it, help the prosecution and help the defense, akin to what Brian just told me?
Well, it's a part of the story. I mean, obviously, it needs a lot more of an evidentiary boost to it because it doesn't really tell us anything about how the victims died and who did it, which is what the state has to prove as to this defendant. What it does tell us is that these cell phones were in the general vicinity and when. It's all that important because you have the surveillance video that shows these people all getting in the car together. You have three of them coming back to the hospital afterwards. Two of them were deceased. So the question is what happened in between. I'm not so sure, unless you have a direct linkage with those phones, that's really going to help answer that question. But I think the jury wants to know everything that the state found in this case that might be relevant in telling at least bits and pieces of the story. So in that regard, I think they're going to give a lot of tolerance to this part of the trial.
Well, then let me go back to Brian for a quick question here. Brian, so Melly got out of the car. That's what Bob Hilla is saying. He got out of the car before the shooting happened. So how does the prosecution put him back in the car when the shooting happened? If he got out of the car before the shooting happened, as his defense will say.
I don't think they can. I don't think there's going to be any information to say that based on us being able to track these two cell phones that we believe belong to, I think, Henry and Ynw Melly, that these are them and believe it them. I know they submitted some evidence saying that, hey, look, we took a screenshot of the person using this phone, and in that screenshot, you can see Ynw Melly in the small box as he's FaceTiming someone. Great evidence, great use of an argument. I get that. But saying that these two phones travel together and then at some point in time they were not traveling together, and the inability to pinpoint exact locations, because what you're really doing is you're pinging off of cell phone towers. You're not triangulating exactly where someone is. You can give a general idea of where they are in that area. So saying that at some point they're close and at another point they're a distance away. It doesn't say where the shooting occurred, when he got out, if he was in the car during the shooting or outside the car during the shooting. It leaves more questions than answers.
And Bob Hiller, let me just talk to you about one final point then on this. So you have Henry, who brings the two decedents to the hospital. But does that mean that he's saying, well, this, please help them? Or is that saying, hey, I'm trying to set up, like, it's not an alibi, but a cover story that I really wasn't the shooter when I was the only one in the car with the two other people, and Melly is nowhere to be found?
Well, Henry's an interesting part of this puzzle because, the jury can still reject this idea of a drive-by and can still acquit the defendant if they believe that the state didn't rule out that Henry didn't shoot these people, or that the defendant somehow played some part in that, or even had knowledge that he didn't just take out a gun and shoot these people and then he just split from the scene. So the jury is going to look at everything here, and it could acquit because of the role that Henry had in this and the unexplained role that maybe he had.
And the unexplained role that Henry had. And, Henry, there was a shell casing that they couldn't necessarily match, found, well, let's see, a lone one in the car under the front seat, and that's where Henry was sitting. So I think that we should all ponder this, because when that jury goes back into that jury room, they're going to be doing the same thing, pondering, and they're going to say, what did I just hear? Even if they can't talk about it, does that help me get closer to the football touchdown the prosecution wants, that it was Melly who was the shooter, or does it just give me a more reasonable doubt? In any event, we're going to take a quick break here at the Law and Crime Network. When we come back, we'll go right back into that courtroom, right back into that testimony that the jury is hearing, and let you assess it, and then we'll talk about it some more. Stay with us.
The drone age has begun in the large-scale military online action game.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
Anybody got any questions, comments, and concerns in the chat we can address while we're still on lunch break? Because I think this is lunch break now.
Yeah, that's what I was actually doing. I was actually scrolling through the comments, seeing what if they had some questions. Let me see. I think he got too much pride to be the next Marlo Mike. So Nelly said she think that is that a she or he? I can't see the picture. But anyway, Nelly said that they think that Portland got too much pride to be the next Marlo Mike. Boy, he sure they have enough pride to be wearing other people's shoes and shit, did he?
Right. He ain't have enough pride to be wearing borrowed clothes and shit.
Right. God.
He has so much pride he ain't take that money to shut up. But
right.
I don't know.
Right.
He ain't have enough pride that he was so ashamed to be the do boy for the damn group.
Right.
So I don't know. But the thing is, he is gonna be the next Marlon Mike, because his ass gonna be locked up.
Definitely gonna be locked up
for some shit that he did to help somebody else out, a fucking rapper. So yeah, he maybe not exactly like Marlon Mike, because Marlon Mike did the shit himself.
He did a lot of shit.
But he's in the same situation, being loyal to somebody who don't give a fuck about you. Look at Boosie ass. Who he ever mentioned Marlon Mike? Nope.
Right. Munda say why the defense attorney never mentioned the shell case.
I guess they ain't got there yet.
Yeah.
Why the defense attorney never mentioned the shell case? They never will.
Right.
Not the defense.
Right. I think you meant the prosecutor, but yeah, I'm with you on that too, Tanel. I think that I think they haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah, but I don't think the defense will ever mention that shell case. Ever, because it was found too close to where their client was sitting. That just indicates him, you know?
Yeah. Kel1K say, this man Bortland gonna jeopardize his life all for some loyalty.
Exactly, Kel. I ain't loyal to nobody but me when it comes to no shit like that.
Listen, the first rule of the jungle, the first law of the jungle is self-preservation.
Thank you.
Self-preservation.
I'm telling you, Marita, you know how highly I speak of my mama, right?
Right.
Let her go do some shit.
Right.
I'm telling like a motherfucker, I ain't going to jail for even her, and that's the person I love most on this planet.
Right.
Fuck you mean. I ain't got no loyalty to nobody but me when it comes to some prison shit.
Right. For real. That shit's stupid.
And talk about me if you want to. I ain't taking no case with nobody.
Yeah,
not even married. Shit. I tell my family and friends that all the time. Don't do no shit around me and I find out about it, because if they come ask me about it, I'm telling them people if it's me or you.
I got my best friend, his name Tory Guns. Well, his name Peasy, but he be in the chat sometime. When he jump in there, I'll show you to his name, Tory Guns in the chat, right? He always had this saying. He used to say, "Hey, don't make your problems mine."
For real.
Don't make your problems mine.
For real.
What is they finna come back?
And how long have you been in the homicide?
Since 2009. So what I do is I
think they just reviewing his testimony earlier.
Yeah, he used to say that. Don't make your problems mine.
Yeah, for real. Like for real. I and especially my little sister who's 24, I tell her that shit all the time. Because before she had my nephew, you know, she was out there. She was doing her thing.
Right,
cool.
right.
Do what you do. But don't do no shit that I know about and then people come ask me.
Right.
Because I promise you, I ain't going to jail for you and nobody else. Shit. I can't fight like I used to. I'm disabled now and I ain't got my guns in jail. No, thank you.
Mundo say, did Bort take a deal when they released him early? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I don't think so. Because if he would have took a deal, we'd already known about it.
Yeah, I think so too. Unless the prosecutor was able to keep that shit hush, 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 hush.
Right, but they would have when they would have to tell the defense. Like
I think so.
Yeah.
You know, and so unless everybody kept it hush, hush,
Right,
I don't think he got a deal. And they might, because you know it's a safety thing for him.
Right.
So it might be that way.
It might.
You never know. Might have been why he got out, because he took a deal. But if he did, we don't know about it.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as you dove deep into this case, I'm quite sure you would have found this shit by now.
Yeah, and that lady said that the little on the break, that lady did say that she think that Bortland still could turn state's evidence if he chose to do it.
Yeah. Up until they go to the jury, he has an opportunity.
Right.
To open his mouth and say something and save himself. I don't understand why he's willing to sacrifice so much for Melly.
Right. I think
like a slimy nigga. He slimed out his day ones. You think he ain't gonna turn on you?
Right.
Okay, they starting up now.
Okay, I think they might be back.
The transnational organized crime.
Okay, and that's where you learned the past report site as a collateral duty, correct?
No, I started doing CAS as collateral duty when I was a special agent working gangs, part of our state streets gang unit. And then I started doing terrorism investigations as my primary job, continued doing CAS as a collateral duty. Then I did CAS full-time in DC as a supervisor. Then I got promoted to field supervisor, which is my current job.
So you're still supervising organized crime?
Yes.
So do you do any of the CAS work with organized crime?
No.
So you know, if you know when's the last time you actually did a CAS report, an actual one for an actual case, when's the last time?
This would be, so I kept all the cases that I had done previously that had been adjudicated.
Okay.
I have not taken new cases since becoming a supervisor.
And just curious, from the last time we spoke, which was about a year ago now, has anything changed with the technology that we should be aware of? Right. So you had testified earlier talking about timing exams, and you said with T-Mobile they call that true data, correct?
Time in advance is the.
I want to say this too. I seen what Nikki Baby say. Nikki Baby say it wasn't a drive-by. So what are they saying? That's another thing. They just done completely threw out the whole damn drive-by scenario. Like
yeah.
Talking about that shit no more. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah.
She got a point with that one there. Like,
yeah, like are they gonna connect that soon?
Right. No, I think I'm telling you, boy. Portland ass is standing down a barrel of a 45. I'm telling you, they coming for him now. Why would I tell you now? Why would I tell you? I don't know when they're gonna do it, but they coming. I'm
just waiting.
They coming. They coming. It's gonna be interesting to see. You know, like that's gonna be interesting to see. But they coming. And I wonder is his ass gonna, because you got that's an interesting play to make, because you got to think now, if they say Portland did it right, say Melly T like, yeah, Portland. He don't know really what happened. That nigga might snitch like a motherfucker, you know?
Right.
I'm telling you. If I'm that state attorney, I'm hollering at Portland right now. Hey man, you know they finna put all this shit on you now.
Right.
You know they finna put this shit on you now. And I'll be like, hey, look, just say he get acquitted. You know we coming for you, right?
Exactly.
We coming for you. You gonna get prosecuted in the same jurisdiction in a couple months. We coming for you now. All right.
With all of the weight of the law and this case on your ass.
Right. And he ain't gonna have no leverage. He ain't gonna have no leverage because Melly case gonna be over with.
Mm-hmm. That's why I understand why, if he hasn't taken the deal, why the fuck not?
Right.
You know, because you ain't got too much time left to be able to do that, bro.
Mm-hmm. He want to be a real nigga, dog.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
That nigga ain't got no children. You ain't gonna have no kids, boy. You gonna be in jail without no kids and that. Boy, you can. Oh man.
Well, you know what? That's what he get, because Sack and Juby left this earth without kids.
Without children, that's right.
You know, they didn't get to extend their damn family tree, you know. Their lineage was cut off. So this deserves the same fucking thing. Fuck them.
Right. To say what everybody he say now is true. If he testify against Melly because he lied on him, he just won't say what he did. But out here watching everything he may tell on Melly, I don't know. Portland gone. Portland got Bond. Yeah. I'm not forensic scientist, but it's obvious the bullets were shot from the inside. Straight up, real Supreme Justice.
Yep.
How are they going to? I don't know. Let me see what else they say with this forensic shit. I really slept through this shit, to be honest with you.
From one sector to the other. Because they have multiple sectors. So on the sector boundary, could that change? I guess, yeah, there's a possibility of that for sure.
Okay. Can you do this calculation yourself?
Which calculation?
The calculation of the speed times time equals distance. Can you do that math yourself?
Yes, I can.
By hand? And would you include timestamps when you did that calculation?
So
I didn't do that calculation for this report. I used the distance that was in the engineering records that T-Mobile gave it, produced. If they gave me the time, and we could use either 3.0 or 2.99, whatever the other number you said was for the speed of light. Can do math if that was your question. Like for this report, I did not do that math to produce these distances.
Okay. So can you tell me about any publication that would tell us about these expected accuracy of the timing advance records?
Nope.
All right. You haven't. So in your map, throughout your map, you talked about these bands and the distance from the tower. Is there any publications or any other data that you have that would explain how accurate that is?
No.
Do you know of any scientific testing outside of the legal community as to this whole cell tower stuff?
In the cellular community, because this is an important part of how cell phones work on a cellular network.
Okay.
But apart from that, no.
Okay. You show that band as a plus or minus 10 miles, correct? Is that the width of it?
No, it's 78 meters.
All right. And could you break that down? How big would that be? If you were to compare, like, would that be a football field, 2 football fields?
No, it's less than a football field, slightly less than a football field.
So slightly less, like 3/4 of a football field?
Something like that.
And do you have any factual basis that would back that up?
Factual basis for what 78 meters is?
Yeah. No, well, the distance, the approximation of the span. You have anything that would back that up?
As to why it's 78 meters?
Yeah.
Because that's what based on how the technology works, based on 4G, that's what the time advance is. That's just what it is.
So did T-Mobile tell you this in your training, or how did you figure it out?
Yeah, through my training experience, not T-Mobile specifically, but I mean, that's for regardless of whether it's T-Mobile or Verizon, Sprint, 4G technology, the time advance is 78 meters.
All right. So is this an estimate that's being made by T-Mobile?
The distance?
Yeah.
The tower?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. So would you say that this is T-Mobile's best estimate and it's actually no more accurate than the call detail records themselves?
Well, so I think that in my opinion experience, generally the time advance is accurate. Call detail records are accurate. Okay, so I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So I was just asking, it's T-Mobile's best estimate on this map accurate than the call data records, the CDR?
Well, the call detail records would have to be more accurate because they are less precise. So without a doubt, that is this. The timing advance measurement, in my experience, is accurate, but there are factors that could make it less accurate than the call detail records. For instance, we just talked about how the difference of whatever 3 100ths in math could make a difference in the calculation of distance. Earlier, we talked about how in multi-math, the signal bounces off multiple surfaces on the way to the phone or on the way from the phone back to the tower. That would increase the amount of time that it traveled, which would then also increase the distance. So although I think the timing advance is accurate because it's more precise, there's the potential for it to be less accurate than call detail records.
So do you know of any publications or studies that would back up your opinion?
No.
Okay, so based on the information, you can't really tell the court precisely which locations these phones are falling in, can you?
One of the limitations of cellular analysis is that you can only say a general area where the device would be at a given time.
All right. So even with the general analysis, all of the stuff that we've gone through for about 4 or 5 hours, at the end of the day, you can never give an exact location.
True.
All right. Can you tell us if a phone is on a highway?
So that depends. For one data point, no, you can't. You just general area where the phone would be. If you have multiple data points, you may be able to infer an opinion as to where you think it is. For instance, like in this case, if you see the device traveling from east to west, the towers along 595, and the time between those towers, you can infer what the speed would be and say, okay, I think it's likely that they're on a highway because I know the area, or they're on state 30 before we're traveling a certain speed. But from the cellular data alone, no, you can't tell if the phone's in a car, on the side of the road.
So can you tell if it's in the woods?
No.
How about another residence located in the area?
No.
And could you tell if somebody was walking around a car with a phone? Would you be able to tell that?
No.
Okay. Go back to your report. So it'd be your testimony that this phone to here, correct?
Yes.
And what was the distance from here to here?
Well, I don't know what the distance is from one end of that illustrated arc to the other.
Okay. Well, can you actually guarantee that the phone is in the arc?
No. So that arc estimate, or that arc depicts the time before, including the 78 years time in advance, which is all the resolution you can get. Why I can't guarantee that it's there as well. One, the sectors themselves, the sector itself. So that's an illustration, it's an approximation of the sector, right? I talked earlier about it being a flashlight to illustrate the direction that the cell signal is going. If anyone drew a flashlight, we draw a cone or something that looks like this. But everyone who's used a flashlight knows that it's not actually like a tube on a paper towel. It's not actually just a tube, right? And like it's brightest here and it gets weaker and weaker and weaker. So although in this illustration there's hard black arms that say this is the limit of the sector, that's not really the case. There's some bleed over it. So that's the first point, is that it could be, in this instance, potentially over here, potentially over here. Second instance is, as we talked about, if there was something that delayed the signal traveling from the tower to the phone or back, that would make the distance longer than where the phone actually is. So it's a depiction of the records. But with 100% accuracy to say that the phone has to be in this band, no, I can't say that 100%.
Okay. And I did switch the page, so we're looking at your page 12 of your report. And looking at this, can you tell the court if the phone is between these two bands at any given time?
I infer, in my opinion, yes, because it had to have been at some point in time between those two bands, because it was here at 350 or somewhere within this area at 352, 58, and somewhere here, 353, 48. So to get from here to here, we had to be somewhere between them at some point.
But didn't you tell us earlier that you don't always necessarily connect to the tower closest to you as the one with the best signal? So could it be possible that this is actually the tower with the best signal and the phone is nowhere in that sector?
So this is from the engineering report. So the engineering report had two measurements for this tower and sector, the 0.58 miles and the 1.16 miles. The engineering report does not, that's the network's perspective. So when I was talking about what they call detail records, where the phone measures the clearest, strongest signal, and then picks the tower or the antenna on the tower that offers the clearest, strongest signal, then that's from the call detail records. The engineering reports is the network's perspective.
So where did you get the engineering reports from?
From T-Mobile.
So didn't you previously testify that Detective Moretti gave you these records?
Yes,
So did they come from Moretti or from T-Mobile?
from Detective Moretti.
All right. And so the engineering report, is it what Ms. Bradley, the state attorney, had put up previously, all these numbers and environments? Is that-
Yes.
Okay. Do you double check that report?
What do you mean?
Do you validate it? So you get this report with all these numbers. Do you have a system in place at the FBI that you could cross references to make sure that the latitude and longitude and the distance is actually what it's saying it is?
No.
So do you even know if it's credible?
You can answer the question.
So, yeah, the accuracy of this report is like pinned on those records being accurate. In my experience, the records that we get from telecommunications providers are accurate, which is why this works.
Well, let me ask you. So have you ever had an engineer come through on any of your cases, 130 cases that you had, and have them validate the information that you got from T-Mobile, Sprint, or whatever carrier it is?
So I've had cases where there was a, actually, no, not for me. I know of other past assets who had cases where there was a red flag or a problem, and then we contacted the engineers and said, hey, there's something that it's not making sense. We need to look more into this. But for me, no.
All right. Do you know of any instances in these records where a mistake or any oddity occurred?
No.
All right. So, and you already testified you did not request an engineer to assist you to review these records, correct?
Correct.
And you said that one of these bands would be a little less than 100 yards wide?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you this engineering report that you're talking about. Okay. So there's a section on this engineering report that's labeled environment. All right. And it goes on to tell you, and I'm looking for, good thing I didn't do the cell tower analysis, it'd be a mess. So obviously I can't handle this modern technology, but you have a section in here called environment. I just want to find where it's at.
It's to the left.
Yeah, it's so small I can't even see it. But you know what I'm talking about when I talk about environment, correct?
Yes.
Do you rely on this?
No.
Why?
I don't know how it's calculated.
So, and it goes back to my other questioning. This document that's produced from T-Mobile, from their engineer, your engineering report, says that T-Mobile can tell you if a phone is outside, inside. So why do you rely on everything else in this document, but you won't rely on that column?
So I rely on the time in advance, I guess, just because I have, well, I think it really comes down to two things. One, because I understand it, right? I understand speed of light times time equals the distance. And two, because I've done that and I've been able to validate that through my real world experience. That's why I have confidence in time in advance. When it comes to the environment and the latitude and longitude coordinates and their associated confidence level, why don't I use that? Well, I didn't use them in this report because I don't know all factors that go into calculating those. And I don't have real world experience validating those or disproving them to speak to myself personally, whether they will be.
So you had previously testified that in your training, you actually get invited out to different cellular companies, correct?
Yeah.
And did you get invited to T-Mobile?
Never been to T-Mobile.
Okay. Do you know if any of your past people went to T-Mobile?
I don't know.
Okay. Can you tell us how T-Mobile could tell if the phone is indoors?
Don't know.
Have you ever performed any testing to determine if a phone is indoors or outdoors based on the timing advance records from T-Mobile?
No.
And is there any way for you to verify that environment column? The environment estimate from T-Mobile?
Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to test it, we could coordinate something with T-Mobile, or I'm sure T-Mobile could test it, where they would use test phones and do things that people do with phones, calls, texts, data. They would look at the phones of the record and say, like, okay, here's our control group, and here's what the data said, and here's what the phones actually were. So, is there a way to do it? I'm sure that.
We were kind of just talking about a hypothetical.
Right.
As far as you know, it's never happened. Okay. So, with the true call distance estimates, has T-Mobile ever shared the calculation with you or possibly other members of the cast team?
The calculation is the speed 3.0 or 2.9, whatever times the time. That's the calculation.
So have they shared that with you guys? Have you gone through to find out what exact number is, how they're coming up with these formulas, anything like that?
Yeah, that's that calculation for time in advance. Again, that's not unique to T-Mobile. That's how all phones have to function on cellular networks. They have to have time in advance measurements of.
That first date was the beginning of something special.
Download Bumble.
Trust in T-Mobile and its records. So you just get them and you go off of that, correct?
I plot the data from T-Mobile and do an analysis. I don't take anything for given as I'm doing my analysis.
But you don't know if the numbers are correct because you don't have an engineer validating or rechecking anything. So
I'm taking, I'm relying on the accuracy of the records, yes.
Right. So basically, you're telling us that we're to trust an undisclosed calculation as being accurate.
Argument.
Right. And do you not have any of the measurements for the underlying true call data?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of columns on this engineering report. It's possible that something is there, but I don't think so.
Okay. Go back to your report.
Hey, Marita.
Yeah.
We got a question from the back
In this
chat.
report, you say that the measurements of phone numbers.
The back.
I'll move it up here. So your report says, you can come in and say if you want to help me. Of course. That these two phones, 9807 and 9081, are in the area of the crime.
Yeah, we
scene,
gotta
correct?
chill. We're gonna chill with that for a little bit, French. PJ be tripping. So I'll be a lot skeptical.
What's the
hold on.
Your language is cellular measurement.
So yeah, French. So I'm not saying I'm not gonna be letting nobody up in the near future. I'm just saying I'm not letting nobody up right now because we be getting trolled, we be getting people doing weird shit, all type of stuff, being disrespectful when we let them come up on the panel. And it's just not a good not a good thing. So I'm not saying I'm not gonna let you come up in the future, but I'm saying right now we just gonna chill out with that real quick. And I mean another thing, I never seen you post in the chat either. You know what I'm saying? Like I normally I notice that the people that post in the chat, they're more when they come up, they be, you know what I mean, knowing how to conduct themselves. A lot of the times the people that I've never seen post in the chat, when they come up here, they be on some fuck shit. So get your feet wet in the chat first, and then we'll see. You know what I mean? Like post your thoughts and your comments and how you feel in the chat first, and then we'll go from there.
I feel you, but answer his question.
What is his question? I don't see it.
He want to know why you call Bortland stank feet.
Oh,
what's the backstory on that?
Why I call it stank feet? Because he always switching, wearing other people's clothes and shit. Bortland didn't have nothing going on before the trial. I mean, before the murders. He was just a driver. Even if you listen to the interrogation, he said that in the interrogation. He said that he had to just get his shoes back from somebody who bought his shoes, but I think it was the other way around. I think he bought that dude's shoes. He didn't have nothing going on, man. For all intents and purposes, Bortland was poor. And he didn't have nowhere to live and stuff like that, And I call him stank feet because if he wearing other people's clothes and shit, I'm pretty sure them feet stank. Stank feet. Stank feet, Bortland. Spoon call him that too now.
We all do.
Yeah, stank feet, Bortland. Hey, we be getting up under their skin. We be getting up under Jamie's skin, Bortland's skin. We get up under all their skin.
And I think it's hilarious. And I think it's hilarious, and they deserve it. So it don't bother me one bit.
They definitely deserve it. They deserve much more than that. God damn it.
They really do. They really do.
Taking them boys' lives, being complicit in this shit, a co-conspirator, enabling. I don't like them people, man.
I don't either. And trust me, as much as I've said about Jamie, I've gone light on her ass, truthfully.
We definitely gone light on her. Stank feet, Bortland.
So yeah, that's where stank feet come from, French.
Right, stank feet, Bortland. So please pass it on, stank feet, Bortland. When he go live or something, y'all get in his live and spam him and say stank feet, Bortland. Say Marita boy, say you got stank feet. Y'all can tell him I said it. Please tell him I said it.
Yeah, he probably already know.
Right, stank feet, Bortland.
He probably already know.
Mm-hmm. I'll fight him too. I'll come out of retirement to fight both of them. For real.
Right.
Mm-hmm. What Bernie Mac say? I ain't scared of you, motherfucker. I do that for Juvie and Sack Chaser. Promise you I will.
Right.
Yep.
Do you know the difference from this point to this point?
I imagine it's a couple miles.
So from this report, we're showing that there's a couple miles difference, but the phone is pinging over here at 349. But according to your report, between 343 and 352, it's pinging here. And what does this one mean right here?
348.
So it's pinging from this tower at 348.
That tower saw the phone.
Right. And then down here?
350.
So again, back here between 343 to 352, it was pinging up at this tower. But at 350, it was down here.
No. The phone wasn't down there. It wasn't up here. The phone wasn't any of those places. That's not what the data says. The data is saying that these towers at those times saw the phone. This is all from the engineering reports, which means that these towers that see them are not necessarily the tower with the very strongest signal. It's not necessarily the serving cell that saw it. At these times, we see like a band, just like we did on the T-Mobile record. So, for instance, at this one, 349, we see a distance with like this or like this, whatever. The distance column on that engineering report for all these data points was blank. We don't have distance. So we know that these towers saw the phone. And we know that they We're not necessarily the serving cell. Could have been, anyone who could have been, but we don't know that. And we don't have any calls on the call detail records to cross-check and say, okay, well, which tower did the phone reach out to? Did you call? So we're left with the question then is, well, what's this mean? Because as you were just asking, as we were just talking about, 349 falls between 343 and 352. How could two towers in two completely different areas both see the phone? Well, they both did see the phone at different times because they registered that connection with the phone. So if you ask me what's my opinion, what's that mean? It's like, well, the phone was someplace where all of these towers could see it. And I note that this one is pointed generally west, this one's pointed southwest, this one's pointed southeast, this is northeast, this way. So my conclusion would be that this data, which is hard to form a conclusion from because you don't have the I don't have the distance information I want. It's not to say, okay, the phone is generally it's in Miramar. We know that, right? It's not in Fort Lauderdale or Miami. It's probably somewhere in the middle of all these towers. So if I'm asked a specific question, like, is this consistent with the phone being in Silver Lakes? I would say yes. Is it consistent with the phone being in McDonald's? Yes. I mean, this is a.
So it could be anywhere in Miramar, basically.
I don't think it could be anywhere in Miramar. I think it could be anywhere kind of in the
At any given time as well, correct? Because I just for the sake of my knowledge, when we look at this item that says 343 to 352, so I know it's hitting that tower throughout that time, right? But it's then also hitting this other tower at the exact same time, and 30 seconds is hitting this other tower. Is that a fair statement?
the network's hitting the phone. The phone isn't in the network, but yes.
Okay, and then how far can a phone go? Is it 1 mile? Could it be between 1 mile and 20 miles? Or could a phone ping off a tower that's 50 miles away? Do you have any background on that?
Yeah, so it depends kind of what you're asking. If you're asking how far away can a phone be from a tower when it makes a call, well, that depends. Towers see a phone, which is a different thing because the phone choosing the tower is going to rely on the phone's good or strong signal, and that also depends. Generally, I see something in the range of like a couple miles, but I've seen in extreme cases many miles that a tower can see a phone.
Okay. So even with this is again based on that.
Yep.
Any area it could be in and just ping.
To try and make a precise conclusion about a precise location for a phone on this data is I don't think possible based on this data.
So wouldn't it be more accurate just to show a range of where it could be at rather than trying to do these curves and pinpoint the precision?
What do you mean?
I mean, you would agree with me that there are some unknowns. Even though we're talking about the speed of light static, we don't know what T-Mobile's using. Are they rounding up to the 3 or are they actually keeping the right number, correct?
Well, regardless of what they're doing, they're giving us a distance. That's the distance that's plotted. So we plot the distance, applying the records that T-Mobile gave us, not saying, okay, the phone's here in this phone or something like that, or saying, hey, this is what the records show.
Well, it seems like you're giving testimony that is precise, but when we get through the data, how it's used, that it's actually really just an estimate. So is it precise or is this an estimate that you're giving us?
It's when I guess it's not an estimate like a hey, just some number that's made up, just a ballpark, hey, out of 10,000 or something like that. But if you're asking, I think you're asking about really the accuracy, not the precision, because that number, precise number, right? That's down to hundreds of a mile. You're asking how accurate is that number? We'll say, okay, generally that's accurate. That's why with my testimony, even when I have a precise number like 0.54 miles from a tower, I still say hey, it's consistent with it being at this location, where it's generally in the area of this apartment complex or something, because the possibility they may not be precisely there.
So based on that map, could it be possible that you had two phones, same carrier, being operated by two different people who were sitting next to each other? Can those two phones ping off different towers?
When you say hang off towers, you mean are you talking about the engineering report?
Yeah, the engineering report.
Could different towers see those phones?
Yeah, so
Yes.
we're both sitting in the car here.
Yep.
Is it possible that it's pinging off here and then the other person's phone is pinging here?
Yes.
Well, they're next to each other.
Yes.
All right. Can you tell if this phone's in somebody's pocket?
No.
Can you tell if it's left on the car seat? Can you tell if we've had the phone?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
Counsel, thank you. Mayor Redirect,
Yes, Your Honor.
you ready to proceed?
So in terms of what's the difference between the engineering report and the call detail report?
So the call detail records show what the phone was doing, like the phone's calls, phone texts. And they will list a tower and a sector in them. And that's the tower and the sector that the phone identified as the one that offers the clearest, strongest signals. That's the tower that the phone chose to connect to when it would make a call or send a text. That's the phone's perspective. The engineering report is a network's perspective. So different towers that may or may not be the service cell could have seen the phone.
Why is it important to differentiate between those two?
Because so if I'm plotting the own report, I plot the phone that was disturbing, the tower that was the disturbing cell, then I'm showing, okay, wherever the phone tower, that's the strongest signal point. With the engineering report, like the slide we were just looking at, none of those may have been the best one. So if I'm looking at something I plotted because of all detail records, I would infer that that's probably the tower that's the closest. That may not be the case.
Okay, and so in the one we were just talking about, that was under the 3717895. That phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury accuracy versus the precision. Precise estimate of which towers saw that phone.
Yes.
And how can you say that?
Because it listed, the records listed specific towers.
Are you ever going to say, based on the data that you have here, precisely where that phone was?
No.
What conclusion from your training experience?
That the phone is generally somewhere in the area shown on the map. In my opinion, it's likely to be in the center of the map here, because that's where the direction of the antennas on the towers that saw the phone.
So counsel asked you about the latitude and longitude columns that are on the call records from the engineering report.
Yes.
And so you mentioned that you do not validate these particular records.
Yes.
Could they be accurate?
They certainly could be accurate, yes.
Can you explain as to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you call 911, what does a cell phone provider send out to law enforcement?
At minimum, it has to provide the tower and sector.
Oh. And at maximum, what can they provide?
I don't know.
In terms of those coordinates and things of that, is that location for 911 emergency?
Maybe.
Okay. You had said that And council asked you a lot about validating your findings, your records, your analysis. When you are doing the training and experience, do you validate the records that are given to you by going out and finding a specific phone in the field?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be able to validate your records with other corroborating information?
Yes.
For example, a video, would that help validate your records if the phone is seen in the video?
Yes.
If there is video or surveillance footage of locations and the phone is seen in that area, would that validate your information?
Yes.
Is, for example, on the cell phone records that have been placed in the mapping of the 7 and going to the 248 9081, 440 to 452 a.m. If that phone is found at the Memorial Hospital, would that validate your findings?
Yes.
Is cell phone technology new?
Yep.
How long has it been around?
Decades.
Okay. That you were relying upon, how long have those been used?
A long time. More than a decade.
In terms of the difference between the 2.99 and 3 to the 10th, what types of difference in distance are you looking at when you're making those tiny advanced things?
So that's not a huge number, a huge difference between them. So that would be generally a small difference between the distance estimates there.
Are we talking meters or miles?
Meters.
In terms of the distance, you said it's 39 meters plus or minus each direction from the center of that location.
Yes.
The specific location that's plotted is based on the location of the tower.
Yes.
Is the tower a known quantity?
Yes.
Does the tower?
It can, but as of the records, no.
With regards to publications and trainings, are you trained in this area?
Yes.
What types of resources and materials are you used during your training?
Yeah, so instructors from Florida Institute of Technology who teach cellular theory and network engineering, network engineers from all the major service providers, other related fields, certain manufacturers, the ecosystem, and then also we have a lot of peer instruction as well.
In terms of if a child is kidnapped in Miami, are they going to call an engineer to find them?
No, they'll probably call the police or the FBI.
Council asked and brought up a lot of things about the distance and the measurements in the records. Is it possible to go through the CDRs or in the instance of the Sprint, or for example, the engineering report on the 9807 phone number and highlight instances of exactly where on your records it corresponds with the records that's provided from T-Mobile?
Yeah, we could go through line by line and say, here's the map I made, here's how the corresponding line and the T-Mobile report is.
And in terms of the records and things that were sent to you, were they forwarded with a T-Mobile email address attached to them?
Yeah, I got them on a thumb drive, and they had the certification from T-Mobile or Sprint.
In terms of, there's a lot of discussion, I want to make sure it's clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. When you were plotting some of these particular phones, specifically the Sprint ones, are you saying that these towers are the ones that would have been used if they were making a phone call?
No.
What are you saying?
These towers saw the phone.
Can you give any more indication on the direction or anything on that specific issue?
On the direction, you can see the side of the tower that saw the phone. That's it.
Has this type of analysis been used to solve crimes?
Yes.
Has it been used to locate missing persons?
Yes.
Judge, I'm gonna object since the line of question is outside of my cross-examination.
In terms of the data that you rely on, have it been validated in your personal experience and training?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
This witness excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Excused. I just want to call your next witness.
Yes, Kurt Rhodes.
Good afternoon. Are you Kurt Rhodes? Yes. Welcome. Come on up. This is our witness stand here. When you get there, put your things down, remain standing, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Kurt Rhodes.
Please spell your first and last name for the court report.
KUNT RHODES.
Thank you so much.
Please have a seat. Mr. Rhodes, that microphone in front of you will adjust up or down, but does not move back or forth. All right? Are you ready to proceed, sir?
Yes.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Rhodes. How are you today?
I'm welcome.
Very well. Thank you for asking. Can you please introduce yourselves, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and tell them your work?
My name is Kurt Rhodes. I am a DNA analyst. I work in the BSO Crime Laboratory as a DNA analyst.
And what are the qualifications to be an analyst in the BSO Crime Lab for DNA?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic Science from the University of Central Florida. I have completed the Sheriff's Office training program for DNA analysts. I hold certification from the ABC for American Board of Criminalistics and Molecular Biology. And I am required to complete at least 8 hours of continuing education per year.
And so how long have you been employed for the Sheriff's Office?
I began in 2004 as a DNA technician. I went into DNA training in 2005 and began DNA casework in 2007.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between a DNA technician, like you were in 2005, and then you transitioned to 2004 and transitioned to 2005 to be the DNA training?
As a technician, I would do instrument maintenance, quality control checks on the chemicals and reagents, do ordering, record keeping, things of that nature.
So you briefly mentioned a little bit of your educational background. What types of coursework and classes did you take when you were getting your initial degree from in the sciences?
The program that I did through the UCF was the DNA-based program for forensic science. So there was genetics, molecular biology, biochemistry. There was a statistics course, mainly the coursework towards the end of the degree requirements were mainly geared towards genetics and biochemistry and molecular biology.
So do you have specialized training using statistics to interpret DNA?
I have completed the statistics in my college coursework, and I have attended courses throughout my career in the Sheriff's Office dealing with statistics and how they relate to DNA cases.
You mentioned that you're required to do 8 hours of continuing education. Is that on a yearly basis?
Yes, perfect.
And approximately how many hours of continuing education have you completed since 2005 when you started your DNA training?
As again, it's at least 8 hours. Some of the courses, which are mostly range from 8 hours to 40 hours. So 1 year maybe 8 hours, another year maybe 48 or 60. It just depends on the year.
So in terms of the DNA section that you work for, what does it do on a day-to-day basis?
As a evidence that's submitted by investigators in attempts to develop DNA profiles from question samples to see if the individual that is being investigated or even alleged victim would be included or excluded from the evidence.
In terms of the DNA analysis, do you do that yourself, hands-on?
I do.
And the training that you started to talk about, you said you started training in 2005. Could you talk and explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that training entails?
It entailed readings, hands-on processing of the samples that we did, time, extraction methods, quantitations. There was written tests as well as a mock court. Then there was it ended with a competency test to ensure that I was able to process samples appropriately, and then I was allowed to do supervised casework, and then finally independent casework.
So let's explain to the ladies and gentlemen, what is a competency test?
A competency test is given to an analyst after they have completed a training program for whatever subject. It could be as simple as an extraction method or maybe quantitation method. So the laboratory would then provide a test that the analyst would conduct. They would process this test and return results to the agency to see if the results that they've gotten were appropriate for what was done.
And do you have to pass these competency tests or examinations before moving on to the next steps?
The competency tests are done to ensure that you are competent in the technology that is going to be employed in the kitchen.
So once you pass that.
Are you ready for a taste of Wisconsin?
2 proficiency tests per year. In our laboratory, the agency will purchase proficiency tests from a provider. I process them, generate my results, my answers, and those are then sent back to the provider to ensure that I'm getting the correct answers.
Are those done in-house in terms of the scoring and completion of that proficiency testing criteria?
I process it in-house, it's reviewed, and then it's sent back to the provider.
Does a proficiency test require and include statistical interpretations?
They do.
And has the statistical interpretations changed as the way they've been doing in the field of DNA over the last couple of years?
In my laboratory, yes. It went from statistical calculation with known as random match probabilities, single source samples, and CPIs, which were combined probability of conclusion. We've transitioned from those 2 methods to a likelihood ratio method.
And can you explain, in as simple of terms as possible, what is a likelihood ratio?
A likelihood ratio is a comparison of 2 hypotheses. Hypothesis 1 compared against hypothesis 2. In terms of casework analysis, initial hypothesis is that a person is included as a contributor to a sample, and the competing hypothesis is that the evidence or the DNA profile is coming from an unrelated unknown individual. So that is how the likelihood ratio is set up. Person 1 or person of interest is the contributor to the evidence versus it's coming from an unknown, unrelated individual.
Okay. So I want to go back and so can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when you're doing a DNA analysis, what is it that you're looking for?
For the analysis that I'm doing, I am processing for STRs, or short tandem repeats. These are small fragments of DNA that are located in our DNA genome. They repeat a certain number of times. When I first began DNA casework, I would plus the ML or sex determining marker, and now the technology has gone to 24 STRs.
So when you say short tandem repeat or STRs, do they code for something like eye color or hair color?
These are non-coding fragments of DNA.
Why is it important to look at those areas as opposed to eye color?
The that I'm testing for, the locations that I'm processing, they're robust. They're polymorphic, meaning that there are differences. There's not just 1 or 2 variations. There could be 10 to 12 different variations, and they are independent from each other, meaning that the result that I get at location 1 will not affect the result that I would get at location 2, or the DNA profile at location 1 isn't affected by the DNA profile of location 2.
Is that a genetic marker? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And just so it's clear, can you define exactly what a genetic marker is from the DNA analyst perspective?
As it relates to what I do, it is the STL, the short tandem. That is the specific DNA fragment or DNA marker that I'm processing or testing for.
Can you explain what an allele is?
The allele is the genetic trait or characteristic. In terms of STRs, as I mentioned, they're short fragments of DNA that repeat. So they're measured in numbers. At location, I'm just going to say location 1, an allele or characteristic gene may be a 7, or an 8, or a 9, or an 11. So a DNA profile that I generate is actually just a series of numbers based off of the alleles or traits that I obtain at each DNA location.
You said they're identified by numbers. What does that mean? Could you explain like where the numbers, what you said? Is it 274? Is it 11?
As I mentioned, the 7, 8, or 9, that refers to the number of repeats. So with the STRs, it's a repeated fragment of DNA, ATCG, and that ATCG may repeat a certain number of times. It may repeat 7 times, or 8 times, or 9 times. And so that is what those numbers that I'm expressing represent.
Repeats. How does that show up in a person's individual DNA?
It is located on the DNA chromosome.
And what determines what makes up an individual's DNA chromosome?
In the case of humans, our DNA is inherited from our parents. We receive half of our DNA from our mother and half from our father. And with the exception of identical twins, no 2 individuals are going to share the exact same DNA.
And the DNA process that you do, has that been validated?
Yes.
Is the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab accredited?
It is.
And by what outside accredited body?
The NAB, or the NC National Accreditation Board.
What's the purpose of maintaining an accreditation as a lab?
The accreditation is a voluntary process. The accrediting board will do an audit on our laboratory. It will check our SOPs or standard operating. We are doing proper record keeping. We are following procedures that we have in place. And that's the laboratory is according to the SOPs.
And in terms of the specific, are you only talking on DNA?
It's accredited in 4 different sections: DNA, firearms, chemistry, and fingerprints.
Have you worked in any of those other sections?
I have.
In terms of the proficiency testing that we talked about earlier, is that also part of the accreditation process?
Yes, everything that is done in the laboratory will be audited through the accrediting body.
And is there also accreditation and validation in terms of statistics that are used?
Again, it's part of the audit.
You mentioned that you used to do 15 areas plus Amylogen, and now you're at 24 areas. Can you explain what made that change occur?
The DNA analysis is a science, and as the years go on, the science advances. So the companies that provide these commercial kits are able to make combinations of these STRs in a bigger multiplex. That's what it's identified as. Patients all at once in order to provide a better picture compared to years prior when it may have only been 9 locations.
With regards to the locations, does the software take into account the frequency and, or the amount of number of times a particular repeat is found in the population?
I'm not sure of the question.
And previously, when you were doing random population, random maps, or CPI, is it important to know how frequently a specific allele was shown up in a population of individuals?
Yes. At the end of the analysis, if I am, let me start over again. After I look at the evidentiary samples, I'll determine if it's a single source profile or a mixture, and then do a comparison to the known standard. I am going to report that the known standard is included as a contributor. I am required to give a weight to this. In order to give a weight to this match or inclusion, I am required to provide a statistical calculation. So years prior, as I mentioned, it was RMP or CPI. We've gone to glycolates now. But all of those different calculations or those statistics are based on allele frequencies. And what that means is those STR markers that I mentioned before occur in the population at different frequencies. So I mentioned allele 8 may occur at a frequency of 25% of the population has it. And allele 7 may occur at 15%. So when I do a statistical calculation with all of the alleles present in the DNA profile compared to the standard, all of those frequencies are used to calculate the end result, whether it's an LR, a CPI, or an RMP.
So when you change your method, you're still using a lot of the same and building on the same items that you've used in the past.
Yes.
Has the likelihood ratio, LR, been validated for statistical analysis?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about how in the lab you prevent any sort of cross-contamination?
When I process evidence, I am processing one case at a time, and when I refer to that, screening evidence. So the initial step is to look at the evidence that I am receiving from our central evidence supply to ensure that the seals were intact. I will do an inventory of the evidence compared to the submission form and property receipts. Typically, the items are packaged all together in kind of like a big brown bag. I'll open that bag up and do an inventory. And then again, process one evidentiary sample at a time while leaving the other samples in a drawer or a cabinet.
What do you do in between each sample to your workstation?
And the workstation is cleaned with bleach and alcohol. As I'm doing my screening, I do wear lab coats, gloves. I work in what's called a dead air box, a big plexiglass box about the size of this bench here. And I do all my processing on the bench. I'll clean that up after I'm done with the evidence. I change my gloves and then move on to the next piece of evidence. When the next step will be extraction, which would be after I've taken my sample, my cutting of this evidence, I place it into a tube and try and elute out or purify any DNA present that's on that sample. At that point, I'm working little test tubes So I would again be changing gloves, wearing a lab coat, a mask, and I would only be working with one sample at a time, or only open it one sample at a time to avoid.
And the test tubes, are those sealed?
Yes.
So you talked about how you get evidence and it's brought to you. Does the lab assign a specific case number at the lab to track all items of evidence and samples?
Yes, when the investigator brings the evidence to the evidence window or the central receiving, there's a property receipt in the submission form that's brought in, accepted by the evidence intake unit, and is given a laboratory number.
When you receive evidence, you mentioned you check the seals. Why do you do that?
I check the seals. It's an indication if the evidence has been tampered with. There is a chain of custody form with property receipt, and it lists who had custody of the evidence, and then basically from which person gets transferred to.
And where is the evidence stored?
For the most times, it is stored in the evidence vault. There's some cases where the evidence intake unit keeps it up front in their area, in the safe. But the majority of times, they have an evidence vault in which I go to retrieve the evidence.
So we talked a lot about DNA and kind of the process leading up to that. What about serology? Is that a part of your job as well?
Serology is one of the first steps that I do when screening the evidence. With each case that's submitted, there's an evidence submission form. It gives me an idea of the type of evidence that I'm going to be processing. Sexual assaults. Years prior, I would screen for semen, looking for sperm cells. Maybe the case has indications of blood, at which point I would do presumptive testing for blood. Items of evidence are submitted where the investigator is just looking for what's essentially called contact DNA, where an individual had come into contact with maybe an item left at the scene. There's no real serology to do on that one, but I would just take cuttings of the sample.
So, Mr. Rhodes, I want to make sure it's clear. Is it your job to go out and collect DNA evidence?
No, I do not do any of the collection. The evidence is submitted and I retrieve it from the evidence vault.
Do you give any advice on where to collect evidence from?
I do not.
Have you ever been any training in crime scene or evidence collection?
I have.
In terms of your employment at the sheriff's office, have you ever worked outside of the forensic DNA section?
I have not.
How many times approximately have you done the DNA analysis process we're going to talk about?
I was processing about 100 cases per year. I would say roughly 2 to 3 samples per case, so maybe 200-300 samples per year for a good 10 years. So thousands of samples in processing.
And in that time, have you had the opportunity to testify in court?
I've testified in Broward County about 40 times, and in the federal district 3 times.
Here, offer to defense for what that?
No need, no objection. Proceed, Justice.
Okay, so I want to start with, in this particular case, did you do DNA analysis? Can you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the step-by-step process you go through? You started talking a little bit about extraction. You could pick up there and continue.
So again, the first step would be a screening of the evidence to collect my samples, which I would then put in 2 small, essentially test tubes, little microcentrifuge tubes. I would add reagents or chemicals to the tube in order to elute out any potential DNA that's present on the sample and to purify any DNA that may be present in that cut.
Should we approach for just one moment?
Yes. discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence of person or research, just even though they have any share. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury step down. Counsel remain along with the defendant or witness remain on the stand. Is everything all right?
Yeah, we just need a moment.
Okay. You need a restroom break, Mr. Dennis? Yes. Can we arrange that for Mr. Dennis, please? Yes, sir. All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could tell the witness why we're taking a break. They were being loud.
We're in recess.
Oh,
I object to it.
What is that?
I said no.
Oh.
No, I said no.
Ynw Melly, the prosecution says he's a double murderer. His trial is going on right now, and on the stand for the prosecution is a DNA analyst. His name is Kurt Rhodes. Let's go into court and listen.
In my laboratory, yes. It went from statistical calculation with known as random match probabilities, single source samples, and CPIs, which were combined.
Like it never happened.
In terms of possible, what is a likelihood ratio?
A likelihood ratio is a comparison of two hypotheses. Hypothesis 1 compared against hypothesis 2. In terms of casework analysis, the initial hypothesis is that a person is included as a contributor to a sample, and the competing hypothesis is that the evidence or the DNA profile is coming from an unrelated unknown individual. So that is how the likelihood ratio is set up. Person 1 or person of interest is the contributor to the evidence versus it's coming from an unknown unrelated individual.
Okay. So I want to go back and so can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you're doing a DNA analysis, what is it that you're looking for?
For the analysis that I'm doing, I am processing for STRs, for short tandem repeats. These are small fragments of DNA that are located in our DNA genome. They repeat a certain number of times. When I first began DNA casework, I was processing 15 STRs plus the amelogenic or sex determining marker. And now the technology has gone to 24 STRs.
So when you say short tandem repeat or STRs, do they code for something like eye color or hair color?
These are non-coding fragments of DNA.
Why is it important to look at those areas as opposed to eye color?
The locations that we're testing, or that I'm testing for, the locations that I'm processing, they're robust. They're polymorphic, meaning that there are differences. There's not just 1 or 2 variations. There could be 10 to 12 different variations, and they are independent from each other, meaning that the result that I get at location 1 will not affect the result that I would get at location 2, or the DNA profile at location 1 isn't affected by the DNA profile of location 2.
Is that a genetic marker? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And just so it's clear, can you define exactly what a genetic marker is from the DNA analyst perspective?
As it relates to what I do, it is the STL, the short tandem. That is the specific DNA fragment or DNA marker that I'm processing and testing for.
Can you explain what an allele is?
The allele is the genetic trait or characteristic. In terms of STRs, as I mentioned, they're short fragments of DNA that repeat. So they're measured in numbers at location. I'm just going to say location 1. An allele or characteristic of gene may be or an 11. So a DNA profile that I generate is actually just a series of numbers based off of the alleles or traits that I obtain at each DNA location.
You said they're identified by numbers. What does that mean? Could you explain like where the numbers, what you said? Is it 274? Is it 11?
As I mentioned, the 7, 8, or 9, that refers to the number of repeats. So with the STRs, it's a repeated fragment of DNA, ATCG, and that ATCG may repeat a certain number of times. It may repeat 7 times, or 8 times, or 9 times. And so that is what those numbers that I'm expressing represent.
And where does that repeat, how does that show up in a person's individual DNA?
It is located on the DNA chromosome.
And what determines what makes up an individual's DNA chromosome?
In the case of humans, our DNA is inherited from our parents. We receive half of our DNA from our mother and half from our father. And with the exception of identical twins, no two individuals are going to share the exact same DNA.
In terms of your casework and the DNA process that you do, has that been validated?
Yes.
Is the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab accredited?
It is.
And by what outside accredited body?
We're accredited by ANAB.
What's the purpose of maintaining an accreditation as a lab?
The accreditation is a voluntary process. The accrediting board will do an audit on our laboratory. It will check our SOPs or standard operating procedures to ensure that we are doing proper record keeping. We are following procedures that we have in place. And that's the laboratory is essentially running as it is supposed to be according to the SOPs.
And in terms of the specific areas in which the lab is accredited for, are you only talking on DNA?
It's accredited in 4 different sections: DNA, firearms, chemistry, and fingerprints.
Have you worked in any of those other sections?
I have not.
In terms of the proficiency testing that we talked about earlier, is that also part of the accreditation process?
Yes.
And is there also accreditation and validation in terms of statistics that are used?
Again, it's part of the audit.
You mentioned that you used to do 15 areas plus antigen, and now you're at 24 areas. Can you explain what made that change occur?
The DNA analysis is a science, and as the years go on, the science advances. So the companies that provide these commercial kits are able to make combinations of these STRs in a bigger multiplex. That's what it's identified.
Prosecution hasn't gotten to the substance of the DNA yet. That gives us time to take a quick break here at the Law and Crime Network. Stay tuned. On the other side, Ynw Melly and our own Terry Austin, who's been in that courtroom today. Stay with us.
I'm woke now, goddammit. I'm woke now, goddammit. I'm woke now, goddammit. Y'all know I gotta go to work in a little bit. So I'll be trying to catch me a little sleep before I go to work. Who this guy is up here talking? I ain't know who he was. I just kept waking up in between him talking. Y'all be making me funny. Y'all, I don't know how the hell y'all be peeping me sleep. Would I be snoring or something? Hit the like button, y'all. Y'all was rocking the hill with me though. It must be interesting today, goddammit. Nunu talks on, I'm driving, but I guess Maria's slave band. She's so petty. Nunu's so petty. Shout out KL1K. My boy said I'm rocking with you to the end. I'm rocking with y'all too. Y'all know me. I do 17-hour lives. I fall asleep on live, all type of shit. But I'm rocking with y'all. I'm rocking with Spoon too. I'm rocking with Audio Crack. I'm rocking with all y'all, man. Come on, Judge. What you got going on? I'm happy today, y'all. I got to see my baby. I ain't seen my baby in like 4 months, so I'm happy.
Could you try to make some jokes while you're
You ready? One.
While we're waiting, I want to say that the BSO officers that are in this courtroom have been very cooperative and helpful. And I thank them all, except for Gary, of course.
Call the guy with the AC.
Again, Gary, over here, we think you're awesome.
That side of the table. This side, nah.
I think I'm gonna go on and buy YouTube Premium too. What's up, Eddie? I see you, girl. Hey, man. Hey, man. You got it?
Counsel and the assistant state attorneys in the jury room. I understand counsel.
Yes, sir, I showed it to defense counsel already.
We're gonna run around the back of the building and gun them down from this way. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. And you'll give that instruction on demonstrative evidence. Yes, thank you.
Hey, that judge standing up, so he probably been going to sleep up that motherfucker too. That's why the judge stand up, ain't he? He don't want to get sleepy.
Jury entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the jury, defendants, his counsel, the assistant attorney, or witness remains on stand, and we will vote that the council is going to continue with the direct examination of the first.
Correct, Your Honor. So,
You may proceed.
thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Okay, we talked about, you discussed what is extraction. Next, so is that, did you complete your discussion of what is the extraction step for DNA?
I'm not sure. Extraction is when I'm trying to elute out and purify any potential DNA present in the samplings or cuttings that I've taken from the evidence. The next step would be quantitation, and that would be to determine how much DNA present, if any, is in the DNA extract, to then target a specific optimized amount of DNA for the amplification. Amplification is where I'm now going to be targeting those STRs or short tandem repeats through a process called PCR or polymerase chain reaction in order to make a detectable amount of DNA from that DNA extract so that I could then go on to the last step of instrumentation, which is the detection phase using a calculator that you're freezing.
So I'm gonna go back and talk about the PCRs, the polymerase chain reaction. Does that change the underlying DNA sample in any way?
It does not. It's simply there to make a amount of DNA that can be detectable on an instrument.
And why do you do that?
That is the basis for the DNA typing that I do.
And the PCR typing that you're talking about, how long has that been used?
That's been for several decades. It's used in mass disaster identifications, paternity testing, in the medical field.
How long has the process of DNA analysis and identification been used?
Again, it's been decades. STRs came around in the 90s, the middle to late 90s. So for 30 plus years, PCR has been deployed.
Can, again, just it's been a little while since high school biology, can you explain how DNA comes to be in an individual person?
As I mentioned, you receive half from your mother, half from your father. The woman has the egg and the man has the spermatozoa. Each of those cells has half from each parent, and it combines to form the child.
So is it always the first allele in any allele pair always comes from mom and the second one always comes from dad?
No. So the way that the allele table is organized is the smallest allele or number, comma the biggest allele number. I would only know which allele came from which parent by so it's basically just a random sampling of the parents' DNA when those reproductive cells are formed to then make the offspring.
In terms of your DNA analysis, do you take into account siblings?
Siblings do come up from time to time. That's what it would be to request a standard for comparison.
With regards to a sibling, or if you thought a sibling was involved, is that something you could tell from the data?
There is significant sharing between siblings. So if an analyst, myself or any of my coworkers comes across a case where there is the potential that there could be a sibling, that information can be related to the investigator.
And I want to talk about so it's clear, what is a standard when it comes to DNA?
A standard is a sample that's collected from a known individual. As I mentioned early on, the purpose of my analysis is to compare evidentiary or question samples collected at an alleged crime scene to a known standard or to a known person to see if that person is included or excluded as a contributor to any DNA left, again, at the potential scene.
In terms of how you're expressing your conclusion, are you expressing it in terms of it's more likely to be this individual than an unknown, unrelated individual?
Very similar.
Hey, look, check this out. I got a question. Where the fuck is DNA at? What is DNA? Hold on. Let me let y'all up. I'm gonna let y'all up real quick. Hey, look, but I got a question though. What the fuck is DNA at? Is it on goddamn bullet shell? Like, cause I ain't really checking out no DNA evidence. What the DNA evidence at?
I don't
In
think
the
they
chat,
said
in the
it.
chat, let me know. What y'all say? What you say, Eddie? What up?
I don't think they said nothing about no DNA yet.
I know, but I see they got the DNA expert up there, so they got to have some DNA. You know what I'm saying? Like, where it's at though? Like, you get what I'm saying? Is it on? Like, okay, I did hear Track saying somebody bought some DNA. They found DNA in the car. But what I'm saying is, that motherfucker DNA must be on that goddamn shell, ain't it?
I think the person that probably picked up most of the shit would probably be Cortland.
You get what I'm saying though? Cause they sure bringing out this DNA. So I'm trying to figure out where did they find DNA? And they can't just be saying, oh, we found DNA in the car, nigga. Everybody DNA in the car. They been had the car. You really found DNA on that motherfucking shell. Because they don't got the gun. I bet there's DNA on them shells, bro. I bet there's DNA on them bullet shells. I bet you. What's up? What's up? Come on.
What's up, boy?
What up? What's up? What you feel? What you on? What you feel like? What's
Man,
up with this
listen,
huh?
man, this junk so crazy, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I know it's some DNA on them shell cases though.
That what it looking like. I mean, cause they breaking out the see. Look, I see the prosecutor. She trying to break out all the big guns. Now she like, fuck it, man. I'm trying to do something. Now I'm losing, or it looking like I'm losing. So let me bring out the cell phone guy. Let me bring out the FBI. Let me bring out the DNA people. God damn it, let me shoot from the hip. Let me bring out Allen Iverson, Michael Jordan.
Hey, you a fool, man. You a fool.
She gonna have Jesus walk out to that bitch in a minute.
Yeah.
They're gonna beat her ass.
What you say, Eddie?
They probably told her if they lose, that's gonna be her ass. She gonna lose her job.
I definitely believe that. I definitely believe her job on the line, and it's not even. It's how she fucking losing. Like, man, goddamn, lady. I mean, like, I ain't seen nobody lose like this. In this case, it's an easy case to win. They got so much evidence on him. Well, circumstantial evidence, but I'm saying they got enough. That's why I think she's still gonna win it. But yeah,
Sure.
boy, she loses. Her job is on the line, definitely.
Yeah, she ain't presenting the evidence good, man.
Because I would have broke all this shit out in open arguments. I would have said, man, yeah, Sack Chester knocked his teeth out. I'd have said, yeah, him and his mama been beefing. She got a video where she said she got big guns. I would have
Yeah,
said,
they ain't paint no picture, man.
We ain't even heard nothing about the dick pic yet. Like, I would have been done broke all that shit out. I would have had the jury say, oh, this dude Sack Chester, yeah. You know what I'm
They
saying?
ain't painting no pictures, man.
Right.
It's like she's kind of scared a little bit though.
Huh?
It seemed like she's scared.
I checked. I looked out. She been practicing for 10 years at that Broward County. As a attorney at Broward County court. So
Has
shit.
she ever had a high profile case before?
I ain't get a check. It wouldn't let us look at that now window. I was able to look at the private attorneys on like Portland's attorney. We was able to look at his, but hers it didn't say. Maybe because she worked for the government or whatever, the state or whatever. But it wasn't. It didn't list hers, but it did say she was up there for 10 years, and she graduated from Florida State too. Yeah. Let's see what they saying about. Let's see what they saying. Let's see what they saying about the DNA real quick. If they ain't saying shit, then I'll pop back. I couldn't.
Yes, 1139. That is one location that I am testing for. It's on the 8th chromosome. I would call it D8 for short. And as you go across to the right, you'll see D21 for short, D18 for short. And these are the locations, or these are the specific STRs that I'm analyzing.
In terms of you said it's a D8, is that the address of where this STR is located?
That's essentially what that is. It's location on the chromosome. the 8th chromosome, and then the S1179 gives a more specific location.
Can you describe that, like in terms of a house address? If the address is 123 Main Street of a house, how would that correspond that to what you're looking at?
The best I can do is and the S1179 gives a more specific location. Again, we have 23 girls.
And do you test and sequence every single marker on every single chromosome you're doing DNA analysis?
No, it is only the select set of SDRs that is used for specific information. And in this particular kit, I use what's called global filing.
What is global filing?
This specific DNA kit used for these SDRs.
And how many specific locations are you testing for a global filing?
There are 3.
So in terms of the specific evidence that you did in this case, I want to kind of just go in order with your reports, if that's okay. The items that were submitted to you and processed on that. I'm going to start with the lab member items 16 and 17. If you need to refer to your report,
yes.
Okay, so items 16 and 17. Was there a description attached to those items?
There was.
And where do you get the description from?
The description comes from the property receipt as well as the evidence packaging.
If there is a discrepancy between the property receipt and the... So starting with 16 and 17, what description were you given as to where that swab originated?
These are oral swabs coming from Cortland Henry. Item 16 is the right side, and item 17 is the left side.
Do you test both of them?
I did not. I tested one.
Why don't you test both of them?
It's a buccal swab or oral swab coming from the same individual. There's not going to be a difference in DNA based off the left side of his cheek or the right side of his cheek.
So when you test item 16, can you explain to ladies and gentlemen in the jury how you go through that process?
It is, again, what I mentioned before. I would screen it, do an extraction, quantify it, do an amplification, and then develop the DNA profile and use it as a DNA standard for Mr. Henry.
Moving on to item number 18. Did you test in that particular item develop a DNA profile?
I did.
And the DNA profile assigned to item number 18 was what?
It is a DNA spot card from Christopher Thomas.
And in terms of what is a DNA spot card?
It's a blood thin collection card taken from the medical examiner.
And as to item number 19, the next item, did you test and develop a DNA standard or profile from item 19?
I did.
And what was that?
It was a DNA spot card from Mr. Ynw Melly.
Going forward to item number 20, what was that?
It was identified as swab from water bottle, PM number 18.
Do you know where that water bottle was?
I do not.
Did you do the DNA analysis on that particular item?
I did. Yes.
And can you explain what conclusions you drew on that item?
The DNA profile obtained from item number 20 was uninterpretable due to insufficient data.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what does it mean by insufficient data?
They didn't have the DNA or the other person.
The analysis of any DNA product after I run through calculated electrophoresis, look at the electrophoregram. I look at the data and I have to determine, is there enough data to determine the number of contributors? Is this a single source profile? Is this a 2-person profile? Or a 2-person mixture? Is it 3-person? After looking at the results, I deemed that there wasn't enough information to even determine how many number of contributors were in the profile.
Oh, okay, okay.
Insufficient or unacceptable.
So does that mean there wasn't DNA there?
It means that there was DNA, but I was unable to make any sort of comparison.
You mentioned that you have to determine the number of contributors. What would help you determine the number of contributors to a DNA item?
The number of contributors, it's based off of the DNA results. One of the things that I look at is the number of alleles that are present. As I mentioned, we receive half of our DNA from mother, half from our father. So at a specific location, I would expect to only find a maximum of 2 different alleles per location. So if I'm looking at, let's say, D8, as you had seen, and there was 3 alleles or 3 different peaks present, it's a pretty good indication that it's coming from at least 2 individuals. If I see 4 peaks or 4 alleles, maybe 5 alleles, now there's a potential that there's 3 people that could be contributing to this profile. And after I do an overall analysis of the entire list program, I would then come to a determination of whether it's 2 or 3.
So when you're said overall, do you look at each area or each address that you're looking at individually?
Individually first, and then overall to get the final interpretation.
And is that something you have training and experience in doing?
Yes.
How often do you have to analyze mixtures as part of your DNA casework?
Mixtures usually come up, I would say, at least half the time in DNA samples that are processed.
So going on to what was labeled for your DNA report as item number 21, what was that listed as?
It's listed as swab from spent casing laser.
I knew it. They got DNA from the bullet shell. I said it.
Were you able to get any DNA results from item number 21?
I wasn't.
Oh, you didn't get enough for that one.
There wasn't sufficient DNA present in the extract to obtain DNA results on the electrophoregram after I did the application.
Okay, going on to item number 22.
You got another shell?
Swab from Gucci sandals, PM number 19.
On number 22, we're able to determine the contributors on that particular swab.
That result was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 contributors.
Everybody wearing the same shoes. I bet Stank Feet Boiling DNA in them motherfuckers.
In terms of, are you able to say and give a statistic as to each of the 3 individuals as to their likelihood of being a contributor to that mixture?
Stank Feet Boiling.
So every sample that is deemed to be conclusive or interpretable single source mixture, I would then do a comparison to any known samples submitted. So each of the 3 individuals were compared against this mixture.
And were you able to determine whether or not you can give support to Christopher Thomas being included in that mixture?
Yes, the DNA results are 4,730 times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. And this provides moderate support that Christopher Thomas is included as a contributor.
So this is the first time, ladies and gentlemen, that we have heard moderate support. Can you explain what the verbal qualifiers are that you're going to be testifying and using to describe the DNA results?
Yes, the likelihood ratio can go from really small numbers. Sorry, the resulting likelihood ratio number can go from really small to really large. So I will have a verbal qualifier listed on the report, and it goes from limited support, moderate support, strong support, and very strong support. And this tries to give a scale to the number that you're hearing.
And so the numbers that you're going to be talking about are exponential at sometimes.
That's correct.
If it's the opposite direction, if it's an exclusion, What type of number, what type of words would you be using?
If it's an exclusion, which is really, there's a chance that there's a small likelihood for exclusion, and at that point, there will be limited support for.
So going back to item 22, you said moderate support as to Christopher Thomas.
That's right.
Okay. And did you also analyze that with regards to?
Eddie, it's just me and you up here, girl, now. You know what that means? It's our first date.
Hey, babe.
What you say?
I said, hey, babe. It's just a.
I thought you were going to say, hey, big head.
Thomas more likely originated from Anthony Williams and two unrelated unknown individuals than originated from three unrelated unknown individuals.
With regards to the individual that was identified as Portland Henry, what conclusions were you able to draw with regards to him and that DNA sample?
He was excluded as a contributor.
So you said 30.7 septillion. How many zeros is that?
There are 25 zeros after the three.
Why is it that you don't say it's Anthony Williams, Chris Thomas, and some unknown individual?
Sometimes that is reported if it's requested. The likelihood ratio that I'm reporting on now is done on an individual basis. So I would conduct or I calculate the likelihood ratio of the first individual, report the number, do a likelihood calculation of the second individual, report the number. And if it's requested, an additional calculation can be done and reported in which both individuals would be included in the mixture.
So I want to make sure it's clear. You're looking at each contributor individually?
Yes.
And that is because it's the hypothesis is either how many times more likely that they are versus that they are not included.
Could you say that again?
You're making me do that. So with regards to the likelihood ratio, the first hypothesis is the number of that you come out with or the number you're reporting. If it is the 30.7 septillion times more likely that they are included, that's the first hypothesis, that they are there and they are included. The second hypothesis is that they are not. So you're saying that it is 30.7 septillion times more likely they are a contributor than they are not, than they are excluded.
Sort of. I would explain it as, again, these likelihood ratios are, it's a calculation that's going against two competing hypotheses. So there is more support that Mr. Williams, in this case, would be included, along with two other unknown, unrelated individuals, than if the DNA results were coming from three unrelated, unknown individuals.
And so for item 22, the swab from the Gucci scandal, you had specified Portland Henry was excluded.
That's correct.
Moving on to item number 23, what was that?
It's listed as a cutting blood stain on front of t-shirts. I'm not sure how to say this, Drew Film Medit CG10.
Okay, going on to item number 23, the cutting from the front of the t-shirt. What were your results on that?
The DNA results were interpreted as a mixture originating from two contributors. After doing the comparisons to each individual, the DNA results are at least 982 times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas and one unrelated unknown individual than if they originated from two unknown unrelated individuals. And this provides moderate support that Mr. Thomas is included as a contributor.
and then with regards to Anthony Williams.
The DNA results are 3.22 times 10 to the 25th, or 32.2 septillion. That is more likely if it originated from Mr. Williams and one unrelated unknown individual than if they originate from two unknown unrelated individuals. And this provides a very strong support that
982 and 32.2 septillion.
I don't know where she's going with this.
that the verbal qualifier is put into a report.
I don't know where she's going with this, but they sure seem worried over that goddamn Melly table now. Yeah.
Don't worry about PJ. I got your lightweight.
For real, handle that for me, boo. I'm gonna hand you the scrap.
I'm ready. They gonna be like Portland though.
Straight up.
That are analyzed in the laboratory, analyzed. I use a program called StarMix or STRMix, and this is a program that helps to deconvolute these mixtures. If you have two contributors in the mixture, are you able to tease out or generate compared to the second contributor would be? As the amount of DNA is increased in these DNA extracts, these amplification products, the result becomes more robust, and you would have a more solid comparison, or an easier comparison, maybe that might be the right word. If you have a full single source DNA profile, it's a lot easier to compare to a standard than if you had a really partial DNA profile. And once you start compounding that into a mixture, if you have essentially two partial DNA profiles mixing into one stain, which would then make this partial two-person mixture, doing comparisons may lead to molecular ratios that are on the lower side, versus if you had two robust DNA profiles or two robust DNA sources of DNA making a mixture results in a number that's far larger and more supports.
Okay, so I want to make sure it's clear. If you have 1 gallon of blood from another individual, is that still, you can get out two profiles?
There is a potential, yes, but again, it depends on the overall results.
Would that come across in the data that you're looking at?
Absolutely.
And how would that read out in the data?
When I look at a DNA profile, mixture profile, you can see, or oftentimes you can see that there is one contributor that is contributing or providing more genetic material to the mixture versus the second contributor or third contributor. So you'll see differences in the peak heights or the alleles or characteristics as you go across the electric paragraph. If you can, I can look and.
For some reason, when he keep talking about all this DNA, I be feeling like he finna just bust out and say, yeah, Melly was pregnant.
Number 23, can you say which individual contributed more genetic material to that cutting on the front of the t-shirt Brew filmed it?
I cannot specifically say that, but the likelihood ratio would provide the verbal qualifier that there's very strong support that Mr. Williams was included as the issue, or actually the issue.
So going, and then in terms of, did you also analyze that cutting against Portland Henry?
I did. Mr. Henry was excluded as a contributor.
So I want to also take a moment here to talk about different types of DNA and serology. Did you do serology on this particular item 23?
I did, yes. I did a presumptive test for the indications of blood, and it was positive.
If there are blood genetic material and epithelial genetic material, does that change your analysis in any way? Do you know they're commingled?
No.
And why not?
If a stain has potential blood on it, I'm going to take a cutting or a sampling based off of that size of that blood stain, because I can't saturate my DNA extracted off the blood, DNA from the blood stain, in hopes that I obtain enough, or there is any second contributor from any potential epithelial cells. And epithelial cells are basically the skin cells on the outside surface of your body. So if I were to rub this bench top here, deposit some of my DNA from my skin cells from my hand, and then there's a blood stain that comes up next to it. If the investigator swabs this, essentially this mixture of my DNA plus the blood stain, the blood is going to, for the most part, cover up or provide a majority of that DNA, because the blood is a far richer source of DNA than the skin cells.
Is a person's DNA the same in every cell in their body?
It is.
So going on to now item number 23. What is that described as? I'm sorry, 24. We just finished 23. Item 24, what is that described as?
The cutting blood stain on rear of t-shirts, Drew Phil Bennett, C G10.
Did you do a DNA analysis on item number 24?
I did. It was interpreted as originating from a single male contributor.
And did you were able to make a reasonable or a likelihood ratio as to which individual contributed to that blood stain?
I did the comparisons to the 3 individuals. The DNA results are at least 1.59 times 10 to the 25th, or 15.9 septillion times more likely if they originated from Mr. Thomas, Christopher Thomas, than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual.
Were you able to?
Mr. Henry and Mr. Williams were excluded as contributors.
That's my next question. So with regards to item number 25, were you able to conduct a DNA analysis of that item?
I did.
What was that item identified to you as?
Swab, blood stain, G12, Air Jordan, sneaker E.
Were you able to come to a conclusion as to the source of that blood stain?
I obtained a DNA profile and interpreted it as originating from a single male contributor. Mr. Williams, or all 3 individuals were compared. Comparisons of Mr. Anthony Williams. The results are at least 5.3 times 10 to the 25th, or 53 septillion, times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual. Mr. Henry and Mr. Thomas were excluded as contributors.
But he getting DNA off of Bortland's shirt. His Drew filmed his shirt in Bortland's shoes, and he matching them to Juvie. He had Juvie blood on his shirt, and he had Sack Chaser blood on his shoes. But my thing about that is, I mean, shit, we know he was in the car. So, like, he should have some blood on him. I'm waiting for the smoking gun. I'm waiting for them to have to find Melly's DNA, because I ain't heard him say nothing about Melly's DNA yet. And that's why if I was, well, I ain't trying to say how he should have did it, but I'm saying if Bortland would have grabbed him out of that car at the hospital, like trying to save their life, that would explain any blood that he would have possibly had on him. But I mean, Bortland did say he was in a drive-by, even though we know it wasn't a drive-by. So I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how they're gonna tie this into the dun 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 dun. I don't know. What you think, Eddie?
I don't think that she's gonna be able to tie any of this into Nelly. To be honest with you,
That's what I'm saying. I guess I think I'm going the same way you going. This shit kind of like it don't seem like she's gonna be able to tie it in either.
She only talking about Portland the whole damn time.
Right.
I don't know. She probably slow. Everybody,
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. And once they said that they didn't find his DNA on the shell, I was like, okay, what the fuck else y'all talking about then?
then yeah, you ain't got no reason to continue to talk about it if you didn't find his evidence on the shell, because we're not talking about Cortland.
Right. Like what the fuck?
If she was going against him, then yeah, she'd be doing great right now.
Right.
But she not. She talking all off the wall and shit. Everybody going to sleep and shit.
Right, man.
They couldn't have found anybody else.
Man, I don't know, dog. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna turn the sound back on to see what this motherfucker taking us. But I'm with you right now, Eddie. I'm right where you at. Promise you. This shit ain't adding up right now. But I'm gonna give her benefit of the doubt. See where she go with it. Shit.
And how do you recognize that?
On the back, it has my laboratory number, my initials, and all the other numbers as they were submitted to the laboratory.
And do you then assign the individual numbers that we talked about?
Yes, the numbers are assigned based off our record keeping system. They're a sequential number. So the first item gets number 1, and then sequential down.
Moving on to what's been placed into evidence as States 53. Again, do you recognize that item?
I do. Again, it has my laboratory number, my initials, and my item numbers marked on it.
What's been previously admitted into evidence as States 33. Do you recognize that item?
I do. Again, it has all my markings on it.
As to what has been admitted as States 46.
Yes, again, the items are marked and my notations on the evidence.
And as to item States 32, did you ever get this one?
I don't think so.
So the answer is no.
No, I do not, because my markings are not on here.
Okay. As to what's been admitted as State 26, have you reviewed that item?
Yes, I have. I've marked it and with my laboratory and numbers and my initials.
So I'm approaching what's been previously marked as State GG for identification purposes only. Okay, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as States GG for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item? Please. It is open.
Yeah. Yes, it has my markings on it, case number, item numbers, initials.
Did you analyze the items inside of that package?
Yes, I did.
So showing defense counsel, it's been marked as States triple T. Showing you what's been marked as States triple T for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
I do. Again, has my information marked on the outside.
And did you collect that item?
No, I didn't.
Is that an item that you analyzed?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Thank you so much. So all of the items that we're looking at here, Mr. Rose, are packaged in paper bags.
Or manila envelopes. Yes.
Why is that?
The investigators use these types of evidence packaging in case the evidence is wet. It helps to allow air to get through the package to dry it. One of the things that will cause issues, degradation, is essentially having a biological stain remain wet, and mold, mildew, and bacteria will grow on it and potentially destroy any DNA present.
Is it important to keep DNA in a dry environment for preserving it?
Yes.
Is there limits on the temperature range in which the DNA is kept if the evidence holds?
There's no limits. The evidence vaults in laboratories are around 60 degrees, maybe 65. We do have freezers that we have all cases. So as long as the evidence is kept cool and dry, and being frozen is cool and dry, the DNA will persist for decades.
In terms of if the DNA is heated, would that cause degradation to it?
Yes, heat, moisture, and sunlight are three of the main factors that will cause degradation and essentially destruction of the DNA present.
So why don't they just keep it in plastic bags?
The plastic won't allow any air to get through to the evidence. It will basically cause condensation if it's moist. If the evidence is moist or wet, which will then lead to the mold, mildew, and bacteria growing.
Can one person's DNA change to become someone else's?
Yeah.
How does it not, does air bring other DNA into those bags and samples?
No.
So going back now on to item number 26 that you processed. What was that identified as to you?
Swab from Yellow Jacket.
And there's another number that you list in your notes and reports of an 81. Where is that number coming from?
The first number, 26, is the item number that is generated in the laboratory when I am doing inventory in my inventory system. The 81 is the agency number as it's submitted on the prior receipt.
So going on to item number 26, did you analyze the swab of the Yellow Jacket as it's described?
I did, yes.
And what were your conclusions on that particular item?
The results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 contributors.
So were you able to make determinations as to the standards that you had?
I did, yes.
Okay, we can discuss first with regards to Anthony Williams. What conclusion did you reach and what statistical basis for that?
He was included as a contributor to the mixture. In the likelihood calculation, the results are at least 2.05 times 10 to the 8th, or 205 million. Times more likely if the DNA results originated from Anthony Williams and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals.
In terms of a 4% mixture, do you expect the statistics to be a little bit lower, just based on that?
It depends on, again, when I was speaking of contribution, if a person is more represented in a sample, the statistics or likelihood calculation can be rather large. It just depends on how much contribution is in that mixture.
Were you able to exclude anybody from the swab of the Yellow Jacket item 26?
Christopher Thomas and Cortland Henry were excluded.
In terms of item number 27, how was that I'm sorry. Yes, item number 27, how was that number identified to you?
Swab from Gatorade bottle.
Were you able to analyze that and develop DNA profiles?
I obtained a single source profile indicating male origin.
Were you able to determine the single source origin of that profile?
Christopher Thomas was included. The likelihood calculation is as follows. The DNA results are at least 1.65 times 10 to the 25th, or 16.5 septillion. Times more likely if they originated from Mr. Thomas than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual.
Okay. Going on to item number 28, did you do the same?
I did.
And what was that listed as?
Swab from Gatorade bottle.
And that swab, who were you able to determine or what DNA conclusions were you able to make?
The DNA results were interpreted as originated from a single member contributor. Mr. Anthony Williams was included. The likelihood calculation, the DNA results are at least 4.38 times 10 to the 25th, or 43.8 septillion times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams than if they originated from one unrelated unknown.
At At this point, everything that we have talked about, were you provided a standard for the defendant JAMELL Benz?
No.
So going on to item number 29, were you able to develop a DNA file on that particular item?
I analyzed the results and deemed it to be uninterpretable due to limited data.
And what was item number 29?
It's listed as swab from bloodstain on rear passenger seat, PM number 1.
And you couldn't say where that was collected from.
I can.
Going on to your next report, I'm talking about the MVAC filter. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is an MVAC filter?
An MVAC filter is a filter paper where the investigator will essentially soak the surface of whatever they're looking for, maybe a shirt or a shoe or even a door, in a liquid, and they come back and they vacuum it up. And all of that vacuumed up liquid will then go and be deposited on the filter paper. That filter paper is then taken out of the apparatus, dried, and then I would take a portion of that filter paper and try and develop a DNA profile from the surface that they process.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the item number. What's that?
It's item number 31 of his report. Thank you. So on the MVAC filter, item 31, that you were asked to process in this case, what was your information relayed as to where that MVAC source was?
It's identified as MVAC filter 9 from spent casings found on ground at US 27 and Southwest 208th Avenue.
So we talked a little bit about things that are conducive to DNA. Does sunlight have an effect on it, you said, I believe, right?
Yes, it can.
What does sunlight do to DNA if exposed?
Again, with the heat, light, and moisture, it allows bacteria to grow and to essentially degrade the DNA.
Item number 31, the MVAC filter. What conclusions were you able to draw?
I did an extraction on the piece of evidence, and after quantitation, I determined that there was insufficient amount of extracted DNA to go forward. So I did not attempt to develop a DNA profile, and I stopped processing at that point.
And if you remind ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what does it mean if you stop it at that second step?
The extraction, meaning I would not obtain a DNA profile that could be used for any sort of comparisons. There just isn't enough genetic material in the extract.
What is the information, what are you relying on, and what training and experience to make that conclusion?
It's the quantitation results, the type of samples that I have obtained or that I analyzed. So I'm not surprised that MVACs from casings yield very little DNA.
Moving on to your next report, item 32. Was that item provided to you for DNA analysis?
It was, yes.
And that is in evidence, I believe, if I may. As states 46.
Yes.
If I may, published for the jury.
Okay.
So I'm publishing now states 46. What was state 46 reported to you to be?
These are oral swabs or standards from juvenile even.
And with regards to item number 32 and 33 in your report, are they the same?
Item number 32 is listed as the right cheek, and 33 is listed as the left cheek.
Similar to we previously talked about, did you just pick one to test?
Correct, I did just the first one.
Is there any rhyme or reason as to picking the right versus the left?
Nope.
Going on, and so once you got this standard, did you go back and look at the other evidence you previously analyzed?
Yes, so comparisons were made to all the previously analyzed questioned evidence.
So going to item number 22. the swab from the Gucci sandals. Were you able to compare the profile from Mr. Devens as opposed to the profile developed from those sandals?
I did, and he was excluded.
The blood stain on the front of the t-shirt, item number 23, were you able to compare Mr. Devens' profile to that?
I did a comparison, and he was again excluded.
What about item number 24, the cutting on the blood stain of the rear of the t-shirt?
After comparisons were done, he was excluded.
Okay, then on item number 25, the swab of the blood stain from the Air Jordans.
Again, an exclusion.
Going on to item number 26, the swab from the yellow jacket.
An exclusion as well.
And in terms of the item number 27 and 28, the swabs of the Gatorade bottles. What were the results on that?
Those were both exclusions.
So going forward to what's been shown to you but not yet admitted into evidence for identification purposes is state triple T. What was that item told to you to be?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. On your item 34, what's been shown to you for identification purposes only as state triple T. What was that item described to you to be?
It's listed as a cutting of headline.
And how did you analyze that particular piece of evidence?
That evidence, I had to do a visual examination on it and actually take a cutting of a potential blood stain.
And can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between using it from a swab versus a cutting of an item?
This was a piece of evidence, a headliner. It was the size, maybe a foot square. There were some small red brown stains on there. So there's oftentimes where the evidence itself is better to be submitted as opposed to moistening a cotton tip swab and then swabbing it, just in case the small blood stain becomes too diffuse on the cotton tip swab. And why that's important is I do my best to preserve evidence for future testing. So if an item of evidence is submitted, I typically process only half of the evidence. If there's only one swab submitted, I'll process half of the swab, leaving half for retesting either in current technologies by another laboratory or save it for future testing when technology has advanced even further. So if there
Is this the bag you're looking for?
I'm still waiting on her to tie this shit in.
profile originating from a single male contributor.
And were you able to identify the source of that single male contributor?
Mr. Anthony Williams was included as a contributor.
And what support can you assign to him being the contributor?
The likelihood ratio calculation, the results are 5.12 times 10 to the 25th, or 51.2 septillion times more likely if it originated from Mr. Williams than if it originated from one unrelated unknown individual.
Did you also do serology on that specific item?
I did. I did present to testing for blood, and it was positive.
When you're doing DNA testing on this, will you know without doing serology if something is epithelial or blood?
I would have.
In this case, the serology indicated blood. And which test did you use to determine that?
I used a phenolphthalein test.
And were any individuals excluded from that sample?
Mr. Henry, Mr. Thomas, and Mr. Devens were excluded as contributors.
So moving on to item number 40, getting towards the end. With regards to item number 40, was that item submitted and analysis done?
Yes.
Okay. What was item number 40? What steps of the DNA process did you take it through as well?
Item number 40 was extracted for DNA, but after quantitation, there wasn't a sufficient amount of DNA to move forward, so I did not attempt to do any DNA profile.
And what was item number 40 described as?
Contact swab of non-blood area of rear of driver's seat.
And is this the same discussion we had in regards to the last item? With not enough DNA, so then you stop it at that first step.
Correct, after extraction. So after quantitation.
Why don't you at least try and take it through and go through all the steps?
There oftentimes the quantitation results in a 0, meaning none was detected. Sometimes it results in a null value, meaning not even less than 0 was obtained. So at that point, I'm pretty confident that I'm not going to obtain the DNA profile.
Do you do a control swab or sample as you're going through the DNA process each time?
The DNA processing has several controls during extraction. I have a reagent blank, and this is just a sample of just the reagents by themselves. The extraction reagents that I use will be processed with the samples to ensure that the reagents are free of contaminants. When I do a amplification for PCR, there will be a positive control and a negative control. The negative control is again just a tube of reagents. There shouldn't be any DNA present at the end. And the positive control is a known DNA standard. And so after I do my amplification, the negative control needs to be blank and the positive control needs to generate, or I need to generate the DNA profile from that positive control.
So let's go back. You mentioned reagents. I don't think we've defined that for the jury here today. What is a reagent?
Reagents are the chemicals that I use for my DNA processing.
Are they standard and part of the kit that you were talking about earlier?
There are different components in the amplification kit, quantitation kit. We have different reagents used for extraction. So at every step, there are a set of reagents that we use.
And those are all related to the controls as well.
Correct.
So going back, so once we talked about that, let's start talking about item number 41. What was item 41 described to you as?
It's listed as blood swab of smear from rear of driver's seat.
Were you able to come to a conclusion as to item 41?
I obtained some results, but I reported that they were uninterpretable due to limited data.
What does that mean?
Meaning I obtained the electrocardiogram stage, I analyzed the end result of that PCR amplification and deemed that there wasn't sufficient amount of DNA to make any comparisons.
Okay. So I'm going to move on to item number 66. Did you analyze that particular item? And in terms of what was item number 66?
Item number 66 was initially reported as contact swab of rear of driver's side door handle interior.
Were you able to determine what the packaging of item number 66 said?
Yes, the contact swab of rear of driver's side door handle interior.
I'm sorry, on number 66 is which?
Front of driver's side door handle.
So you can't specify as to which it came from.
I'm not sure of the question.
You didn't collect this item of evidence.
No, I didn't.
So after reviewing the item analysis, did you amend your report to read contact swab of front driver's side door handle interior?
That's right.
So going on to item number 42, which is and labeled as item 66 by the Fairmont Police Department. What results did you have?
Again, I obtained a DNA profile, but ruled it or determined it to be uninterpretable due to limited data.
Does uninterpretable mean no DNA?
In this case, no, there was DNA present, but insufficient amounts to make any sort of determination. None of the contributors or any comparisons.
Are you still looking back at those same standards that we've talked about previously?
The interpretation of the question samples is done prior to looking at the interpretation of the notes.
Why is that?
It's to avoid any sort of bias. I want to make my interpretation calls of those unknowns absent of knowing what the known standards are.
Does the computer do any of this analysis or say, hey, it's person A or person B for you?
No, it doesn't.
So moving on to item number 43. Is that the last item you tested in this case?
Yes.
So with regards to what was item number 43 listed as?
Swab, rear driver's side door, handle interior.
Were you able to do DNA testing on that particular item?
I did.
Did you develop a profile?
I did.
And can you explain what DNA profile you developed?
In this particular case, I reported out both a 2-person mixture and a 3-person mixture.
And so explain why you would report out 2 different hypotheses.
When I did the initial interpretation of the question sample of this item 43, there was the appearance of a 2-person mixture. After doing a comparison to the known standards and doing the likelihood calculation, the result was essentially unintuitive. There was a lot of contribution being attributed to an individual, but then resulted in an exclusionary likelihood ratio.
So can you explain what that means in a little bit simpler math terms, if possible?
Yeah, essentially the likelihood ratio resulted in exclusion. So after talking with my technical leader, I determined that we both came to the consensus that it would be best to report out or then interpret it as a 3-person mixture and then report out both results.
So with regards to when you're saying it's an exclusion, is there a certain number of loci that it has to not match for you to report it as an exclusion?
When it comes to likelihood ratios, as I had mentioned before, it's doing it's comparing 2 hypotheses, essentially that a person is included versus a person, an unrelated unknown individual is included. And it does this at every specific location. So going through all of those locations, there's the potential to have 16, 17, 18 locus-specific likelihood ratios. And at the end of it, those are all multiplied together to get the final results. So if one specific location results in a 0 likelihood ratio, but everything else is inclusionary, it's an indication that there's an issue with how the software was set up. And so as an analyst, I would go back and see what the issue was and then rerun this deconvolution and redo the calculations. In this particular case, after doing a visual comparison of the standards to the mixture and then looking at the resulting likelihood ratios, again, I spoke with the technical leader and we determined that there will be best to report out both.
So I'm going to go starting with the alternative proposition on that. Were you able to exclude anyone in the alternative proposition that you put forth?
Mr. Portland Henry was excluded.
With regards to the initial proposition.
Cortland Henry, Anthony.
Included on the initial proposition.
Christopher Thomas was included.
When you were looking at it as 2 contributors, how did you exclude the defendant in this case, Mr. Dennis?
How did I exclude him?
Yes.
So again, after doing the visual comparison and then running it through to generate the likelihood ratio, it resulted in an exclusionary likelihood ratio.
When you looked at it again as a 3-person mixture, were you able to make a determination as to whether or not Christopher Thomas was included as a source of that mixture?
Yeah, it was included as a 3-person.
And what were the statistics on the 3-person mixture for Christopher Thomas?
The results are at least 8.15 times 10 to the 24th, or 8.15 septillion times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas, and 2 unrelated individuals.
In terms of as to Cortland Henry, were you able to do the statistical calculations as to whether or not he was excluded on a 3-person mixture on item number 43, swab of rear driver's side door handle material?
Yes, the results are at most 46, and this is an inverse LR calculation because the number was less than 1. So the DNA results are at most 46 times more likely if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Cortland Henry and 2 unrelated individuals.
So is your conclusion that Mr. Henry is excluded from that sample?
Yes.
Going on to Anthony Williams, were you able to make a conclusion as to whether or not he was included or excluded?
I did. He was included. The LR calculation, the DNA results are at least 41.2 times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
And in terms of the verbal qualifier that you would give for Mr. Williams being included in that sample, what verbal qualifier would you give?
Limited support for inclusion.
Is that the lowest for inclusion?
Yes.
Okay. I believe I forgot to ask you with Christopher Thomas, what verbal qualifier would you give if he is included on that?
It is the highest at very strong support.
And at last but not least, were you able to analyze the profile of the defendant, JAMELL in this case?
I did.
And what was your conclusion in a 3-person? You're excluded.
He was included. The likelihood calculation, the DNA results are at least 2.12 times 10 to the 8th, or 212 million times more likely if they originated from JAMELL and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
And what verbal qualifier did you give to that particular item?
There is very strong support for the inclusion.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Yeah. You ready? You may proceed. Okay. Sure. We'll take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case with the president. Certainly no research. Just leave your name with no heads on the chair.
Les Mills is up on Sunday. Les Mills is worth knowing.
Thank you. Let the order reflect the jury stepped out. Hospital all is done. Mr. Demings, you restroom break?
Yes, sir.
Yes, can we arrange that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We're in recess.
On God, this shit boring as fuck, Eddie.
This shit about to make me want to go to work.
Man, this shit boring as fuck. I still don't know what the fuck you talking about.
I see why everybody going to sleep in that damn courtroom because she doing too much.
I'm talking about for real, dog.
Like this shit.
God damn.
Hey, welcome back to Law and Crime. So how does this happen? How did these guys that are working so closely together in the rap industry in South Florida, how does this unfold one night in October of 2018. They're all in a car. Maybe the defendant, JAMELL Demons, is in that car. Maybe he's not. But somehow, in the end of the night, two of his buddies, Anthony Williams, a.k.a. Sack Chaser, and Christopher Thomas Jr., a.k.a. Juvie, they're dead. They're literally taken to the hospital a little after 4 in the morning. They left the studio about 2:17. How did all this unfold and what happened? The prosecution says that Demons did it, period. We haven't heard a great story about motive. We know you don't need one. Maybe there was some money issue, licensing. We've heard a little testimony on that maybe Demons wanted all of that money for himself. So he
sound more interested in the prosecutors.
that's about all we know at this point. So we are in the middle of
For real.
You took the word right out my goddamn head.
DNA testimony that we expect is going to more clearly link these parties and where they were that night. Remember, there's a question as to who was in the car. Were the shots fired from within the car, or were they, as Demons suggests, the victim of a drive-by that night? So all these questions still up in the air, and the prosecution doing their best to get them answered. Right now, Kurt Rhodes on the stands. He's the DNA dude, and he's trying to help this jury understand what happened that night when these two men.
Well, y'all help me understand.
Let's go back into the courtroom.
Fuck all of them.
What is that described as? I'm sorry, 24. We just finished.
Chanel, what you think going on here?
Hell, I don't know. I was just about to ask y'all.
Shit, I don't know, man. I think she's trying to place him in the car.
No,
but I'm saying though, placing him in the car, like Track said. Now I got to get Track. I'm with Track on this one. Track said, "Goddamn, he had the car for months. Of course his DNA gonna be in the car." You know?
Yeah, because I think she just did say something about Melly's DNA being in the car, but I don't know what it was on. I was on a phone call, so I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, Espresso Mix, she's not helping the jury understand at all, because I don't understand either. And I think I'm able to follow along pretty good with the trial for the most part. And I don't know what the hell she just said.
Yeah, she got me on it. Like, I was trying to follow her, but I'm saying, like, it's like she keep you on suspense, but the shit ain't really, you know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Eddie. There you go, baby. Oh, there we go, baby.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
What happened?
Girl, a bunch of nothing.
Shit. Ain't no way, man.
Girl, I'm watching it and can't tell you what happened. I promise you.
I promise. Hey, you know me, I done dozed off to sleep, all type of shit.
Damn, I was rushing to get back. I'm like, I'm missing hella shit. I just know it.
Girl, no, you ain't miss shit.
Damn.
You missed them take us around the goddamn world talking about X, Y chromosomes and all this type of shit. Then one time she had me excited. I thought they was gonna put Melly DNA on the bullet shell. He said, "No, his DNA was not found on the shell." I say, "What the fuck?"
Oh, so she keep walking y'all to the brink and then pulling back at the last minute, huh?
Yeah.
Damn.
And then I you know, it's like we don't understand where she going. We be thinking that I'm thinking that she's trying to put Melly DNA on the bullet shell, but then I find out it's like she's trying to put him in the car. But it don't do no fucking good to put him in the car because he done been in the car for months. That's what Track said. So if you ain't gonna put his DNA on the goddamn bullet shell, then what the fuck is we talking about?
Right.
Like even she got Juvie DNA on the back of Bortland's shirt, and then she got Sack Chaser DNA on St. Pete Bortland's shoes. So what I'm saying is, he was in the car. He said it was a drive-by, So that would put blood on him. So that ain't doing shit to put Melly as the guy who did it. I mean, it would be cool, like Eddie said, that'd be cool if we was in here trying to convict Portland of the murder, you know, but that ain't shit. Like, I mean, again, it might be some shit. It sounds like it might be some shit that I don't know, but it ain't, that math ain't mathing to me, dog. I don't know fucking know, man.
But B Dash did have a point. He said that the blood on the back of Borland's shirt proves that he didn't shoot him. Because if he did, how would the blood be on the back of his shirt, not the front?
That's right. That's right. Okay.
Okay. Well, give me some then. Okay.
Yes, but they gotta say that shit in court though.
Right. It don't matter. You can say that shit. We can come up with that shit all we want to, but is somebody on the jury gonna come up with that same thought process? You know, because it's not being conveyed to the jurors. So it's just a bunch of bullshit at this point right now. Like, I got a fucking headache.
Damn, they dropping the ball.
Man, I'd have been told them people. I'd have said Melly not that sack just 2 days ago, 2 days before the murders. That would have gave me motive right there. I would have said that shit in opening statements. That would have gave me motive right there. I would have brought up Jamie with the big guns and all of that type of shit. That would have gave me motive right there.
I mean, anything was better than the goddamn Brazy and you know, they drop the C's and add on, or drop the C's and add B's because he's a blood gang.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
To put this gang shit in there, man. Fuck all that. You gonna fuck around, man.
You know, you so busy trying to prove a death penalty case, you gonna lose the fucking murder case overall.
Man, I still think it's a lot of. I still think. Well, I don't fucking know, man. Cause this lady, she be doing every time I think she got him nailed down, she let him weasel out, and then we still gotta see what the black dude, how he cross-examined this guy.
Yeah.
But
black dude still ain't got on him.
No, not yet.
Damn,
but I will say
all they witnesses up.
Yeah, but I will say they let Rita, the lady from the prosecution that be all up under Melly all the time. They let her cross-examine. What was it? The
cell phone guy.
The cell phone guy.
Yeah.
And she fumbled. She fumbled. In my opinion, she did.
What happened to that? I was dozed off. You know what I mean?
Just really, her questions weren't connecting. It was basically proving that the cell phone data is reliable. You know, she's asking, has any new technology come out since this has been? You know, like her questions weren't as good as the black guy questions be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he'll tear a witness apart and have you thinking that Melly totally innocent. Her questions, not so much. She kind of proved that what the state said about the DNA test, or the phone, the cell phone information was definitely valid.
The black dude will have you questioning unquestionable shit.
Right. You know, he's always able to poke a hole in a case some kind of way. But she didn't do that. Not in my opinion.
You got diabetes and you weren't feeling well, and I brought you to the hospital and I feel well.
So we'll see how this next this cross-examination goes of the DNA guy. But I don't think DNA really added to the case very much. I don't know, or is it that just me? What y'all think?
Yeah, I don't see where DNA would be a big aha moment. The aha moment for this case was supposed to be cell phone data and the bullet in the background and the bullet trajectory and all of that, and placing Melly in the car.
Right. They back already?
I don't think it's back. I think it's a recount.
Okay, I was about to say that was a short recess. But everybody was bored to tears.
Man.
Like they showed the audience, and you saw I'll say it in order from sitting closest to Melly or to the sitting closer to the prosecutor side. It was B Slime, Jamie Granny, Jamie Mammy, and then in the row behind them it was Jewel, which is Melly's little sister. And all of them was bored to tears. Be slime over there looking like he need a chocolate bar to be able to survive the rest of the day.
Right. Hey, you ever seen that mama? You ever seen that grandmama? She got a goddamn Melly tattoo on her.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, she got a Melly tattoo on her arm. I think it's YNW or something. I got a screenshot of it one time.
But you know, his grandma young too, because his great grandma's still alive and sitting in the courtroom, like everything cool, you know.
Oh.
That was his great grandma sitting next to Jane.
Wow.
That was her grandmother.
Oh.
Yeah. So shit, because she the one that really when Melly moved out of his mama house, that's who house he moved into, his great grandma house.
Yeah, I think she got a YNW tattoo on her. I got a screenshot of it.
Yeah, I know the grandma do.
Yeah.
Because in the documentary, the one that was smoking weed with him on the couch, that was his grandma.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, she young as hell too. So they obviously got a generational curse of being teenage moms in that family.
Damn.
Now, don't get me wrong, I knew my great grandma too, but she died when I was 11. Shit.
Right.
I was nowhere near grown. Yeah, by the time I was 24, my grandma had died. So,
What you gotta say, Camille?
Man, like I'm lost too, man. I'm just goddamn trying to figure something out too, man.
Yeah.
I don't think.
I think it's a recap. Let me see real quick.
Yeah, about that DNA. Yeah, be there. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the back of the shirt. Yeah.
I just don't. I mean, again, it ain't over with. The question ain't over with. But damn, she took a long time. Listen, me personally, I wouldn't even ask them all about all the other DNAs and all that other bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck all that.
Yeah, because she really just put Bortland on the scene with all the damn blood all over him.
Yeah, like, what's the point? I don't.
Yeah, the prosecution or just made a better case for Bortland being guilty for this shit than Melly.
I mean, I will say this: Melly's attorney seemed worried for some reason, but
yeah. After that cell phone shit, you see they ain't over there smiling with their evil plans and shit now.
Yeah, they seem
everybody looking worried, him included. Look at his little ass right now. He's shitting bricks. He need to depend on.
So
I just don't like fell asleep in there.
Yeah,
What'd you say?
I just don't like to think that the boy almost fell asleep in there.
For real.
Yeah.
Paying attention no matter what everybody else doing.
I think they back now.
George Bell is the he gave us an education on firearms, and he's now giving us an education. So he said he would give us some type of certificate. So I expect you also to get some type of certificate on it. But in any event, when did you perform your first DNA test? Absolutely. Feel free at any time.
And this mug got a thick ass stack of papers.
Got a lot of guys. That's the first thing I was thinking.
My initial examination of the first evidence was on January 23, 2019. 2019. Great. And that's when you analyzed or examined various items that came out of grade G. That was water bottle, some sneakers, I think, a yellow jacket,
Gatorade bottle, item 27, I think you identified.
For this particular date, it was items 16 through 25.
16 through 25, okay. On 123 of 19, you examined a water bottle, a spent casing, Gucci sandals, and a blood stain on front of a t-shirt and a blood stain on the rear of the t-shirt. And also a blood stain on an Air Jordan sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
That turned out not to come back to this young man right over here, correct?
See what the fuck I'm saying?
I'm gonna call him now.
Exactly.
Is that correct?
At this time or later?
Later.
Later. May I refer to my report?
Absolutely. And give us a date that you did that.
Absolutely. So on January 25th of 2022 is when the comparisons were made to Mr. Devins, and he was excluded from all those items.
That was January of what?
The report was issued on January 25th of 2022.
I'm sorry.
I did my analysis on January 24th.
How about 2-3
That
years
was
later?
Approximately 3 years after he was arrested.
Yeah, 3 years later.
Did you know that?
For real. What's the prosecutor's name again? Christine what?
Bradley.
Then you analyzed the 26, a yellow jacket, a Gatorade bottle. Correct?
Yes, that's right.
And what date did you examine those items?
That was on August 24th of 2021.
August 24th, you said?
Correct.
Of 21. That was 2 years approximately after he was arrested. Did you know that?
I did not.
And those came from inside the Jeep. Did you know that?
I did not.
And those did not match JAMELL, correct?
That's correct. He was excluded.
Then you received some additional items. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What was the date that you received the additional items?
They were received on multiple days.
Okay, give us the first date you received additional items, please.
I began processing the impact filter on January 5th of 2022.
That was approximately 3 years after his arrest.
The cutting of the headliner, which is item 34.
When did you receive that?
Was I processed or began processing on January 28th of 2022.
Also about 3 years after his arrest. There was a question, restate your question. Did you know it's approximately 3 years after he was arrested?
I did not. Additional items were submitted. These were items 40, 41, and 42. Those were processed on April 25th of 2023.
April 25th of 23?
That's correct.
Did you know that was after we started this trial? Excuse me. Question 7.
I just didn't understand where she was going at with these line of questions, man. With like, I could see that he was gonna be able to poke holes in this DNA guy's testimony when she was asking him. He never said JAMELL Demon's DNA was any goddamn well. So I was already knowing that they was going. What's the name? What you say, Dream Dog? What you say? You got on mute, y'all. Oh, they back now.
They inside bar. They back.
They back.
I don't understand why would she bring up the DNA knowing damn well.
Right. I'm the same way. I don't understand it. I don't get it either, y'all.
I definitely don't. Like I said, this testimony has left me confused today, and I watched all this shit.
Shit.
I ain't been to sleep yet.
Those were the contact swab, non-blood area, rear driver's seat. The blood swab was smeared from the rear of the driver's seat, and the contact swab of front driver side door handle interior.
To give an uplifting
And
sermon.
you did not know that was after the truck was crashed. Sorry.
I want something more to sing that song out loud.
And none of that came back to DNA of this young man. You know, correct.
Shirley, you
There was the uninterpretable, as well as one of the items I did not attempt to generate the email profile because there was insufficient marking.
No, I want that.
Do you know what the delay was in sending that evidence to you?
Instead of pouring songs on the homies like the other folks, I want y'all
I don't know what these folks got going on.
Any other items?
to
Yes. And that was
Look, pay attention to what you did.
the rear door.
You'll
Did I
never
hear
know.
correctly that you first ran a
Yeah.
test
And you'll never know.
and it did not come back matching or belonging to our contributor, JAMELL? Did I also hear you correctly? Then you discussed something about your software with your supervisor?
With the technical team.
And then ran another test? And had a 3-person contributor?
That's true.
And all of a sudden, it matched or labeled as JAMELL may have been a contributor?
That's true.
What date was that, sir?
That was on June 1st, 2023.
Approximately 3 weeks ago?
That's right.
Who requested that? If you know.
Security.
Speculation, scope.
As far as outside of scope, so he knows he can answer.
Who submitted that item to you 3 weeks ago?
It would have been Miramar investigators.
Miramar Police Department?
Yes, I can look at my
Field
Oh, he finna pull the OJ. He finna pull that. Oh, they planted evidence. He finna pull the OJ, y'all.
I saw that coming.
Mm-hmm.
It was submitted by Miramar investigator. Mark Moretti.
Moretti.
It was listed on these.
Oh man, he going at Moretti. That's a smart move though.
And that was
It is.
the only item that supposedly matched JAMELL's DNA, correct?
I believe so. I can look back just to confirm it.
Please do.
But I do believe that is an accurate assessment. Yes, it was an item with the inclusionary likelihood ratio.
Could you tell these folks when that DNA was placed on, supposedly, on the door handle?
No.
It could have been placed a week.
Speculation.
How long can DNA stay on an item?
The DNA can persist on items. Again, as I mentioned, heat, light, moisture can cause it to degrade or become unusable. But if the DNA is a problem on surface, it can last weeks, months, years, kept in a nice, cool, dry environment.
Do you know this Jeep was stored in police custody in a safe, dry area?
I do not.
May I have one other question? One other moment, excuse me. Thank you very much.
Attorney Rivera?
Mr. Rhodes, is it unusual to receive multiple submissions over the life of the case?
No, it's not unusual.
Does the date in which you work a particular item have any effect on the results you report?
No, it doesn't.
As to the likelihood ratio on item number 43, who is included in that particular item?
For both propositions, Mr. Thomas was included for both the two-person and three-person contributor propositions. Under the two-person proposition, Mr. Henry, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Dimmons were excluded. Under the three-person proposition, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Dimmons were included.
And with regards to the time of collection of that swab, would that be indicated on the box that it is found in?
Sometimes there are indications of inflation. I can look at the mark receipt in May. I'm not sure if it's a newer one or an older one. But I can look at the mark receipt if you like.
Okay, and that would be item number 67, what's been put into evidence as states 33. Related to that.
Yeah, thanks.
And so item 33 in evidence, is that item number 67 and you're labeling here?
Yes, that's right.
What was the date and time of collection according to that specific item?
So it's dated at 10/26 of 2018.
And the time?
1736.
Start this bullshit now.
Hello? The door's locked, dear. Can you let me?
If DNA is stored in an optimal environment, will it persist forever?
I'm not sure about forever, but it will persist for decades.
And in terms of if it is collected on a cotton swab that is dry and sterile, is that a ideal place to perpetuate DNA storage?
Yes.
Nothing further.
I have one question based on that.
Sure, go ahead.
You indicated that it's not unusual to get multiple submissions of evidence.
That's right.
Do you know why it took 5 years to submit that exhibit to you to analyze?
Your Honor, speculation.
He knows he can answer.
I don't know. Thank you.
Councilors, any else?
Yeah.
Is he excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Council. is that's all we have for today, and so we'll see everybody back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence of certain research, just so you know if that's on your chair. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
So this is it for the day, right?
Yeah.
Whew. Thank God. Shit, I'm tired of this shit today. Or this afternoon, not even necessarily today, but that right there, the DNA evidence. Like, what was the point if you're not directly pointing at Melly, you know?
Thank you, sir. You're excused. Anything to discuss, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to do this.
All right, go to sidebar. Sidebar?
Yes.
Jury counsel.
Sidebar about what? Ah, shit.
That's fine.
You trying to keep my mind?
Thank you.
Yeah, there's something is their client. But I will say that damn defense team is good.
Yeah, they're good. They're good. I think the day they was a little on their heels today. It's something they're afraid of.
Yeah, most definitely. We just got to figure it out what it is.
Right. The damn lady ain't painting the picture of what the fuck we know.
What do I keep saying? I keep saying that.
Yeah.
I think we could have got up there and been the damn counsel on this case better than she is right now.
Yeah, I think I definitely would have did better. I would have definitely did better in that opening statement. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah. But as far as painting the picture and which witnesses go up in which order, yeah, I definitely could have did a better job than what she doing right now. That's for sure.
She definitely got me wanting to be a lawyer right now.
For real. I wish I could pull up and just give her some damn advice. Pull her to the side and be like, look, you're not doing what you need to do, honey. And you would think after having a 4 damn day weekend, she would have went and tightened her shit up.
That's what I was thinking. She got to be stubborn as fuck, man.
You saw she is. She always arguing with the judge about some shit. Mm-hmm. Always got something slick to say, but can't say something slick to get the goddamn case proven. I don't get it.
I just now I'm just hoping the jury is watching like, you know, pages like this on the under and shit. That's my hope now.
Yeah, you know,
hoping they get they information, or they watching some shit. They seeing some kind of because the YouTube videos are more cohesive and you know, in chronological order than anything they present in court.
Yes, Jerome Caston, the prosecutor is trash. Agreed. SB or 7B Music TV. She's spinning circles. Prosecutor need help painting the picture. Yes, she do. Cause she, like my grandma used to say, she's scrabbling on some shit right now.
Yeah. We tried to give her a chance to redeem herself after the 4-day weekend and shit. You know, I'm just not seeing it now. I'm throwing in the towel. I don't like it.
I mean, now we done gave this lady goddamn near 2 weeks. I mean, going on 2 weeks. God damn, like.
You know what, Marita?
Yeah.
The same guy from earlier is in the backstage. Let him on, because I have seen him in the chat before. French, he got a good point, and I want him to say it versus me saying it.
All right. Go ahead, French.
I really wasn't expecting to get put in, honestly. I was just trying to type, but...
What did he say?
He said he wasn't expected to get put in. He was just trying to type. I about to you, bro. Come on. What you got to say?
Yeah, let me see what I said. Hold on. Oh, yeah, no, she just sprinkling a little bit. Sprinkling a little bit here and there, like you said. But when she goes to make her closing argument, she'll put it all together nice and neat. it'll all make sense because the jury would have seen it all. You know, no point in really going too hard in the paint right now when it's not supposed to end until the end of July.
Well, no, what I really want you to say is the first comment that you wrote back there, because that's what really make a lot of sense to me.
What DNA put him in the car, paired with the video put him in the car, and then the coroner gonna get up there and say he got shot from the left, and all the DNA got him in the left, the video got him in the left. It's just gonna explain itself. It's just gonna be puzzle pieces getting put together along the way.
Okay, but
Well,
hold on.
I'm really glad for your optimism.
Listen, and I'm with. I mean, don't get it twisted. I want this guy to get convicted too, but I'm saying, it ain't make no sense to me. The DNA put him in the car. Of course, the DNA gonna have him in the car. It was his car.
Yeah, exactly. But
so,
they got to prove it though, because if they didn't prove it, it'd be like earlier when David Howard was like, "Oh, how are you going to use the activity data? No one's been here to verify it." If they try to pull something up without having someone verify it, they're just going to say that exact same thing. So you got to verify it. You got to play the slow game. So then you can come with all that. And they can't say, "Oh, you have no data to back that up." But you can say, "Nah, he was up there yesterday. He said this, that, and the third. This is why this is true."
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. What you're saying is, boring as it may be, and yeah, of course, his defense attorney gonna come back and say, "Well, he had the car for such and such amount of weeks, so his DNA in there." You saying that they still had to put his DNA in the car?
Yeah, they had to prove it without a reasonable doubt.
Right, they still had to put him in there. I got you. Because if I'm his, I get it. Because they got to do that. Yeah, you make sense. Good sense. Yeah.
That's why I wanted him to get up here and say what he had to say, because I know I can say the comment that he wrote, but I wouldn't have been able to explain what he was trying to convey, you know?
It's like, I hear you guys are real frustrated with the prosecutor, but she's trying her hardest to keep everyone, awake, but it's just some shit you just can't make entertaining, and that's just one of it, or a bunch of it right there. Caring about guns and gunpowder and, a bunch of shit. We want to hear who shot who, where did it happen, why did it happen, but we can't hear all that until we hear this bullshit first.
You got a point. You got a point.
You got a good point.
Can y'all hear or see my comments in the YouTube section?
Not the ones you put up here.
That's weird, because I be typing in there, but y'all can't see it, so that's why I came into this one and typed it out. But
yeah, he got a good point. I definitely understand what he's saying, because it made me have a better understanding of what's going on.
It's like you got to keep a couple aces up your sleeve. You can't just come out in the first quarter and show every play you got. The defense is gonna have a whole trial to play around and mess around with it. You got to save some shit. And that's what she tried to do, though, with the whole this morning with the emails. Like, she knew they didn't have a printer. It was not my problem.
Yeah.
She's just trying to.
I guess that is one strategy and stuff like that. But you can do it that way where you lay everything all out, and then have the defense, having to combat everything you already said, but it's already out. So so really the jury would just be hearing it again every time the defense tries to what's the word, like, to debunk something that you've already put out. It's different strategies, and I guess she just going with a strategy that we don't like that much right now.
Yeah. It's kind of hard with no gun to really come out swinging at somebody.
I mean, it's not though. I mean, they do this all the time with no gun. They do it with no bodies. They do it all the time. It's really not. She's not doing it.
We'll see. You're right though. She's not yet, but maybe she feel like she's got to get a few more things across before she really come at his ass.
Maybe so, but we'll see.
Well, I'm glad somebody's keeping, optimistic and stuff like that. That's necessary.
I'm staying optimistic about us winning the case, but I just don't think she's doing a good job presenting the case. If that makes sense.
That does make sense, yeah.
I seen Spoon said there's over 100 witnesses. lined up.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh,
whether
that's it.
over 100 will testify, that's another story. So maybe
Right.
she just don't want to ask, 10 witnesses the same 10 questions because she
And
already
not
has
one
to
of
ask
them
them.
Portland.
Yeah, that I don't know.
I
I
don't
feel
know.
like if he was on that list, we would know by now. Somebody would leak that out.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if they spent 5 hours on one witness, so it's like they ain't tripping on us hearing shit again and again and again and redundant information. They not tripping off of that. Apparently,
Yeah, they should have cut that dude off. That was the problem. Nobody had the balls to like step in and be like, "Yo," but they really couldn't.
right?
So I don't know.
Yeah, it remains to be seen. Like I said, I'm confident that we're gonna win the case. It's just I
I feel
hope that
like the jury. Or go ahead.
I was just about to say I hope that the jury is a competent group of people and can see the pieces that she's thrown out and put the puzzle together for themselves, since she's not doing a good job of it.
Right. I feel like the jury, as long as they got common sense, at the end of the day, they'll be able to figure out who did it. Whether they feel like he deserves a death penalty, is a different story. I can see them maybe not going for that, but I'm pretty sure that they could tell he's guilty just off the day, the phone putting them all there, then him splitting off, going into the woods. It matches everything that the prosecutor said in her opening statement, how it went down. Called Fredo. Phone records show him calling Fredo. Like it all,
Right.
like how does it go? If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
Yeah,
that's
I
true.
feel like that's just how this is. It looks circumstantial because it is, but it's just so much circumstantial evidence that it'll overwhelm any unreasonable doubt.
That's true. I feel like they've blown the death penalty though.
I don't think
Well,
they ever had the death penalty
yeah,
anyway.
I don't think so because they're going for the gang aggravator, and she hasn't even really like touched that. So maybe that's yet to come though. Maybe she's gonna come real hard on the gang shit.
Yeah, but I don't think that
I ain't
the
heard
jury's
nothing
gonna
about it though.
agree to no death penalty.
Hey,
Just the way she presented it.
hey, French, you think she's gonna win this case, or we're gonna win this
Oh,
case?
yeah, I think without a doubt. I think it's pretty obvious. There's too much obvious shit putting him there. Him on video being there. The way Felicia Holmes was acting. I don't know nothing. Like we all know that's not the case. But
I got a question. I'm thinking that they're gonna eventually have to switch and start blaming Portland. By them, I mean the defense. Do you think he's gonna snitch once they start doing that more? Because I think they're gonna have to blame him at some point more.
Yeah,
so
I
like what
think
they're
Portland will
doing
be
is
right.
they're gonna blame Portland. So if Melly beats it, then Portland's gonna blame Melly and just snitch on Melly, but it ain't gonna matter. So that might be their plan. But Portland also might be just playing it by ear, seeing is Melly gonna beat it? Because if Melly beats it, he'll probably feel like he can beat it too, so he won't snitch. But if by the end Melly's looking like he's washed, he might jump ship and save face as much as he could. That's a possibility.
Right.
Or maybe the prosecutor feels like, oh, we really need Portland. Maybe we could cut a deal with him, give him some sort of immunity, and then Portland would be a fool not to do that, because I'm sure they'd probably give up Portland just to get Melly,
Right.
because he's the one at the end of the day who really killed them boys. So
Right.
those are three possibilities.
Right. I like the way you think, cause boy, goddamn, I didn't think of any of these angles. Of course, some people were saying like, yeah, it's a plan and all this and that, but I goddamn sure couldn't see it. Maybe I was just a little too short sighted.
I just want to see what the other lady's got to say, what she's at the table for, and she's gonna come in.
French, I got a question for you. If you were Bortland, would you have snitched already?
Oh, to be honest with you, it's really hard to. I would have snitched, me 100%. But Bortland's circumstance, first off, when I asked about the stank feet and how y'all said he was poor, like he ain't really never had nothing before. He probably got a whole lot more than he ever did. So he's probably ignorant, dumb, listening to these lawyers. Oh, we're gonna beat this case, and we're gonna beat yours right after, and then we're gonna ride off in the sunset and be millionaires. He probably got sold that dream. He's probably so far down that pipe dream that it ain't, ain't nothing you can say to bring him back out of it. Unless, like immunity, maybe, but I think he's gone.
But in that case, I hope they get his motherfucking ass because he's a goddamn fool. You can't think for yourself, son.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like I said, I would have went in the hospital snitching.
Yeah, I would have went straight to the police department.
That's what I'm saying. When I walked in the hospital door, I would have been going straight to that police officer that was
one thing I was thinking though.
I would have been texting 911
with
when
Chris.
it started happening.
A lot of people asking like, why Chris? What did Chris have to do with it? Maybe they asked Chris that night, like, "Yo, we're about to smoke this dude. What do you think?" And he said no, and then he got caught in the crossfire. What if Bortland thinking the same shit? Like, what if I say no, and it's gonna be 3 of us dead in this car? But that could be what he could say if he wanted to roll on Melly. That'd be his best thing to do. That story right there.
Right. Didn't I come up with that theory though, guys? I was like, man, maybe they ran this by Juvie. Maybe that's how he felt like that he wouldn't go along with it. That's all, and I just can't. It's just an opinion or assumption. I don't know if that's
right. Nobody knows but the 4 people in the car.
Yeah.
Right. But I had said that too, Marita. Yeah. I had said, well, my theory was they had ran it by him to do it in Chicago.
Right.
And he said no, and that's why it didn't go down in Chicago versus Florida.
Right.
Maybe that's why Sack beat his ass too the days before.
Right.
Found out about it.
I'm gonna say this too. If they get that statement in, if she get that statement in the right way from Mariah Hamilton's mama, that would have been damning evidence.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So they still not gonna let the other mamas testify?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I think they ruled against having the mothers testify.
I think they didn't want the mamas to identify the bodies. They probably still come up at the end for like the character thing.
Yeah, I mean, if he's convicted, they're definitely gonna go up for the victim impact statements.
Right.
Oh yeah.
But as far as actually testifying, I don't know.
Yeah, you got a point because what could they what can they really testify to other than after the fact of how everybody was moving around?
Right.
Like that.
Right. Yeah. They really don't have much to add to the case. Don't seem like a lot of witnesses have anyway.
That's how come they never came to Spoon and asked him to be involved in the case because what would he it was the same as him with the mothers. They was not really intertwined with what was going on as far as
Yeah.
What's interesting to see is though are those boys in that red Mitsubishi gonna come and testify?
Right.
Ain't Withers his brother? Ain't one of them Sack Chaser's brother?
I thought he was, but when I read his mother's deposition and she said that he was the one that told her not to tell that Melly was there, right when Moretti pulled up and questioned him, that let me know that he wasn't. I don't know. I was told he was. Maybe got the same daddy or some shit.
That's what I heard. They share a mom or they share a dad.
I think they share a dad, but I can't confirm that as of now. It was confusing to me. But he was at his mama's house, so they might be some relation. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because trust me, I know about them half siblings. I got 5 of them.
Me too. I got about 6 of them. I don't have now full siblings.
I only have 1.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think that's what I'm saying. I think this case, even though it got a lot of circumstantial evidence, I think it got so much of it. So I think she still can win this case. Like it's just so much. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, she didn't get the statement in, but then we got the coroner still got to testify. The cell phone data is going to be irrefutable. Like, I knew that judge wasn't going to throw out that cell phone data. I knew that.
He could to let him see it without, bending any rules.
Right.
And once you see it, you ain't gonna forget it.
Fresh dropped out. Eddie, what you doing, Eddie?
What's that?
You done went to sleep.
No, I'm in the car.
What your opinion is, Eddie, after listening to French speak?
As far as what?
Remember what he was saying about that as far as like sometimes we think that she's going down like these paths that may be like pointless, but he's saying that she has to do them for a reason in order to like she had to go down this path with DNA in order to prove that he was in the car, because that's placing him in the car. If she don't do that, then they could say, well, you can't prove that he was in the car. With the DNA, she can prove he was in the car. Now she can't, and then with the cell phone data, she's also trying to prove he was in the car. You get what I'm saying? Like it was a point to it. I get what he's saying. She had to do that. If not, then they was gonna definitely be able to weasel out whether he was in the car at the time of death and stuff like that. If I had to guess, that coroner coming up soon too, medical examiner, whatever they call him.
Well, if that's what she had to do to reel him in, then hey, I'm all for it. But she just, I don't know, her demeanor when she's doing it just seemed like she's a oh well type of person. Or she just ain't got no type of, she ain't put no emotions in it. She just talking.
Yeah. I feel you on that.
Jason, follower of Christ, say, look at the studio footage. Them boys know mannerisms don't lie. I'm gonna look it over after a while. He say, I think they knew.
Why the fuck would you pull this motherfucker close to me? Oh, my bad. Oh, I thought I put the thing back on you. My bad. My bad. I thought I had put it back on you.
That's all right. I be having road rage too. You good?
Hey, she walked so close behind me. And then the bitch sitting in the car. Don't you fucking see me trying to bag back? See this type of stuff right here. This Memphis shit. What this is. This is some Memphis shit. Only a Memphis person would do something like this.
I want you to be safe out there in Memphis, goddamn me.
Oh, trust me, I am. I stay clean out the way. These kids down here ain't no joke.
All right. Boy, every time I follow Memphis street news on YouTube, and every time I turn around, there's something going down in Memphis. I'm like, man.
Yeah,
Hi, Edie. I didn't know that was you on here.
Hey.
Oh yeah, be safe out there though. I'll be looking at WREG news too, and it's something every day, every 10 seconds.
Every day,
oh, yeah, they wild here. These kids ain't playing here.
Memphis like baby Chicago, man. For real.
Yeah, I have cousins that live in Memphis, baby. Over on the, I guess you would consider that the east side, over off of Shelby Road and like Riverside, over that way.
On Riverside, is kind of close to downtown.
Is it Riverdale? Riverside? Shit, I don't know, girl. Don't give me lying. I know she stay off of Shelby Road.
If it's Shelby Drive in Riverdale, yeah, he stay in East Memphis, yeah.
So, child, it used to be nice when she first moved over there when was that, like 2007? But now she got a house up for sale.
Because
after they tore them projects down, all of them hood rats start moving out there, baby, they got to break in every week in her neighborhood now.
Because nobody control their children in Memphis. Literally, parents in Memphis, they don't control their kids. These kids be outside walking by themselves at 2, 3 in the morning. I done seen kids that look like they're no older than 12 outside by themselves that late at night.
Oh, I know, because I have too.
So it's like none of the parents here, they don't take responsibility for what their children do. The kids go robbing people, stealing cars. These kids in Memphis just go crazy. Like
they horrible. I thought Houston kids was bad. I don't
think nobody got on Memphis kids. Not to mention the police here, they really ain't worth a damn because they really don't do shit, really, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you're right.
They don't do shit about shit. they will watch somebody be in here fighting outside in the street and will not bust a move. Where the most they'll do is say over the intercom, I know y'all didn't come out here to fight in front of me, like I'm gonna break this up.
Right.
Damn.
Right.
They do. And they pull clean the fuck off. They don't play here, they don't care.
Hell, because they was beating up the police officer in one damn video I saw recently. He was trying to stop a fight or some shit.
The police
and they looked at it. You lying.
What she say?
The police officers be fighting each other.
Yeah, they be out here fighting each other.
Wow.
That's a damn shame.
Wow.
Go look it up on YouTube. It should be a video about it. 2 police officers was in somebody's front yard fighting. And they will fight. When they arresting you and you act like you want to fight them, oh, they will put their guns down and fight. I will say that. They will get to it.
Wow. Hell no.
Yeah, let me stay my ass right here in suburban Houston. Well, I ain't got to worry about none of that shit.
That shit sound like the Purge.
For real.
Damn.
Well, you know, they got a new law here that anybody can have a gun.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, we do too. Open carry. Only thing you have to be is 18 and not a felon.
Yeah, 18 and not a felon.
That's up here too. And then on top of that, people like they passed another new law, whereas depending on what you did, what crime you committed, you can bail right back out literally within the next day.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we got that too.
Damn.
We got that too.
If you commit a murder here, instead of holding them in jail until they trial and shit like that, most of the people can bond right back out.
What?
Oh, it's like that in Houston too.
Because they said most violent criminals, if they get back out on bond, they don't do violent things anymore.
Which is a lie.
Right.
So we've had several who've bonded out for a murder charge and then end up committing another murder while they out on bond for murder.
I know a friend, he committed a murder and turned around and did domestic violence. Well, he was doing domestic violence against his girlfriend and stuff before that. But after he got out of jail from the murder on bail, he went back to jail like 2 or 3 times for domestic violence, and they keep letting him out.
Yeah, they be on that stupid shit.
Now, one thing I can say, the police here, they been pretty good about the young dolphins too, and COTs and stuff like they've been pretty good.
Yeah, can I say the same for? Huh?
I said them high profile.
But hell, we got the takeoff case here in Houston. They still ain't really doing shit. So
That's because the people are connected with the police. The people that's got shit to do with that is connected up with some people.
Yeah, Jay Prince think he run the city.
For some, I don't know why.
That's right.
But what he don't realize, it's a younger generation out here who don't know who the fuck a Jay Prince is.
And don't give a fuck about him, and his son ain't got no respect.
He is either. They know and they don't care.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck, and his son ain't got no respect himself. So,
Oh, neither one of them, Jazz or Junior. Nobody respect them niggas out here because of the simple fact they want to act like they hood. But nigga, y'all grew up on a ranch way outside the city. Like a cattle ranch, for real. Y'all don't know shit about the struggle, but you want to be hood so goddamn bad. No, your daddy was hood, but y'all ain't. Y'all suburban. I ain't even gonna say suburban. Y'all country. Shit.
Yeah, I don't like Jay Prince. I don't like how he did Offset after Takeoff death. I ain't like that.
I don't like him just because of the shit that I've heard that he's done around the city, period. Like, people have been known to go to that fucking ranch and never come back.
Yeah, I heard that.
I can believe that. For some reason, he think he need no ground. Sir, you gonna let me over or I'm going to have to take
it. So, I don't really speak about Jay Prince. But is he my cup of tea? Absolutely not. But like I said, it's a younger generation that don't give a fuck about who you are
On the
and what you used to do.
And will run up in his house.
Hell yeah.
Kill him and everybody else in there.
Exactly. So
he go to sleep like ain't shit happened.
He might want to sleep Death Lively.
Right. I think he was all right when he was playing behind the scenes and using his mystique to kind of scare people. But now that he jumped out on this internet shit, as we can see the chinks in the armor, and it's not like he's actually hurting his the mystique around him. Because when I seen NBA YoungBoy peep the play with him and how NBA YoungBoy came at him, I said, oh.
Now that was hilarious.
Right.
NBA YoungBoy went off.
Right. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. YoungBoy, he made me. I was like, damn, Jay smart, because I didn't see it like that at first. I'm like, damn, Jay Prince trying to help him. Then once I seen what NBA said, I said, yeah, NBA right. That motherfucker sent them dudes to break in YoungBoy house. He trying to extort YoungBoy on the low.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, YoungBoy smarter than the pig.
He trying to make him need him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He tried to reach out to YoungBoy before that even happened a couple times, and YoungBoy told him to stay out his fucking business once before.
Yeah.
That's when he sent them dudes on there.
Hey y'all, I'm at the end of this live. You know I gotta go to work. I got 3 jobs. So
understood, babe.
I'm gonna see y'all. I'm gonna see y'all tonight. Shout out to Dream Dog, Sophisticated Nunu, Battalion Bully, on the 6000, aka Chick 1K, Tanel Bourne, Flyboy Michael Vogt. Special shout out to Kitty. I see you, girl. I might have to come get you out of that valley of the shadow of death out there in Memphis, girl. I'm just coming to the milky honey, girl. But anyway, shout out to my guy, Audio Track 22, man. That's my guy. Shout out to Spoon. Go subscribe to his channel. That's YNW Jules' father. His channel's called Spoonful's the Game, man. Spoonful's the Game. If you ain't subscribed, I don't know what you're doing with your life on YouTube, man. Also, man, shout out to Trigger Man. Tell him, goddamn me, texting the motherfucker his house. You know what I'm saying? So if you see me say that, I got that from Trigger Man. Tell him, man. I like that saying. Also, shout out to Unspoken Crime Mystery, Unspoken Crime Murders. My boy got 2 channels. That's my guy. I rock with him. Shout out also Nephew for real. Let me give y'all shots out in the chat. Y'all been rocking with me. Oh, I'm tired of this motherfucker, man.
Hey, Nunu got him. Thank you, Nunu, because I was jumping over there to do it myself. She got
it. Nunu, man. I'm tired of. Shout out to Jason, follower of Christ. I love your name, Jason. Shout out to Black Excellence. Shout out to Bird Flipper. Okay, then. I feel you. Just get you some money. Shout out Raw Nature, my boy from Estonia. For real. I see you. Who else been rocking with us, man? Shout out to Matto757. Shout out to Driller. Shout out to Jerome Caston. Shout out to Espresso Mixed. Who else? I'm trying to give y'all some shout outs, man.
What happened? You going to work?
Yeah, I'm finna go to work. Shout out Mr. Clean Anthony. I'm finna clean it. I'm finna work like a Hebrew slave. And I done seen my son today. I'm happy as a motherfucker.
That's good though. That's good.
For real. I feel good. Shout out to Plenty of News for everyone. Shout out to John Doe TV. Shout out to Nikki Baby. Hey Nikki Baby.
That's my girl. I love her in the chat.
Yeah, man. Shout out to
she's funny.
Shout out to KL1K. I'm gonna also give a shout out to Lord Taco. He had me rolling that night, dog.
Man, he was on Dream Dog ass.
He was Dream Dog. I don't know what he got against you. He was on your ass. Shout out to Camille Kimball, man. Appreciate you on the panel today, man.
Yeah, and French too. Don't forget him.
Oh yeah, shout out to French, man. You welcome to come up anytime, French. Listen, I'm sorry for leaving you back there, man, but I'm a little traumatized from these trolls, man. So but Tanel, she spoke up for you, and I'm glad she did, because it was a pleasure having you on the panel, man. You're welcome anytime, man, because you made me see stuff a different way. You feel what I'm saying? And I appreciate that. Shout out to B Dash. Shout out to Silk Foster Jr. Shout out to Slick Puller, my main man Puller talk real slick. All right, guys. I'll see you later on. I get off probably about 12 o'clock, so I'll see you guys tonight. I'll probably do like a little 1 hour and a half, 2 hour live when I get off, because we got to get prepared for tomorrow. Yep. All right. So you guys have a good evening. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. And I'll see you later.
You too.
You
Love
have a
you
good
too. Be
day
safe.
too. We'll see you later.
All right.
All right. Bye.
Bye.